Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to try and bring this meeting to a start. Thanks, everyone, for coming on time in an orderly fashion. No major disasters from what I can tell. I guess to open this conference first, I would like to bring Uncle Tony to the stage, who is a Wurundjeri elder, and he's going to do a welcome to country. Thanks, Tony.
How about one more time for the traditional owners? First of all, thank you very much for that warm welcome, and thank you all for inviting me here today. I think it's very important we walk this journey together. Now we are a multicultural society. I'll start the event off with saying Wominjeka Waminchika to everyone. Wominjeka Waminchika in the Wurundjeri Wurrung language means welcome. So welcome to all Indigenous and non-Indigenous people here today. I'd also just like to say I'm very proud and honoured to be here today, standing tall for my people once again, like I have done for 36 years, and I will continue to do so for the rights of our own country. My great-grandfather was the last Narangita for Wurundjeri. Narangita in the Wurundjeri Wurrung language means last head tribesman leading our mob out on the mission at Corandurk, where I live today with my family. He took over from my great-great-uncle. My great-great-uncle was King Barak. King Barak was our fearless leader that took on the government in the 1800s for land rights, right up till 1903 when he passed. My great-grandfather took over leadership for Wurundjeri from there. His name was Robert Wandon. He led our mob from 1903 right up till 1924, when the mission was closed due to colonisation and being forced out into the white community. The Wurundjeri people, they are also a part of the Kulin Nation. So Kulin means man. In the Kulin Nation, we had our 5 language groups. We had the Wadawurrung to the west, the Coorong, who are the westerly neighbours to the Wadawurrung, Tunarong to the northeast, Bunurong to the southwest, and the Wurrung of Wurundjeri territory that we stand on here today. The Wurundjeri lies within the cities of Melbourne. It extends from the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, south of the Burrarung to the Mordialloc Creek, west to the Werribee River, and east to Mount Borbor. The Wurundjeri people, they have a social totem. It is Bunjil the Eagle. Bunjil represented spiritual powers throughout many parts of Australia. Bunjil taught all the laws about life, behaviour and ceremonies to make sure that our culture would continue for all walks of life throughout Australia. So Bunjil was referred to as the creator of mankind. Bunjil created great people from the land, and that is why we call the land our mother, or the mother of creation. Never can the land be taken away. The land will always belong to Aboriginal people, as we are part of the land and the land is part of us. Our story is similar to the European people. Theirs is by their chosen faith, ours is by the dream time. We both have creators and beliefs, and ours is Bunjil. It is a traditional custom of the Australian Aboriginal communities to be asked and to give permission for people to enter their lands. And today you've now joined with me to honour the spirits of my ancestors, past, present and emerging, who have nurtured these lands for over 60,000 years. And we, as the owners of the lands, offer a heartily welcome to the lands and hope that together as citizens of this beautiful country, we can build, develop and unite stronger nations for all peoples. I'll close in the Wurrung language, which is Wominjeka, Waminchika, Wurundjeri, Barak, Yim and Kumbibik, which means you are most welcome to the land of the Wurundjeri people. Just before I jump down and get that loud applause I am expecting, I just want to touch on something very important. Just last year I was a big speaker. You might know me for being on a bit of TV, a bit of radio, a bit of everything. I was a big speaker last year for the Yes Vote all around Melbourne. I was on every stage I could get on. Done a lot of work for the Yes Vote. It was very disappointing when it didn't get up. Next day, I remember it clear as a bell. Next day, I had 3 for the Melbourne Uni, like I'm doing today. 3 for the Melbourne Uni, and I actually broke down 3 times on stage and had to come off the next day. And I couldn't complete my welcome to countries that day. I went home that night and I thought, what am I going to do? I've got a full book. I'm booked out. What am I going to do? How am I going to get back up? Anyway, so I had a good think about it, and I thought, well, when you really think about it, it was never going to get up in the first place. We're Aboriginal community. There was 18 people left of Wurundjeri people after colonisation. So we are 2.8% of our own community at the moment. 2.8%. How are we ever going to get 4 states up out of 7 to get into this corrupt constitution that the British brought here? How are we ever going to do it? And then I came to another question that got me back up too, was why did it even come down to a vote? Why have we got the oldest living culture, not just in Australia, but in the world, without a treaty, asking the youngest living culture of Australia of 280 years, where the oldest living culture can actually speak in their own country? Are you serious? Anyway, and I'd like to touch on the native title and treaty process. Very important we get this right, and very important we do it together. We're putting a treaty process together and the native title. They're both in play. Treaty's been in since November last year, only for Victoria, but it's important we get behind it, walk this journey together. But not just respect our cultures, we need to respect all cultures that are in Australia today. We need to enjoy what we've got left, not just of this country, but what we've got left of our own lives. I'd like to thank you all for having me here today, and I bet you it's the best welcome to the country you've ever heard. And don't forget the round of applause. I haven't had a roar like that since Collingwood won the grand final. Thanks, mate. Come on!
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, we're all long-suffering Collingwood and Richmond supporters. Well, as you know, where we're sitting right now is Melbourne, which is the greatest city in Melbourne. And to give us some background on Melbourne, and a generous sponsor of today's event is the Melbourne City Council. And today we've got Councillor Andrew Rouse, who's going to tell you a little bit about Melbourne, the city of Melbourne. Where's Andrew? Over there. Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Andrew Rouse, councillor here at the City of Melbourne, and very much the councillor for innovation here. It is a big, big passion of mine. I'll begin by respectfully acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we are gathering on today, the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to the elders past and present. And what an absolutely phenomenal welcome to country from Uncle Tony. They don't always have such rapturous applause like that, but certainly for a Monday morning, I can't think of a better way to start and kick things off than that. Quick show of hands. Who's here travelled from interstate? Couple. Who's here travelled from overseas? I think that is just absolutely fantastic. Absolutely pleasure to welcome and show off everything that Melbourne has got today. Don't trust the organisers at all. The ponchos in your bag, that's just an in-joke. That is just an in-joke. No, very much. Look, we don't normally have phenomenal, gorgeous weather like this so early in spring. Enjoy it while we've got it. Tomorrow could be 3 degrees and raining. We always joke in Melbourne, 4 seasons in one day. Or actually 7 seasons in one day, which is, of course, using the Wurundjeri calendar as well. But look, I could speak all day about how much I love Melbourne and how great Melbourne is. But that's probably not very interesting to a group of people like you. This isn't about Melbourne. It's very much about all the people who have showed up here today. The expertise in this room probably represents some of the best minds globally in this space. And I think it's really exciting to think about what happens next. The things that could be shaping public health and health globally around the world, and the people in this room who can do that. And you're probably thinking at the moment, what the hell does a politician have to tell us about pathogen genomics and things like that? And unsurprisingly, the answer is 2/5 of bugger all. But that's not why I'm here, and that's not why I'm excited to be here. So my background, as I said before, is in the innovation community. And prior to this role in politics, I worked here at Melbourne Uni, actually. And I ran the Entrepreneurial Centre. And a lot of my role was around supporting researchers, the brilliant minds that we have here within Melbourne, at the University of Melbourne, at the biomedical precincts, to take their research and help them to go down and inspire them to go down and remove the hurdles from the pathway of going down the pathway of translation. So I understand how important people are to all of those processes and how important face-to-face gatherings like this into having that connection and going down that pathway with others together. So important. And so from today, whether it be collaborations, sharing of ideas, breakthroughs that may happen from the shared ideas and research, I think that's a really, really exciting thing. And not just from the next couple of days, but how the impact of that can really ripple out and have global impact going forward. The City of Melbourne very much does not see itself as the hero of this story. You guys are the heroes in this story. We see ourselves very much as the enabler. And very recently, I was very proud to support our new economic development strategy. It's called the Melbourne Advantage, and it makes it very clear. Research and innovation are the engines of our future economy. Victoria is the only state in Australia where our biggest export is not something we've dug up out of the ground. And so we rely on people, we rely on knowledge sharing, and I think that's a really important part for us. And that's why we're investing in supporting the community, supporting the conditions, supporting the connections that you all need to succeed, whether that's through our precincts like we are here in Parkville, in Arden, and as we're at the University of Melbourne. I won't mention Fisherman's Bend today. That's a topical joke for those of you who didn't quite get it at the moment. But look, strategy only works on paper, and it doesn't come to fruition if we don't take that and create a community of practice as well. And that's very much what I see the City of Melbourne's role in all of this. In this big house and family that we're building, we want to be the mortar that brings everything together, creating the connections and the space for community to thrive, whether it be for academia, industry and government and entrepreneurs to all come together and meet, supporting networks that allow ideas to travel faster than bureaucracy can slow them down, and making sure Melbourne isn't just a place where innovation happens, but a place where innovators feel a part of a thriving community. So over the next couple of days, I encourage you all to challenge each other, ask lots of questions, form new alliances, and just imagine where the untapped future of your research could take us. The legacy of this program will not be measured in the agendas or booklets you have in front of you, but very much in the relationships that you can build and forge going forward. And that's very much what the City of Melbourne is so excited about, and the Melbourne Advantage is all about. It's not just about an economy, but it's very much about the collective advantage that we gain when we can put all of our collective brilliance together and share that work for a collective goal together. So very much we're excited to sponsor events like this. I am such a community-oriented person in terms of supporting our researchers. I've been doing it for years and years here at the university, and I'm really excited I get to do that now from Town Hall and have an even bigger stage to support the brilliant minds here in Melbourne and welcome you all to Melbourne as well. So enjoy the conference, and I'm really excited to hear how this goes, and I'm really excited to see and hear how the ideas and connections that are formed here can have a really global impact starting from today. So thank you very much, and enjoy the next couple of days and your time here in Melbourne.
See you all.
We're losing Tony at this point. Cheers, Tony. Is this the buzzer? Sorry, I don't know how to use it. Is it the green button? Yeah, my eyesight's not that good. Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for that talk. I mean, you mentioned things like community building and knowledge sharing, and actually this is what this meeting is actually all about, but on an international scale with pathogen genomics data and, making a healthier world across the sort of the One Health spectrum. And funny, you also mentioned Fisherman's Bend. My friend is a Year 12 high school teacher teaching geography, and she uses Fisherman's Bend as a case study every year, and I've walked the streets of Fisherman's Bend many times, helping with some work there. All right. 11 years ago, was when I first transitioned from sort of working in sort of microbiology research and started working more on the public health side with Ben Howden. And I got to go on a trip to England. I was invited to give a talk at a conference called Genome Science. It was being held in Birmingham, and also to visit a metagenomic CAMI Challenge meeting in Cambridge. And so, yeah, I was flying over to England and had a few spare days in the middle and either side. And I was visiting Nick Lohmann in Birmingham, and he said, there's this conference on in York. Do you want to come? It's free. And I said, sure. Are you going? And he said, yep. I said, sure, okay, I'll come along. And that conference was GMI. So up we went to York on the train, and I didn't know really anything about this conference. You know, York is famous for its sort of city walls and its funny biscuit things from Aunt Betty's cafe and nice beer. Even the train stations have pubs with car scales on tap on the platforms. Like that's my type of city. And travelling with me were some young people. One of them, some of them you might recognise. The person on the far right is Anthony Underwood. He was head of bioinformatics at Public Health England. The second person from the left is Nick Lohmann, who many of you know. But the person between them, does anyone recognise him? It's a young Tim Dallman, and Tim is our opening keynote here at this conference. So yeah, I dug out this photo, and he hasn't aged a bit. But also, I met some other people at this conference. You can see here, many of these people here are in the audience today. I met Mark Allard, who is I guess the grandfather of the Genome Tracker project. Ruth Timmy from FDA, who couldn't be here, unfortunately. Bill Klimke from NCBI, who couldn't be here, unfortunately, and Martin Shumway, and also Marion Koop. That's where I first encountered Marion Koopmans and Frank Erstrup. And they were, you know, I didn't really know much about what was going on, but this introduced me to Genome Tracker. I didn't know much about Genome Tracker. I didn't know about Compare, and I didn't know about the NCBI pathogen portal, how it's starting up and starting to work. But it really opened my eyes to this idea of a global sort of surveillance approach and global surveillance system. And so, yeah, so then I was trying to figure out what GMI was. And what I observed was a lot of talks, and there were some posters, and a lot of talks actually from industry. So people from Nestle and other milk companies around Europe, and there was a lot of talk about food safety and some very basic bioinformatics. Lots of talks about, you know, the basics of bioinformatics. I still remember being in a working group meeting, and Marion Koopmans was demanding that we choose a minimum depth threshold for all our genome assembly. That was the level of GMI back in the day. We're still wrangling those sort of really basic things, which, you know, now we've gone long past. So GMI does have some official mission statements. I'm not going to make you read those. I've condensed them down for you. I did not use ChatGPT, I used me. But the original vision of GMI was to create, it actually was, if you read the details, it was to create a global pathogen surveillance system based on genomics. That was the dream. And Genome Tracker was sort of the start of that realisation. But yeah, and this, I guess the other thing was that genomics was made accessible to all. So there was equitable access to genomics, so all countries could participate in it. And it was not bacteria specific. It was already starting from a One Health perspective from the start. It covered was meant to cover bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites. It was meant to cover clinical, environmental, veterinarian, and it was meant to have heavy involvement from all sectors, so academia, industry, public health, and government. So it was the, you know, the utopian vision of a global surveillance system for all. And it was after this meeting that when I sort of learnt about Genome Tracker, and I wondered, well, shouldn't we be taking part in it? And so we did get permission, and Ben gave permission for our Victorian State Lab in this city here to start sharing data to Genome Tracker, and it was a success. We started to find some unexplained matches between our data and overseas matches, and it was all very exciting. We started to believe in the vision, but we realised that it was not going to be easy to get everyone to put all their data into a global system that was public. Genome Tracker is, you know, all public, no kind of privacy settings. So this is where we started thinking of developing our own surveillance system, AusTracker, and others here in the room, which we'll hear about in the next session, were also starting to think about this and developing their own systems. Then time travelled on. I ended up going to another GMI in Geneva with Danielle Ingle, who might be in the audience, who was speaking at this conference, and that happened. And then the pandemic happened. And as obviously we all still remember, some of us don't want to, but we still do. But the pandemic did something good for our community in a way. There is a bright side to this. So there started to be lots of investment in genomics, and that was part of the GMI mission, was to get equitable access to genomics, and the money investment from countries all around the world into COVID actually helped to push us along further to that objective. And things like the Arctic network were already set up to sequence viruses because of the Ebola and Zika outbreaks, so we kind of had this system set up for actually getting up and running quickly. So I think there was a few things in place already that made us better prepared for COVID. And COVID was an amazing event. Suddenly, everybody was generating data. We were in an abundance of funding. We weren't, we had money to spend on reagents, and there was a government will to invest in money, and government will to share. The global community saw it was important to share data. And luckily, we had things like GAZAID already in place, which adapted and pivoted to taking data from COVID instead of just flu and other things. NCBI and ENA weren't fully ready, but they did get up quickly to be able to accept data as well. And because of all this data sharing, platforms like NextStrain and NextClade and Pangolin were possible. Using all this shared data, they were able to create resources that fed back to the whole community and helped progress the pandemic as best we could using genomics. So yeah, the pre-COVID GMI was, I think, a different thing to post-COVID GMI. We have a new logo now. I don't know how official it is, but we have a new logo. I like it. And really, it's not just GMI anymore. We've seen since just before COVID, the world was changing. There's sort of these convergence of ideals. And we don't just have GMI now. We have the establishment of the Berlin Hub for Pandemic Preparedness, part of the WHO, IPSN, and we have some people from here, including Tim, who will speak next. We had the establishment of PHAGE, which was just also before COVID, established by the Gates Foundation. And so these three groups now globally are kind of working on the same mission, but coming from different aspects. GMI was sort of more about the surveillance system. PHAGE is more about, core basic working groups around metadata, pipelines, sort of the low-level details. And IPSN is more about the bigger picture globally. How are we going to get these platforms and things to work together? So this rebooted GMI, the first one was held in Vancouver, chaired by Emma. Is she over here somewhere? Yep, over there. And that was kind of a GMI being reimagined and kind of jumping over COVID and starting to think about, well, what has COVID given us and how can we move forward from there? We're not going to continue on from the last GMI because the world had changed. Then we had another one in Barcelona last year. And then at the end of that one, Chiet and I somehow decided to host it in Melbourne. It was a crazy idea. I don't know why we did it, but we did, which I'm glad we did. We announced it. The Vegemite thing there is that was one of our slides for those of you who were there, might remember that. So that was our promotional blurb to get everybody come, and I think it was pretty successful. We've got a bunch of people here, which I'll talk about. So, just a warning. This was just a wordplay thing I had. All right. So, as we were preparing in the last year, the situation in the US started to worry me, because the US were have always been a key part of GMI due to the FDA, NCBI and Genome Tracker. And I started to think, it's not going to work without them. But actually, some of them are here, I'm happy to say, but also it gave us an opportunity to rethink how GMI was once again. Where there's challenges, there's opportunities, as I'm told by many. So what have we got? Is that showing up anything? No. Is there internet on that computer?
Something's happening.
Is there? I think you might have to click something to allow it to connect to a sheet. So I asked Jessica Gu to help me create a map chart, and I did not realise that PowerPoint had an embedded map chart where you can link it to a spreadsheet and put country names in it. Will draw them for you. But this is a map. I'll try clicking once more. How do I go backwards? Oh, this is upsetting. I think you have to click something on the... It used to pop up a yellow banner across the top when I looked at it. Well, this is upsetting. This is a map of the world. Let me paint you a picture. This is a map of the world, and on it is all the countries representing you guys, where you came from. But what I wanted to highlight with the circle that I can see in my presenter view, that circle is now encircling the Asia-Pacific region. And this is where Australia is part of. So we took an opportunity here to really focus on Asia-Pacific, which are traditionally underrepresented at GMI. And I think we've achieved our mission there of getting in as many people as we can from the region, our local region here for the first time at GMI. Let me paint you another picture. This is a picture of all the countries that have hosted GMI. I guess the thing to say is that generally it's been in the Northern Hemisphere. Finally, we had it in Singapore a few years ago, and now we're in Australia. And hopefully soon it'll be in the global south, and maybe even next year. You'll have to wait till the end of the meeting to find out where it will be next. So I guess that's the end of my kind of welcome. I just want to say what you're coming ahead is a bunch of... Yeah, I have an asterisk there on the snake bites. There's always one. Let's just put it that way. If you're from Europe, you're at risk. No. Before we get on with the show, I guess just some housekeeping things. It'd be great if you could turn your phones to silent or vibrate, whatever suits you. Just to let you know that these talks are being recorded. There's a camera straight ahead here, and there's a bright light to help illuminate our faces to make you look good on TV. And the toilets, most important thing, the toilets are kind of behind us. So you can go out either side, go back to the middle, down the hall, and on your left. So yeah, just toilets behind us. Only one hand dryer though. We encourage the use of social media. Whatever your preferred platform is, X/Twitter, LinkedIn, Mastodon, Blue Sky. That's the Wi-Fi details. I think you have them elsewhere, but just in case anybody hasn't, you should take a photo of the screen now if you haven't been able to find them yet. And that is a 0, I believe. It's not an O, it's a 0. So yeah, that's it. And I'd just like to officially sort of open GMI 15. Thank you. Sorry, it's still me. So we've got 4 sessions at GMI over the next 3 days. So we've designed GMI to sort of, we know how people get tired, you get conference fatigue. So we've tried to design GMI so that the first day is quite big, finish with drinks. The second day is a bit shorter, finish with some fun. And Wednesday is the shortest of all. Because I know we can't sustain that concentration for all that time. It also gives you an opportunity to have some one-on-one side meetings and so forth. But our first session today is on data platforms. And as I said, we know about some data platforms. We know sort of Genome Tracker is sort of one that's available to everybody, and I mentioned AusTracker. And there's lots of countries around the world developing their own platforms. And I guess in this session, we're going to hear from Tim Dallman, and then we're going to hear from some people around the world and what their experiences has been developing their platforms or using other platforms, and how we can maybe think about how we're going to start talking to each other, connecting or riffing off each other's ideas and kind of unifying in some way. I don't think the dream of a single platform is ever going to come true, but I think we can still have our own systems but still work together as well. So first up, to sort of set the scene for this session, I'd like to introduce Tim Dallman. I've known Tim for a while. As you know, you saw him with his skater hair back in York 11 years ago. Tim was at Public Health England, I think in the enterics unit, working on salmonella. He then went to Utrecht Uni, where he tried to mix research with public health, and now he is Senior Technical Officer at the WHO Berlin Hub, where he's sort of working at IPSN, and he's working on global data platforms. But to me, he'll always be the guy that I ate Scotch eggs and pork pie with at York train station. Welcome, Tim. I think you pressed the green button.
Green is go. Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you for that unique introduction from Torsten. So, yeah, super pleased to be back with GMI. Really excited to think about how this platform can be a real enabler for thinking about working together in the pathogen genomics space. So, as Torsten said, I'm at WHO at the Pandemic Hub, excuse me, of Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin. So, to give some context around the mission of the hub, so it celebrated its 4th year birthday last week, and really it's set up to think about a mission where a transformation, catalyzing transformation in collaborative surveillance across all levels and serve countries by connecting, innovating and strengthening capabilities to produce better data, analytics and decisions. So collaborative surveillance is the concept of building collaborations across 4 dimensions, so disease and threats, sectors, emergency cycles and geography. And there's a picture of the defining collaborative surveillance document, and if you read that document or you're aware of it, you'll see that pathogen genomics is highlighted as a key enabler of bringing together these different dimensions. And I'm sure when you implement pathogen genomics in your settings, and wherever you are, you really can find how unifying it can be in terms of a methodology. So this is where pathogen genomics sits within the WHO. So we have the global genomic strategy and we have IPSN, and I'll talk about both of those things. So it was really, I think, pertinent in Torsten's opening to think about kind of where we are today and the threat and how the pandemic has really changed the landscape for us. So I think we all can see and all know that genomic sequencing technology has rapidly developed in recent years, allowing lower cost and higher volume pathogen analysis. And there's been models of its implementation in kind of all income settings and all geographies. And a lot of that is driven with the COVID-19 unparalleled investment into capacity worldwide. So now we're at this kind of important juncture where we have this capacity that's being built worldwide. We've got technology that has been used for fighting the pandemic. How can we leverage this technology moving forward? How can we use it and sustain it for future epidemic and pandemic threats, but also for the endemic and local surveillance properties? So there's really an opportunity to think, in this conference about systems and data platforms, and how can we think and envision together an interlinked and equitable network of these systems that makes us better prepared going forward. So I just wanted to kind of bring to life this kind of rise in genomics capacity. So the WHO Emergency Programme publishes this thing called the Disease Outbreak News. And so this is whenever there's an outbreak of a critical pathogen of high public health impact, kind of a risk assessment article is published, summarizing the first steps of outbreak response. And you can see, I took this from yesterday. I don't know if I have a pointer. Oh, it doesn't really work on the screen. But you can see that last week, the Ebola outbreak in the DRC was noted as a DON. And so while we all conceptually think, okay, well, this capacity is being built, recoded, is it being used, to support outbreak response? So Stefan, a data scientist at the Hub, began to look at these DONs and mine the text within them and say, well, actually, how many of these DONs now mention genomics in this kind of first report of the outbreak? And you can see that as of today, and since the pandemic, there's been a year-on-year rise in outbreaks mentioning genomics, and now I think in the last year, over 50% of outbreaks are mentioning genomics in some way in this initial use. And if we can plot the DONs from 2024 that use genomics, and you can see this is just a highlight of some examples of really where genomics is being used as a frontline response tool in the investigation of these outbreaks. So we've got the influenza outbreaks across various countries. We've got the arbovirus in the Americas. We've got mpox in DRC and surrounding countries, and we've got Marburg outbreak that was in Rwanda. So genomics is now a critical tool to investigate globally. This is being pivoted to use for local outbreak response, but what do we need to do to sustain this this capacity? So I think the community has realised, the importance of this juncture, and WHO in 2022 released the Global Genomics Strategy for pandemic and epidemic pathogens, really with a purpose of 5 objectives to strengthen national and global systems, so to support countries on building these systems and to think globally about how things join together. And there was 5 key objectives that were articulated. Improve access to tools for better geographic representation, strengthen the workforce to deliver at speed and scale and quality, maximize connectivity in the broader surveillance architecture, maintain a readiness posture for emergency, and enhance data sharing and utility for both local to global public health action. And each of these had various kind of strategic objectives. But this was kind of a high-level document outlining, some of the ways forward. But how do we kind of practically strengthen systems with this information? So one of the tools that was envisioned to help bring this strategy to life was the creation of IPSN, the International Pathogen Surveillance Network, where the Secretariat sits in WHO in the Berlin hub. So IPSN is a network that brings together pathogen genomic actors to improve public health decision-making. And it has a vision where every country has equitable access to pathogen genomic surveillance as part of its public health system. And the idea is that by creating this network, we can be mutually supportive to all the pathogen genomic actors in all of their diversity to amplify and accelerate the work of its members. So IPSN, which also has just had its anniversary, so it's been running for 2 years now. So the idea of IPSN is a very broad network. So it has national and regional public health agencies, animal and environmental sectors, academia, policymakers and donors, private sector, civil society, standard-setting organisations, so a broad church of pathogen genomics actors. And how does it function? Well, it has several communities of practice to work together on common challenges. So it has one on pathogen genomics data, it has one on wastewater and environmental surveillance, it has one on emergency response. It has a country scale-up accelerator to really promote this knowledge exchange, particularly within the global south. It manages some catalytic grant funding. Importantly, it really tries to work at the area of high-level advocacy of comms, to keep pathogen genomic surveillance on the agenda, to keep it being supported at the highest levels within ministries of health and above, as also having continue advocacy and conversation with funders around how best to support pathogen genomics. And today, IPSN reaches many countries across the world, so over 340 organisations across nearly 100 countries. So a global network that's really trying to work together to support some of these things. So how does IPSN concretely aim to help countries with their genomic implementation? So one of the concepts is the IPSN toolkit. So this is a toolkit where we work with partners to identify different aspects of the genomic implementation journey, from capacity building to your data journey to policy to funding, and identify specific tools that help them. And these are not delivered by IPSN Secretariat. These are partner-delivered tools, and hopefully you may see some of your own tools articulated in the next slide. So this is kind of the current state of the IPSN toolkit, with several tools that are in various stages of development or production. And just to highlight a couple, so we have tools related to capacity planning, implementation, and evaluation. So tools that help, so the country capacity framework, helping you to identify the best and next investment, various prioritization or use cases tool to understand which pathogen surveillance model might work best within your particular surveillance system. There's tools being developed around understanding sampling frameworks, and also really to think about how to operationalize and institutionalize pathogen genomics, so workforce training and competency frameworks and monitoring and evaluation frameworks. So how can we institutionalize this methodology within the pathogen genomics space? Obviously, financing is as important as always. So there has been developed a lab costing tool to help calculate pathogen agnostic lab costs, as well as the elaboration of a global investment case to try and think about, well, what would it take at a global level to support pathogen genomics so that it's fit for purpose for future pandemic and epidemic threats. One of the things that I think many people in this audience will appreciate is that the data part of pathogen genomics implementation is often perhaps not given as much attention. This is needed or enough critical guidance for countries in implementing. So we're trying to work with partners to think about how to fit that gaps, and Phage are a great example of an entity who spend a lot of time thinking about that. But just on this, we've performed some bioinformatics landscaping, which I'll talk to in a little more detail lately, but there's also some new tools in the development, so a data standards repository that in collaboration with Phage, and a tool benchmarking platform in collaboration with Fiocruz in Brazil. But if you want any more information, or if you feel I have a tool that can really contribute to this, this is the idea of this meeting. How can we partners, look to how other people have implemented, what can be shared amongst the partners. All right. So in my opening slide, we said, so now's an opportunity to create this interlinked, equitable network of high-quality pathogen systems. But we're not there, right? We have the more fragmented approaches to pathogen genomics than ever before. So what do we need to reach this goal? What do we need to be able to communicate and talk with others? What do we need to be able to reuse all of the great innovation that we're going to hear about in this session? So a good start. And I think one of the reflections I have thinking back from the last 11 years is a lot of how we've operated within pathogen genomics communities. A lot of it has been driven by goodwill and collaboration, which is wonderful. And I think the community is a very open community who does work together. But I think now we're beginning to realize that goodwill alone will get you so far, but we do need to, we need to articulate how we want to work with each other. We need to agree principles and attributes that we will all work behind, that we think are based on the values that we think are important, things like equitability, things like sustainability. So working with expert groups, WHO has tried to make a first few steps about identifying some of these ways of working. And this document you may be aware of, so this was a WHO Guiding Principles for Pathogen Genome Data Sharing. So this came out shortly after the strategy in 2022. And this was kind of a first step at identifying, well, what principles should we be thinking about when we're sharing pathogen genome data? It was very much obvious within the pandemic that goodwill got us so far, but there was lots of abuses of that goodwill that meant that, a lot of countries were not at a fair footing in the data sharing landscape. So, can we articulate some principles which will help us, move us in the right direction with that space? And I think in the forward, the Director General really articulated that capacity development is the most important principle around sharing. So, you can't share data if it's not being, generated with sustainable capacity that is, surrounded with agency. And then we can go through some of the other principles. I won't go through them all, but I think when we hear more about some of the platforms later. I'm sure some of these will resonate coming through in terms of, well, how did I make it high quality and reproducible? Some of these platforms have multiple stakeholders. How did I think about collaboration and cooperation? And then as we go on, we have some of the governance issues around platforms in terms of acknowledgement of intellectual credit. How do I get benefits from sharing data within my systems? How can I be sure the platforms I use are trustworthy? Are they transparent to how they work? How are they consistent or not consistent with various laws and policies around data sharing? And I think, as in my journey within WHO, I'm very much realizing that the policy landscape is as complicated as any other landscape when we think about what is the right or wrong ways to share data. The principles behind data sharing are one thing, but data sharing platforms are obviously a huge part of the ecosystem and a huge vital cog in the data sharing space. So to kind of follow on from that previous document, experts have articulated what are the attributes and principles of Pathogen's data sharing platforms themselves that we should adhere to that best support public health function. And really with the target audience of the data generations, if I submit data to a platform, what attributes should I be considering for them to be fit for purpose? The platform developers who make the platforms and the funders who fund them. And this is literally going to be out very, very soon, I promise. But just to kind of give you some brief highlights in this document, so they articulate what the high-level objectives are of a pathogen genomic data sharing platform, particularly for public health function, particularly for the sharing of information around epidemic and pandemic functions. But it's to encourage data sharing that's secure, transparent, accountable and equitable and sustainable alongside relevant epidemiological data, for that to be rapid and sustainable, to facilitate analysis of this data and to support collaboration. And it articulates 12 different attributes that we may want to consider, or developers and platforms and users may want to consider when they're considering a database to use or develop. And again, it will be interesting to see as we hear from the various platforms how they've approached these different questions. Within the document, each of these 12 attributes then has some operational principles where this idea of some best practice of how to apply these attributes. So, for example, for interoperability, some operational principles on whether it is actually interoperable, does it have a documented API, data standards, etc. And then for the attribute data use and benefit sharing, we have operational principles around the user codes of practice. How does it articulate a data license? Does it have mechanisms of compliance around that data license? Does it describe a benefit sharing framework? So hopefully this will be a useful document for platform and I think especially funders who are thinking about funding the development of platforms. How can we kind of think about ways in which to evaluate their use towards public health? I think another interesting development is, and again, I think this will be interesting to think around in terms of the discussions around the platforms in this session, is that there is, I think, an acknowledgement now that different users have different risk in terms of their data sharing approaches. Not everyone can share data in the same openness or closed platforms, and not all types of data can be shared in the same way. And we've kind of, if we think back 11 years ago, we probably had, really one model, open or not, and then, COVID allowed us to think, with GISAID, which was, how, built on kind of the flu sharing, that maybe some data license might be useful for some users in terms of ensuring acknowledgement and credit. And now I think we're now beginning to have this mature conversation around, well, how does this ecosystem kind of fit together? Open is obviously a good thing to aspire to in terms of reuse, in terms of speed of utility. But we know that that's not achievable for all data and for all users. So I just wanted to highlight, and there's lots of work in this space thinking about this problem, and I'd love to hear kind of your thoughts, throughout this conference. I think, so one person is thinking about this particular approach. So this is Nikki Tiffin from Zambia in South Africa, who's currently a visiting research fellow at Charité in Berlin and at the Hub. And she's conceptualized this method of the data sharing license for pathogen data. And it's inspired by the Creative Commons approach. So really, she's come up with these various different criteria where for your particular data type, you might want to choose these different attributes about how you want your data to be reused in terms of attribution. Do you want to be attributed? Do you want to be authored in some publication? What types of sharing are allowed? How should this be disseminating? Should there be benefit sharing? So this is just kind of one example, I think, of how the community are thinking about these different models of sharing. I think also involved, we have the pandemic treaty, we have the pandemic access and benefit sharing systems coming in the next 12 months or so. So I guess this conversation is really pertinent. So just kind of the final arc of this opening presentation, really. So as I kind of mentioned, I think the bioinformatics component of genomics capacity development has been kind of under-articulated, and IPSN's key priority is to kind of convene people to have this conversation around this space. And here's just some events, and here we are at the GMI15 conference, and there'll be a collaborative moment to look at some of these things later in the conference. And I just want to finally articulate a couple of the current activities on this and some of their outcomes. So firstly, I just want to mention this expert consultation on PG bioinformatics infrastructure. So this was a multi-agency consultation of public health and academic implementers and regional and global networks. And what we challenged them to do was identify what characteristics would be a more equitable future bioinformatics ecosystem model, thinking about all of the challenges that we've kind of articulated so far. And it came down to really kind of three major topics. A future system should empower local decision-making and facilitate local impact. So we see all of these sovereign implementations of pathogen genomic systems, and how do we kind of ensure that as a new country wants to implement a system, that they can do so in a way that lowers the barrier of entry and facilitates the access to tools and algorithms without predating the deposition of data elsewhere. To provide resilience and scalability for preparedness and global surveillance. So how can we make use of all of these great analytical workflows that have been developed for many, many pathogen into a global goods that can be kind of reused in an evidence-based way? And how can we integrate data sharing holistically? How can we build data sharing or data exchange as kind of part of our daily surveillance works? And finally, how do we promote interoperability and transparency of genomic data? So how can we, the databases that we rely on for these genomic exchange, how can we hold them to operate in global best practice? And how can we ensure that they're configured to support both local priorities as well as global surveillance evidence? So there's true benefits for all users to use. And this was further articulated into these kind of 4 gaps areas that we need to work on. The infrastructure gap, so the need for interconnected tiered infrastructure to support different pathogen genomic surveillance capacities. So the availability to get sustainable compute remains a considerable gap. Trusted, easy to use tools. So as I just mentioned, the need for well-documented, validated workflows. They're easy deployable in multiple settings and environment. Data integration, the need for mechanisms to support the trusted integration of pathogen genomic sequence data across sectors and countries that protects data generators' interests. And I'm sure we'll hear of examples of how that's been implemented. And critically, and again, one that's often often overlooked is the data intelligence part, the need for pathogen data to be readily combined with other data streams to provide actionable insights to support public health intelligence. And this is often very setting-specific activity, and it's often, something that doesn't end up in a peer-reviewed publication, doesn't end up in a guideline, but you're all, solving this problem in your own way. So I think there's a great opportunity for a conference like this to share that implementation and think about the reusability of approaches. So finally, how is IPSN proposing that we meet some of these challenges? So we're crafting a collaborative roadmap to go alongside the genomics surveillance strategy to identify some specific deliverables to help support some of these things. So we had a workshop in June of global, regional and national implementers, and we asked them to consider the gaps in the current pathogen genomic surveillance architecture across sample to data, data to insight, insight to policy for these different themes of equity and access, capacity, governance, ethics and trust, sustainability and resilience, and interoperability and standards. And 3 high-level priority outcomes were articulated. The need to institutionalization pathogen genomics through tools, policies, networks and frameworks, investment, alignment and evidence-based advocacy, and how to move towards a coordinated data ecosystems. And I think you'll be able to see a lot of how you're working towards these priorities already today throughout this conference. So as I said, the workshop experts came up with some high-level objectives, specific objectives on how to move this forward in these different dimensions. And I'm just going to put them on the screen, but not talk to them today, and we'll have an opportunity to revisit them in this conference. But you can see how we had, you won't be able to see because it's just great that there's a workshop later, but believe me, that's like a word. You can imagine it's like a word cloud of buzzwords that we can look at again tomorrow. So tomorrow you'll contribute to this roadmap. So we've identified these deliverables across these various dimensions, and what we're going to do together is perform a pre-mortem, which is basically identify the risks now before we start that are going to stop these deliverables achieved. So I think, the huge expertise in the room will be really valuable to tell me, well, if this failed in the worst possible way, why did it go wrong? And would also challenge you to think about the opportunities we should be aware of and how you would overcome some of these challenges. So really excited to work with you all on this. So looking forward, I think it's never been more critical to work as a community and share learning. We've heard some of the challenges around global health and global health financing, and I'm sure all the country implementers in the room will have had changes of perspectives in terms of national financing. So I think never more critical to work as a community and share the learning. And I think Torsten mentioned in his thing, the vision of one system for us all, I think, is not a thing that's ever gonna happen, and we should recognise and embrace the diversity of implementation use cases. Different things work well in different settings. We're seeing so many great bottom-up examples of implementation. So should we learn from those settings and think about how we bring them together? Maturity of within country genomic surveillance capacity, as we can see that first slide that Don, we've got countries like Rwanda, like DRC, like Uganda, who are supporting outbreak response with their own capacity, is a great thing to see. And there's an increased, and what comes with that is an increased focus on local scientifics and governance sovereignty. So we're having more articulation around what this data that I've generated has value to me, and how will I share? And we need to kind of have these conversations, and that there's a diversity of mechanisms that people are going to want to share and exchange data. And I think, this maturity, despite all this increased fragmentation, I think it's really positive that we're having an increased awareness of criteria and principles that how we want our community to govern itself. And, I think we should be, congratulated on that. And now it's about how do we apply them, in our systems and in our governance models. So just to close, from my presentation today, really, I'm just speaking for, across the IPSN networks members. So this is its annual meeting, the Global Partners Forum in 2024 in Bangkok, where a lot of these articulations of direction come from, and we really are a member-driven network. And hopefully you can recognise some of the faces in the room here. And then just to say that our next Global Partners Forum, we're really excited that we'll be having it in collaboration with the Phage Conference in South Africa in next month. And I think that really speaks to Torsten. We've got these different initiatives that we're making a very concerted effort to cross-fertilise and support one another. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the rest of the session.
Thanks, Tim, for flying 24 hours to set the scene for us. We're not going to take any questions at the moment. Tim's going to chair a panel at the end of this session. This is a sort of a mega session. It's split across morning tea. We've had the scene setting, and now we're going to have a few country experiences, some morning tea, some more country experiences, and then a panel at the end, which Tim will chair. So hopefully we'll have the questions then. Just to let the next speakers, each speaker is going to have 10 minutes to talk about their country. Now, that's a pretty tight schedule, so I trust the speakers are on mission, on target to get it all in 10 minutes. I just spoke to Gary, and he's got 60 slides, which he promises he'll fit into 10 minutes. He claims he's timed himself. I'm going to hold him to that. But to kick off our country experience talks is Professor Adrian Egli, and Adrian is the director of the Institute for Medical Microbiology at the University of Zurich, and I guess he's one of the most enthusiastic Swiss people I've ever met, and I'm glad to have him here to open the country experiences. Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Now from the global perspective, basically to our humble, tiny Switzerland, we only contribute 0.1% of the population of the planet. So let me quickly go to my talk. So here, the Swiss pathogen surveillance platform I would like to introduce you to. So as most of you know, Switzerland is very central within Europe. We are surrounded by many countries. We also have some Italian colleagues here, France, Germany, so cultural regions around us. So Switzerland is very important in terms of a trading route. Lots of people visiting Switzerland. Swiss people love to travel. So there's really an opportunity for pathogens to come into our country. Within Switzerland, we have several universities. One of them is the University of Zurich, where we have an institute processing per year roughly 180,000 samples. And we are the only university within Switzerland who has a specific unit focusing on genome sequencing as part of routine diagnostics. And this is co-led by Tim Roloff and Helena Sess-Smith. Tim is here also giving a talk later on. And the magic here is that the whole workflow is very much automated. So really beginning when a sample comes in, we grow them on cultures, we do quality control with MALDI-TOF, then we have automated DNA extraction, miniaturization, which is a key element in our workflow to really drop the costs with a dragonfly and mosquito system in place, and then rapid sequencing, and then also the pipeline, which you will hear later on more also in this conference. So this is basically where the data is coming from. The different units in Switzerland have similar setups, I would say, and they contribute data to this common platform. So, but let's really go back to the start, sort of, where are use cases where we where we benefited from a shared platform. So there are two outbreaks I want to show you. One is a very local one in my hometown, a Legionella outbreak, and you see here every circle is a pathogen. Those labeled with A and B are two cooling towers on rooftops, and they were contaminated with Legionella. And the spiked circles you see are cases from that outbreak, so we could really allocate. You see in the middle down there, there's a B with 3 spiked circles. These were like all living in the same street, some residents, and they were infected by this Legionella strain. What we realized is that Legionella is a really complex pathogen, no surprise. I mean, it's an environment, in the environment. You see that different cooling towers are very diverse in terms of what is around. They also infect each other, so there's transmission over the rooftop of the city. And then we have a historic context. You see these yellow circles, and the numbers in there are the years of isolation. So you basically have a baseline Legionella population, and from there you have over decades all the time infections. So that's quite complex, and you really need genome sequencing, not just of a single environmental pathogen to find the source, but in this outbreak we sequenced hundreds of environmental strains. So that's one example. On the right side, you see a European outbreak. This is a paper we just published in the New England Journal, which was a large diphtheria outbreak across 10 countries, and it was only possible to address that by working together. So at the end, we really came together with the help of the ECDC. We could coordinate this and pooled all the data and could analyze that. Very worrisome is that, first of all, two worrisome messages here. One is this little black part you see in the very low part. So these were resistant strains which were resistant to the empiric choice of treatment, erythromycin resistance. And the second worrisome is now that some of these strains are circulating in homeless people, unfortunately. So it established itself from refugees coming to Europe. It's now part of the endemic transmission within Europe. So it's very, very important that we have surveillance. So we need data exchange platform for local and national outbreaks, allowing us to share sensitive information, and we want a One Health aspect in it. And what we did in Switzerland in the beginning is when we founded this platform, we really addressed and asked lots of stakeholders. We made structured interviews and asked for different use cases. And then we came up with this idea of an interlinked whole genome sequencing data exchange platform with highly curated metadata, because I really think the sequence alone is worthless. If you don't have very good quality data in terms of, you know, what happens around, where is the sample coming from, and so on, then it's not really worth it. And the other 2 points which I also want to mention, because they were mentioned in the talk before, you really need a governance structure and a legal framework to actually exchange these data. So basically how the Swiss platform works is you see here 2 labs, Lab X and Y. They log in, and as Swiss as I am, look, it's like a Swiss bank account. You have a dual factor authentication. When you log in, it's an extremely secured system, and we can really share personal information of the patient because our Swiss authorities are also accessing this database to solve outbreaks. Inside the platform, there's a front-end solution, which you will see in a few slides, and there's a lot of back-end stuff going on with quality control, visualization of the data, and so on. And then we share data, or a subset of the data, which is with less sensitive information, obviously, to international data repositories and to federal offices. The legal and ethical framework took us ages. I mean, we were negotiating here between about 10 institutions for 1.5 years. And luckily, this happened before the pandemic. So we have a consortium agreement, a data transfer and use agreement, an ethical approval. So whenever we have now an outbreak, we can actually rely to this ethical assessment. And then we have different governance boards. First of all, an executive board where I'm the president of, and we meet every 4 to 6 weeks where we discuss strategical aspects, joining of new partners and so on. Then we have a scientific board where Aitana Neves is the head. and they meet more ad hoc to optimize the platform. And then we have an advisory board of really broad stakeholders. Once a year we make a meeting, and last year, or actually this June, we had about 40 parties joining us. The backbone is the immense pipeline. So that's a bioinformatic pipeline which was developed by Tim Roloff and his team. It's Nextflow based, modular. You will also hear more about that. I want to keep this short, but you can also, this is open, you can download it if you're interested in or want to compare it to your own tool. We would help you with establishing this. Now let me show you a short video how this platform works when you log in. So that's the graphical user interface. You can log in, and then you see, for example, in outbreaks, you have here different uploaded pathogens. You can click on uploaded groups. So for example, here, this was a batch of 15 isolates. You can scroll through different metadata, so there's quality indication. You can also look into resistance information. We will see this later on. You can then go and look on to the whole outbreak, for example. You can check individual isolates. So as soon as you upload something and you realize there's a close by isolate from another center, you get like a contact information, and then you can contact that person. And then what you can also do is a nice epi curve. I will show you here. So here you have an epi curve where you can, for example, go through, oh, I'm almost finished. 3 more minutes, okay. Almost at the end. So here, I mean, as many platforms, we use the AMR Finder Plus, and there you have obviously various informations of gene presence and absence, of virulence factors, of AMR genes. And I think that's very important. We're continuously evolving here. From a more general setup now, we go into pathogen-specific tools. So for example, we are integrating into the immense pipeline also Cleborate or Listeria-specific calls, Mycobacteria-specific tools to really have for individual pathogens then unique setups. So to summarize, so what were the most critical moments for SPSP? First of all, I think we needed to realize that there's a true need of such a platform, and that we would benefit not just from data sharing, but I call this data sharing plus. So this extra information of the metadata. I think that's very, very important that you have highly curated and good quality metadata. Really don't lose your enthusiasms on the way, because it costs a lot of energy. And you said in the beginning, lots of goodwill is important. And I think that is an important driver. Keep dreaming. Technical solutions can always be made. The framework with public health authorities is sometimes not very easy, but it can also be generated. And then I think what really helped us is to make this contractual environment, because it generates trust into the system. And thereby we became a happy, diverse and resilient family, I would say. And we had lots of crises and, how do we organize each other? And I think we grew from that. So another advice, if you start this endeavor, is to make a use case which might be boring in the beginning, and we choose MRSA for a good reason, because our freezers were full. Nobody was interested in MRSA anymore, and we didn't want it to do something fancy everybody doesn't want to share data on, like carbapenemases. Like the reviewers for the first funding told us, why don't you do carbapenemases? And I said, nobody is going to share this because they all hope for a Nature paper. And then we really said, no, we go for something a bit more, settled down. And with MRSA, we then later on had a Nature paper, Nature communication paper, but still it was very nice that we could achieve this. And then I think, go step by step and expand it. And I really want to say again, it wouldn't be possible without all these people who are contributing from the different universities, and a big shout out also, or a merci to Aitana Neves, who is really the operational manager of that, and special thanks also to my local team, Tim and Helena. And I'm very happy to later on take questions, and please contact and reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, your experience sort of, I think we'll see over the coming talks is mirrored by a lot of us here, a lot of the other countries as well. And I guess our next talker I'd like to introduce is Dr. Clare Sloggett. So Clare is local. She is the lead developer of the AusTracker platform, which is the platform I alluded to in my introduction. Now, you know, every project is 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. Well, I did the 10%, but Claire's stuck with the 90%. So I'd like to bring Clare to the stage to talk about AusTracker.
Right, how does the clicker work?
The big one.
I'm pressing the big one. Oh, right. No, I wasn't pressing the big one. Okay, great. Right, so we've got 10 minutes.
Yep.
All right.
If Adrian did it, you can
You
too.
can do it too. Yeah. So I'll go fairly fast. So AusTracker is our national pathogen surveillance platform. Australia has a health jurisdiction structure a bit like Canada's, where we have individual state-based health jurisdictions. And traditionally, a long time ago, when there is an outbreak that crosses jurisdictional boundaries, people would have to get approval to share the data and communicate and email things around, and there's a time barrier. So AusTracker was conceived of as a platform where people could more rapidly share their data in a pre-agreed way. So it takes in both the sequence data and the sample metadata, the epidemiological metadata that's submitted by the public health labs around the country. We have a central national analysis team which then carries out the analysis, and the participating jurisdictions then get to see the analysis results, but they do not see one another's sequence data. So the jurisdictions do not have to share the sequence data with one another, and then the reporting goes out at a national level. Okay, so just give you a quick, I won't spend a long time on this, but you see this started back in 2015, and the first few years were just getting the relevant governance bodies established. So there was actually several years before we were ready to implement something. So when Adrian said it was 1.5 years, I thought that's not too long. Because this was actually, I think, 4 or 5 years, which was kind of before I was involved. And I think the governance side is actually the hard side. I actually think the technical side is the easier side. And just as all the frameworks and committees were in place, we had a pandemic. So AusTracker was originally conceived of as being for microbial outbreaks in the first instance, so for foodborne outbreaks and so on. But obviously we've rapidly pivoted to cope with COVID. And the first version of AusTracker was implemented in a big hurry because the pandemic was on. And we've actually had a couple of rebuilds since then to make it more scalable and maintainable and sophisticated, I guess. Yeah. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the governance side of things. This is going to be very much a platform talk, but I think Pat Anderson will be talking about the governance side of things more, I think, in the last session of the conference. We found that when we first started off, we thought all our priorities would be around bioinformatics pipelines and data visualization, but it actually turned out that the harder bits and the bits people need more urgently were the data management and data sharing and the permission side of things, because it's quite sensitive who is able to see what. So compared to some of the other platforms in the landscape, that may be where we've put a bit more focus in. I won't spend long on this, but just to say quickly, we have an architecture where we have a server, we have an API, we have a React-based front end which talks to that API, and we also have a command line tool which talks to the same API. And this is probably the one I wanted to show you the most. This is just a little sketch of the model which we use for data ownership and data sharing. So we have our public health laboratories can submit sequence data, and they can submit sample metadata and epidemiological metadata. They get real-time validation of that data as they upload it, which really helps us to kind of keep the data clean and able to be integrated. They can upload it, technically they can upload it and not make it visible to any other organisation. In practice, obviously, if you're uploading it, it's probably for some kind of joint investigation, but it is possible. So they can share with 0 or more projects, where in this case a project could be a surveillance effort for a particular pathogen, or it could be an outbreak investigation. So at the moment we do have outbreak investigations, we have routine surveillance, and Tracker has also supported the Pathogen program, which was a major research program into public health surveillance. So we also have some what are technically research projects, which are hosted. Everything is controlled by a kind of role-based permission system. So you have to have the right role in your organisation to be able to see your organisation's data. You have to have the right role in a project to be able to see the project data. You have to have the right role to be able to upload or change data and so on. And our analysis is done on this server, which I've kind of drawn off to one side. At the moment, our model is that the platform itself is hosted in the Azure cloud. The server is hosted on-prem, partly because we just already had that hardware available, and it's a more cost-effective way to run the analyses. We kind of incrementally sync the data off to stay under the egress cap, the data egress cost whenever possible off the cloud. And the Austracker National Analysis team will set up the analyses to run on that server and push the results back into Austracker. So the results could be phylogenetic trees, or they could be results such as CGMLST values or whatever else, right? Data derived from the sequences. When data is shared with a project, the sequence data is not made available to the other people who can see the project. It's only made available to the national analysis team or the appropriate analysis team. And we can configure which metadata fields are made available to each project. So we can reuse this metadata in a way that is agreed on by the people involved in whatever investigation it is. And we also have a concept where the sample metadata submitted by a PHL is controlled and owned and managed by that PHL, whereas the metadata derived, how long does that mean? 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine. The metadata derived from a bioinformatics analysis is controlled and managed by someone in the project analysis team, and these things are kind of integrated together and presented in a unified way. I'm just going to really quickly go through some screenshots because there isn't really time for a demo, and I don't have a video. Just to give you an idea of what the platform looks like. So each project gets a dashboard. We can configure different dashboards for different projects. This is COVID. And the dashboard could have various plots like an epicurve or, in this case, sort of little visualizations or what was the latest data added to the project. They're only a little bit interactive in that you can click on them and go to appropriate places. One of our development goals is some more interactive dashboards, but we do have some interactive plots I'll show you in a second. You'll see these tabs along the top. If I flip to the next one, you'll see we'll go from summary to samples. So there's a basic sample line list, which contains the data submitted. This is just toy data. This is not real in any way. Contains the data submitted by the various PHLs together with any information derived from the analyses that's a part of that project. And people can search, sort, filter, export a CSV, that kind of thing from this view. There's an interactive phylogenetic tree viewer, which is quite powerful. You can navigate around the tree, like jump to a clade of interest, say, show me the subtree that contains these samples that I am searching for, so that you can see the relationships between your samples. It's not in this screenshot, but there's a table connected to the tree, so you can do quite sophisticated metadata searches and find those samples in your tree, and you can visualize the available metadata against the tree. We have interactive plots. This again is the COVID epicurve in Australia, where we had our initial outbreak and then it was suppressed, and another outbreak and it was suppressed, and then it got away. It drops off at the end because at a certain point the jurisdictions all reduced their sequencing significantly. So this is actually a count of the sequenced samples, right? Not the total measured samples. And this is all very configurable. You can see the controls at the top. You could change the x-axis to be any date that is known to the project. It doesn't have to be the date of sample collection. It could be the date when the sample was notified at the PHL, for instance, if that information is available and has been shared by the PHLs. And you could colour this by any field you've got available in the project. And this is maybe a good example of bringing together different sources of data, because the x-axis here is the date of collection that was submitted by the PHLs, whereas the colour of the plot is derived from the bioinformatics analysis, right? And those two pieces of information need to be managed by different sets of people, because they're owned by different sets of people. So just quickly flipping through, this is a cluster timeline diagram, which again is interactive, and we just have some basic interactive visualizations. There are, histograms, bar charts, heat maps, this kind of thing, and we're looking at adding some new ones. We are just now in the process of adding map-based visualizations, which we didn't previously have. We have some prototype ones in the system, but we are making them nicer, fancier, and so that will be nice to have. And we have screens for, this is the metadata upload. We also have a UI for sequence upload, where people can submit data either as a spreadsheet or a CSV file, and we will validate it, and they'll get messages telling them if they fail some basic validation steps, like do your dates look like dates? Do your numbers look like numbers? If we have a controlled field, is it one of the allowed values? So we validate that. I think I'm being hinted. I'm being hinted. Okay. All right. And I'm not going to talk about this at all, but just to show you that the CLI exists. And so there's a command line interface which is in Python. It's very easy to install. You can find it on pip and PyPy. And some of our bioinformaticians and users prefer to submit their data through the command line interface. And it also has a lot of administrative tools. All right, so I'm going to stop. I will just say this is a huge team effort. So the development team, one of the photos has disappeared. The development team is down the bottom. And actually, I think the photos disappeared further up as well. Development team is down the bottom. There's only a few of us. The national analysis team is distributed across Australia, and some of them are also in this room. And the governance team is up the top, and I'm very grateful they exist, because I do not want to have to be managing governance processes. And we have funding from a large number of partners, and we've had various funding sources, which we are very grateful for. So please come talk to me if you have any questions. I'm very excited to talk to other people, especially people involved in other platform efforts in other countries. That will be really a great conversation to have. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Sorry, no special treatment for my own team members. Our last speaker before morning tea is Dr. Gary van Domselaar. To me, he's GVD. He's always going to be GVD to me. Now, Gary is sort of head of bioinformatics at the National Microbiology Labs in Canada, and he's based at that frozen wasteland in Winnipeg. Is that correct? Yeah, and Gary had one of the first kind of pathogen surveillance platforms that I ever heard about, called Irida, and I guess he's going to talk about his experience with Irida and its successes. Thanks, Gary.
All right. Okay, what do I do?
You press, which button is it, Claire? One of them.
It doesn't look like a button.
The black one?
What do I do?
I can't see.
Oh, right. Okay, get up here and show me what to do. Is it just big
Is
green
that one,
one?
is it?
That's the laser. Probably this one.
The box until something.
All right, ready?
Is it the green one?
Yeah, it's the green one. Okay, I'm going to put the lightning in lightning talk.
Well, you got 10 minutes.
So I was recruited in 2005 by the National Microbiology Lab to establish, the NML to establish its bioinformatics lab. And at that time, our genomic surveillance platform consisted of a Roche 454 Pyro sequencer, a 24 CPU Apple XServe cluster with 1 terabyte of storage, and a terminal shell and the Perl programming language. In 2008, we conducted our first investigation of an outbreak in real time using whole genome sequencing technologies to study this variant band pattern that we were observing in the PFGE patterns from a subpopulation of the isolates that we were collecting for a Canada-wide listeriosis outbreak, and the difference was attributed to a phage. You can see in the top right. So it took 3 days to convert the atoms to bits. 35 days to do the analysis, which is not a useful time frame for genomic surveillance of an outbreak. The paper describing this work is credited with being one of the first applications of whole genome sequencing to follow an outbreak in real time. And the write-up in Nature Microbiology included this quote. See if I can get it up on the screen. Okay. Whole genome sequencing using next generation technologies has the potential to produce epidemiologically relevant data very quickly. We expect that it will become an increasingly popular as a tool in public health scenarios. And so that certainly was borne out at the National Microbiology Lab as the genomics technologies proliferated out to our various disease programs, and they were incorporating this into their research and into their operational programs. But with the data just going all different places, no real strategy or technology to be able to manage it. And so that was a total dumpster fire. IRDA had its inception with funding from a Genomic Research and Development Initiative, government funding $10 million over 5 years to provide the bioinformatics for a multi-department food and water safety project. And we enhanced that with additional funding from a funding agency called Genome Canada that allowed us to enlist our academic collaborators to help to flesh out the platform with more sophistication for epidemiological and additional genomics technologies, and also to be able to roll this out to our provincial public health labs. The architecture is, pretty simple. You have the researchers can access the platform through a web interface, and we also have an API that so the software clients can be able to access it. The system incorporates a workflow execution scheduler directly within the system, and it also has the ability to be able to share data with other IRDA instances. It can mirror data with other IRDA instances. It uses the bioproject data object model, where you have the project is the atomic unit of storage, and it's used to store samples, analyses, assemblies, and their associated metadata. It's also the birthplace of the GenEpio, the genomic epidemiology ontology, and all of the wonderful standards that have come out and proliferated from that work. Well, that is not my work. That is the work of my friend and collaborators, Dr. Will Shaw and Canadian National Treasure, Dr. Emma Griffiths. Okay, and so I mentioned that it ships within its own galaxy, and the galaxy is dedicated for working with it to execute the workflows, which is nice. And if you have an existing galaxy workflows, they're easy to implement. But if you don't, then you have to write them, and it also adds a lot of bloat and a lot of management overhead. So it was not perfect, but it does a pretty good job. It has visualization capacity that nobody uses. It's underdeveloped. People basically just export it or use better developed third-party applications like MicroReact. Or we've written our own programs that will access it directly through the API. But this is a long-standing personal goal of mine, is to be able to try to develop this, the dashboarding and the interactivity, so that it could be a completely integrated system. Like I mentioned, data sharing happens through an API, so you can share data with another collaborator who has their own IRDA instance, but it's limited in that it shares all the data in a project. You can't subset your line list, can't subset the rows and the columns in your line list, which can limit its functionality or limit its utility in a genomic surveillance and multi-jurisdictional genomics data sharing environment. Okay, so PulseNet Canada since its inception, has been using the bionumerics platform to do all of its molecular epidemiology. And in 2007, they transitioned to the use of whole genome sequencing as the package was updated to include genomic sequencing capacity. But the underlying data still resides in IRDA, and we basically just have a custom plugin that was written to be able to integrate our system with the bionumeric system and all of their technology. Here's some usage stats. So it's run about 250,000 pipelines, and it stores about 1.2 million sequences, and a large fraction of those came from our SARS-CoV-2 work, which also provided us with some on-the-job stress testing and revealed a lot of limitations to the design as you scale up. Notably, the use of a REST API, which is more of a small batch type of API, not useful for uploading thousands of sequences a day or a week. So that led us to reconsider these design principles for genomic surveillance platform. So we have generated a document that we think are the things that you should incorporate into a genomic surveillance platform. It incorporates the core functionality for storage, management, analysis, reporting, and sharing. And so that then we came up with a conceptual design for the next version of IRIDA, which is we call the genomic surveillance platform. So IRIDA becomes IRIDA Next, and its role is strictly just to the storage management, sharing, and execute analyses. We have a decoupled workflow execution service that's based on the standard developed by the Genomics Alliance for Genomics and Health, or what is it called, GA4GH? They have a standard, so we implement that standard. And we also have and then the workbench, which is this long desired goal to have a system that you can use to interact with the system and the dashboarding and all that. Okay, so it uses an INSDC compliant data object model, which is similar to the bioproject data object model. It allows, and the biggest innovation in IRIDA Next is the ability to subset your line list. So within a project, you can choose what data you want to share within the project. Project is still the atomic unit for sharing, but now you get to subset it out. Noting that data sharing has a hierarchical nature, so we have our regional labs that share with a federal lab, and the federal labs typically are sharing with these with international entities like WHO or GSAID or INSDC. We pursued a hierarchical structure for organizing and sharing our data as well. And that has been realized in this concept of groups. So you still have your projects and they still store the data, but you can hierarchically consolidate views of that data into a group. So they look like one project, but you actually have two projects in there. And by cleverly designing your system and applying these sharing restrictions to what to the virtual projects that you share with your friends, you can basically you can share just the minimal data that you want to share with your partners, and you can but still have local access to the restricted data that you want to be able to use. So that's an example of how you can set this system up. This system uses well, like I mentioned, the workflow execution service has its own API and it runs the pipelines. Pipelines have all been re-implemented in Nextflow. The workbench remains a conceptual design. Since bionumerics is winding down and not be providing service after the end of this year, we had to focus all of our effort into just getting something that can replace bionumerics for PulseNet Canada. And so all of our interfaces are basically just stuffed right into the IRIDA Next platform like we did before. Hopefully we'll be able to extract that out and put that into an actual workbench. The workbench borrows ideas from MicroReact, of course, and also Power BI and a bacterial genome analysis system called Proxy. Okay, and so these are just some screenshots of our GSP 1.0. Showing the projects and how the projects are showing groups and how groups are used to manage projects. If you drill down on a project, you can see that subgroups and the projects that are harbored by that group and some of the summary stats. Samples, you can select your samples and then send them to a workflow. The workflow itself is based on NF Core. The sample sheet, is based on NF Core, so it's familiar to people who use NF Core, and this is basically how you set up a batch submission of your samples to be run through your pipelines. And it also has a job monitor, so you can take a look at past jobs, currently running jobs. It has an advanced searching and filtering feature so that you can essentially search and filter your metadata so that you can just get through all the samples and get to the ones that you want and just send them to your analysis. It can also do automated analysis, of course. For PulseNet Canada, we use a super pipeline called MicroCondo that analyzes all of the organisms that are studied by that program. Does all the pre-processing for it, and then basically sends it off to some specific organism-specific workflow to do the subtyping, et cetera, and the organism-specific analyses. We have a standalone application called ArborView, which is our clone for the MicroCondo, or excuse me, the MicroReact platform. It works with the data that's coming out of IRIDA Next, and that's available for anybody can use that. It's available on GitHub. And that's it. So this is the biggest project that has ever been undertaken by the NML. I contributed the conceptual design, and then I just stood back and let the team build it. And they did, a team of real rock stars. And which is great for me. It makes my job easy, and also it certainly is gratifying to look back on the last 20 years and see how much progress we've made and capacity we've built. And that's my talk. 10 minutes? Yeah? Not bad, right?
All right, thanks everyone. I hope you got some refreshments. We're going to finish the platform session now, our country experiences, and then we're going to have a panel which Tim Dallman will host. And for this country experience, we have Italy, and Adriano di Pasquale is going... Pasquale, sorry, I'm trying to get things right. Is at ISSAM in Italy, and he's going to talk about the GenPat platform. And I think differently here, you've actually deployed it outside Italy. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, so
we have some experience. Yes.
All right, let's hear your experience. Thanks, Adriano.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, take in consideration that I'm a computer scientist, so take my biological sentence as it is, okay, as like an attempt, okay? Okay. Yeah, we'll talk. I like the previous presentation because I understand we are not alone. We had the same problem you had in your countries. Yes, you are talking about our attempt to solve this situation in Italy, and as you said, with some experience at international level with this GenPat cohesive open source bioinformatics platform. We talk about the names because the cohesive one is the first platform we realized inside the European Union project, and it is available as a demo online, while the GenPat is the extension to the Italian case. Okay, it is a genomic surveillance platform, so I don't stay too much here, just to underline how important are the metadata, as remember the previous talk, absolutely. So we have absolutely underlined this metadata concept. So taking that, we need high flexibility in what is coming inside the platform, and high flexibility on which are the pipelines that we would like to use for the analysis. Then, so the three components are the database, the calculation engine, and the dashboards. Important things is that this project is fully open source, so all the components made up by the system is open source, and it is available on GitHub. So we have, for the photos maybe, yes. We have several components and some additional glue we added to the system in order to work all together. Yeah, the main important decision we had is to have not only a platform for Italy, but just that can be used and installed anywhere, we can say. All the components are in the GitHub page of the platform. So it's important about the flexibility for that component, and in particular for the metadata, we use this kind of extension of the open source system that allows us to add tables, attributes, and so on easily without any software development inside, the so-called no-code way of doing this application that allowed us to extend for several organization needs we are able to incorporate inside the system. And again, this allowed us to curate very well the metadata using the concept of metadata enrichment. Not only say the location of where you've taken the samples, but it's important to interconnect with the national systems if are present. In Italy, for instance, we connected the places with the all official national register, like animal holding, animal movements, food company. Sorry, I didn't say that the presentation is more food security, food safety, and veterinary oriented. And then for reporting, of course, is also reporting oriented with all the things needed for an outbreak investigations, for surveillance, and for reporting to EU level systems. The flexibility allowed us to grow in bioinformatics analysis as needed. As needed means that we are not curated just bacteria, but also viruses for several different scenarios. Yeah, for the national level, we did it from 2019, the GEMPAT is the official national system for genomic surveillance, and it is also, some legislation has been changed in order to ensure to have it at this platform, the samples created from artificial controls. Yeah, the flexibility and again, not only flexibility, also a lot of effort from our team allowed us to use the platform in different scenarios, from animal health to food safety and to public health, having under consideration not only bacteria but also viruses with their highly different specificity. And we also extended the dashboards, existing dashboard, in order to have, we can say, under the same dashboard, the risk assessor can see the different situation, for instance, for SARS-CoV-2, but the same could be seen for West Nile viruses, even if we know that down there the bioinformatics analysis is completely different from African swine fever viruses, for instance, that we had an outbreak in Italy. And also for foodborne outbreak investigation of Listeria, this is the one case of Listeria, or Klebsiella for AMR in hospitals. So we tried to condense in one point in the dashboard for the risk assessor, the way of looking for the different pathogens. Some numbers is not so interesting, but most of them is also sequenced by the unit of my colleague Cesare. Some users, yes, at national level, but the same platform is also used for research by international partners. So we also some samples coming from international projects. It is the platform in Italy designed to be the point of exit to go to the One Health WGS system at the EFSA and the CDC, the European agencies. From international point of view, we can mention this red, green, okay, blue one is already talked so far. For the red one, we are under construction. And for the red, we have the Tunisian Ministry of Health asked us to create a similar system called MedNet for One Health in Tunisia, that we are installing the system there. And the same for their own effort for the Portuguese National Public Health Information Organization, decided to also install the Cohesive, the demo version, to extend of their own. And we already extended the system for the joint FAO-IAA center. Okay, while again, the Cohesive platform is the one that can be easily accessible and used just to understand what can be done in the system and in the platform. 2 words for the joint FAO-IAS Center. We have this collaboration. I didn't wrote there, but it's written there, is based on animal pathogens. And then we have a long-term collaboration, and this is possible, just to be very brief, because we are able to incorporate different metadata and different pipelines that this center is in a project that's called CRP, is adding to our platform, the so-called GEMPAT Vet Lab extension. So we are in the phase 1, where we validated the protocols to a restricted number of countries on FAO members, states. We integrated already these pipelines, and we are in the moment where users are starting sending samples and sequencing also by our services, and using pipelines that has been designed by some experts, designed by the joint FAO-IAA Center. So the phase 3 that is not yet started is to enable all the partners coming from the FAO member states to be able to send their samples, and then this absolutely increase the possibility for many countries to have this kind of surveillance system. yes, this is more or less what I already repeated so far. This is the main things that we are working now. Sorry, I go back. I don't know what about for the time. The ring is not yet started. So we would like to tell about this Tunisian MedNet for One Health project. It is exactly what we hope to talk more in detail in the next GMI in Tunisia in next year. Okay, yes, it's a project that is started and we will finalize for sure for next year. This is more or less what we realized. I didn't put for the time some screenshots or videos, but you can easily follow these links and have a look at our platform. Okay, thanks a lot.
You're trying to help us make up some time, Adrian. Thank you. Our next speaker in our country experience is Sweden, and to speak on Sweden's behalf, we have Paula Mölling, also known in Australia as Paula. Sorry for that. Paula is a molecular biologist in a clinical setting at Orbets. How do you say the hospital? What do you mean? The town. That.
You mean
Örebro. So,
Sorry, this has to translate for the Swedish.
I had it in my brain and I forgot. Thank you, Adrian. Welcome, Paula.
Okay, thanks a lot, and thanks for inviting me here. It's really, really nice. So I will tell you about the Swedish experience, the Genomic Medicine Sweden, where I'm the co-chair and the national project manager for the infectious and the microbiology section. So we'll see if my slides start. Aha, maybe I have to. Aha, I thought it. So the GMS infrastructure, it's based on all our university hospitals, the 7 we have in Sweden. And we call them here the Genomic Medicine Centers. And in total, we have 21 different regions in Sweden, so we have to cover that as well. And the National Genomic Platform, it's based in the west side of Sweden. Genomic Medicine Sweden paves the way for precision medicine by improving and harmonizing the healthcare across Sweden with the aim that all patients, regardless of the region, get the best diagnostic and personalized care, treatment, and follow-up. That is our vision. And it's based on 5 different disease areas. And we would like to cover the clinical implementation of precision medicine, national coverage, use harmonized standardization guidelines and methods, use joint resources, as well as enable research and innovations. So as you all know, to avoid that all hospitals have to build their own IT infrastructure and also connect to the stakeholders, we of course also would like to build this national genomic platform to use joint solutions and resources. So here is an overview of the IT infrastructure. So in the middle there you have the National Genomic Platform, that is the core platform for collecting, storing, and managing the genetic data. And then over the ways you see the flow of the data from the platform up to the 3 main users. The clinical diagnostics, research and industry for research as well as the product development, as well as data sharing to extend the data sharing, both national and international. So I will here try also to give you a little deeper explanation of the infrastructure. So in the middle, in the gray area, we have the local infrastructure that stores and indexes genomic data supporting the cloud tools. And then we have the data inputs and outputs. For the outputs, this is the agencies. So for us in microbiology, we have the Public Health Authority. And for the local one, we have all the different laboratory systems where the metadata has to come from, as well as the raw data from the sequencing machine. So in the top section, we have the cloud-based services, where we used authentication by 2 secure login methods. The first one is for the hospitals. It's a healthcare-related secure login, as well as the other one is for more for research with the personal logins. And in the second layer, we have the diagnostic tools, the cloud-based service with a high-performance computing, so we are able to analyze large data sets, as well as also tools to identify data that is not reliable, as well as this NavOps to actually have a cost-effective and workload scheduling. And then we have the feasibility platform so the researcher can assess data before they start projects. E-consent portal, where managing digital patient consent, as well as the research portal. And then we have the public APIs, allow the integration with external applications, enabling secure data sharing and automation. So if we come to the GMS infectious diseases, here we aim to achieve a fast and reliable identification of microorganisms causing disease using quality assured method, where the results easily are shared between regions. So we are focusing on 4 different main areas: whole genome sequencing for typing and surveillance outbreak, the ITS and the 16S non-post sequencing for non-culturing samples, the prediction of antimicrobial resistance from sequencing data, as well as shotgun method genomics directly from the patient sample without culturing. And here we aim, of course, to use the streamlined national monitoring in real time using joint workflow and bioinformatic analysis within the GMS solution. And we have developed several pipelines within GMS microbiology, and they are all free available at GitHub. You have them here. And they have been set up at the National Genomic Platform and are on the validation phase. But so far, all the 7 university hospitals have set up them by themselves so to be able to use them and share data. And here I will also just show you a few national projects that we have run during the years. So the first one is MRSA, where we had a ring trial. So we sent out 20 different MRSA isolates connected to outbreaks as well as unique isolates, and sent them to 9 different laboratories that made their own extraction and the short read sequencing. The data was shared, and we analyzed them through this GMS pipeline as well as 2 commercial ones. And the result from that show that it's really important to get comparable results, especially in an outbreak situation. You have to analyze them through the same bioinformatic pipeline. So this was published in 25 this year, if you would like to read more about it. And in progress, we have this non-post sequence where we're working for a plugin for long read data to this JASN. And this autumn, we will also start another project that will be more proof of concept of the National Genomic Platform that they have promised will be up and running during this autumn, where we have searched for ethical improvement for sharing real-time data between region in real time using the outbreak tool we have developed. And then we have the 16S non-post sequencing, that is another national project. Also ring trial that we had as much as 20 laboratories participating, and it was 17 of our 21 region we have in Sweden, as well as the Public Health Authority, Xylaf Lab, as well as the Swedish Defence Research Agency. And here we distributed 20 samples. It was contrived. It was a human cell line that we spiked with the bacterial species, as well as a quality assurance panel. Each laboratory performed their extraction, and we sent out an optimized nanopore protocol. And all data were analyzed through the same pipeline using this GMS pipeline, as well as the commercial 1928. And the result of that was that within 2 months, all 20 laboratories had set up the method, sequenced all samples, and shared the data. And this was also published this spring, so you can read more about it over there. So in progress, we have also participating in an international beta test validation, including new primer set, because there were some primer issues in the old kit. And now they also added the IGS. So this project actually helps us to get a broad national implementation and increase the possibility for rapid precision diagnostics in the majority of Sweden regions. So for future goals, we would like to use the metagenomic sequencing to also link the pathogens with the human response. And also increase to have a national international sharing from the entire country, not only from different research group, for be able to have a real-time tracing of outbreak and to improve our pandemic preparedness. And of course, as everyone else, use machine learning and AI for future precision diagnostics within infectious disease. So the biggest challenge we have to achieve all those goals is that we actually have to connect all 21 regions to the NDP. And so far, it's only the university hospital that is connected. And also a challenge is to share real-time diagnostic data, because we need ethical approval for everything in Sweden, I know. And I think it's a lot of that in other countries as well, but they are really, really hard in Sweden. So, thanks. Actually, maybe I can begin from the beginning, because I missed a lot to say, because I was so stressed about the time. Sorry.
No. I feel I've done a good job of scaring everybody into the 10 minutes. I know that the audience, you've been great. You've tolerated not being able to ask questions, but now you're going to have an opportunity to participate with the speakers from the last session. So I would like to invite all the speakers to get back up and come and... We've sort of got a rough panel set out here. Tim is going to moderate the panel, so he can be at the lectern, I think. If the speakers could sit on either side, I think there was 5. Is that right? We might need an extra chair.
5 chairs.
Oh, there is. And there'll be a mic runner for audience questions. I ask that when you ask a question, you wait for the microphone to come to you, because so that the recording will hear the question as well. Thanks, Tim. I'm giving you the hard work.
Sorry, Charles.
All right, everyone. So we'll open the floor in 1 minute to questions from the audience. But maybe we can start with some pre-prepared questions. So I think I will offer to this side. So Adriano, perhaps you can start. So what key lessons did you learn from kind of implementing your platform, and what advice would you give to someone beginning the journey of implementing a national genomics platform?
Okay, so the question is Adrian or Adriano?
Oh, that's... Well, you guys shouldn't have sat next to each other for a start. Adriano, you can start.
Okay, working? Yeah. Yeah, I just can say that in our experience, we started 2015 with 2013 with Cesare from my institute to the sequencing, and then we immediately talked to the platform that is operative since 2019. I spent a lot of time dealing with the different metadata for sure. That is the genomics is advancing, and the bioinformatics also with the new tools, etc. That is important to be harmonized. But the challenge, especially in food sector, to have metadata harmonized is very, very challenging. So sometimes it's not exactly under the light, I can say. So to take in account this kind of, and to leverage what are the official information system in the countries and try to connect them. So also the interoperability parts.
Adrian, do you want to?
Yes, sure, I can add on here. First of all, I think the bottom-up approach is very important. Very often these things wouldn't work top-down. As I mentioned in my talk, I think an important thing was, you know, in a small group of willing people and then expand gradually. And we started, for example, our whole platform is not hosted at a university because we felt that then the others would maybe not share data with that particular university. So we had it in a, you know, like neutral, like Switzerland is a neutral country. So we could kind of try to have it in a neutral institution as well. So the Swiss Institute of Bioinformatics is hosting the data for us. And that was very helpful because it generated this trust. And then, as I said, go for something not too fancy. I mean, if you would need to build up the platform, first of all, under stress, if there's a pandemic, that's basically impossible. And then you rather piggyback with another institution and maybe share data there. And with MRSA, that was perfect because we could get ready, we had everything in place, and then the pandemic came and we could really use this as a case.
Thanks, Adrian. And maybe to this side, we can kind of, so we heard a little bit about the need for standards. We can shake this over. And this kind of bottom-up approach. So the kind of follow-up question is, so what elements could you reuse from the community, you know, from open source or otherwise, you know, software, standards, infrastructure, and, you know, how did that kind of guide your approach to building Ostraca?
Okay. So firstly, I agree very much with Adrian about starting small and building out, because engagement with the people who are using your system is important. It's better to have something that solves a core problem for them and that they'll use, and then build it up from there, not build something all singing, all dancing. And I think I'd probably give a different answer to that now than I would have at the time. Sorry, your second question. Because I think the landscape has moved on. There's these existing platforms. So if you were doing something like that now, I would first say, look at what's already out there. What are the existing platforms? How do they work? Also, the area of metadata standards and ontologies. We tried as much as possible to be consistent with existing standards, but because we did actually start during the pandemic, we were very much biased by COVID and built out from there, and that's led to some, I guess, legacy issues. And one of our plans is to redo our ontology in a top-down way. So I would say metadata standards are a good thing to reuse. Existing platforms that solve similar problems, existing visualization tools. I think there's actually a lot of things that can be reused.
Great. And Paula, do you want to carry on that thread and think about, I guess, lessons learned from where you are, and also about, you know, the reuse of tools and standards? What have you found kind of useful for your implementation?
I can just start to say that I think it's so important to actually get the national coverage, so that you start with a network, so you actually cover the whole country, not only a part that is interested. So that is also something to build on, so you actually can get it to work and get sustainability in the project. And as you said, the metadata standard, that is really, really important to take home. So we all use almost the same metadata standard. Otherwise, we can't compare the data. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that there's anything that I don't really have much to add, because you guys have done a really good job of identifying what I think are probably, you know, the most important parts to consider before you pull the trigger on either developing or contracting or just using an existing system. So yes, metadata standards, of course, those are very crucial, and also engagement with the community that you're going to force these standards on, and that's not easy to do, you know, because they may already, especially when you're working with, in my situation, you have 10 different provinces, they've all developed their own standards, and then coming and saying, no, we're going to supplant it with these standards, and you're going to have to go back and and fix it. And so we've made we've done a lot of work to try to get that to happen. Again, this is Emma has done a lot of this work. Yeah, so establish your metadata standards first and work closely with your community. And if you can, adopt if you're going to adopt a development approach. So we use an agile approach, and agile is good because it scales very quickly. It is, so you can do it with like 2 or 3 people, or you can do it with like 10 or 15 people on. That really helps to engage the user community, really intimately engage your user community, and also an iterative approach that allows you to pivot when you run into problems, which you certainly will. That's about it.
Thanks, Gary.
I just cheat and add.
Yeah.
I would say that it depends on your country, but most of the time, I think the governance side of things, like the data sharing agreements, are the barrier more so than the technical side. So if you can get that sorted, like we started during the pandemic, but not really, because the governance side had been sorted beforehand, and that's the only reason we were able to do it. That's really, really important.
Yeah, I would like just to add something about the metadata standards that is very crucial, I think. All the efforts of ontologies and so on. I'm just saying something technical. What we decided to have in our system is a kind of different sources for metadata. It is designed this way. So it's important, I think, because there are so many organizations that decide to use one data structure or one coding system. It's difficult to, then you arrive to, or either do not accept what they are sending to you or mapping in the wrong way. So we have a system called by source. So we try to ingest all the possible metadata the user they have, and then afterwards try to have some kind of harmonization. This allows us to ingest things that, and then try to harmonize with the food on ontology or FoodX2 of EFSA, or we are able to do the same job for other kind of data, because there is no de facto standard for worldwide, no, for metadata. So it's important to have this capacity in this kind of data platform. Just a joke that I have in the slides that is not in the slides, but we think just pizza is, in Italian it's pizza margherita. If you go in Naples, pizza con la parola ngop. It's no, Naples people from, no? So you know, it's very different way of saying the same thing.
Thanks. Maybe you can pass to yeah, should we go to the man who needs no introduction?
Oh, can I ask my question?
Yeah, please, Mark.
Mark Allard, FDA. I guess you can call me Grandpa. It's great to see these regional data networks being built, but you know, I'm a dreamer, and so I still see the global sharing of all data. You know, that's how we maximize our efficiency, is prevent illness everywhere, not just in our region. And so, but the governance is the key piece, as Ostracker pointed out, and you've done the hard work of governance in your region. So the question for me and for the GMI is, what are the barriers, and what do you need GMI to do to help with to make global agreements? Now, in the US, we start with our bilateral trading partners, our major borders like Canada and Mexico. But the goal is to, and then it's when we have problems, then we hear from people. But we're open to bilateral or larger government agreements. And Bill Klimpke wanted me to let you know that the way US shares all their data is through INSDC, which is ENA in England and the database in Japan. And that INSDC is open for new membership. And so I'd like to see Ostracker as a member, IRIDA as a member, Sweden as a member. So the question is, what are the barriers if you're not ready to join? What are the barriers, and what can this group do to move that forward? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Who wants to jump on that.
Yeah, maybe I can start trying to answer this. So I think you're right. I mean, first of all, when you build such a platform, you would like to fulfill your local needs initially. And then I think the next logical step is absolutely to share data. And so, for example, in our system, and that's also a task from the Swiss government, during the pandemic, they told us, we will only finance you if you share the sequence with the international community. And that was a strong incentive for us. I mean, we even got like 10 Swiss francs, which is 20 Australian dollars, for every genome which was shared with GISAID and the ENA. So the Swiss pathogen surveillance platform also acts as a data broker as a sort, and then shares, with all sorts of data. The discussion we had is what kind of metadata are we allowed to share? And there comes into play two things in Switzerland. One thing is the ethical thing, and in Switzerland we have a Human Research Act. And the Human Research Act is the classical ethical approval, which I heard before. But this only comes into place if you actually have a research question. Now, doing surveillance is not actually doing research unless you want to make a paper out of it. So you could go around this. But then we also have an epidemiological law, and there, for example, you have to follow certain data protection issues, etc. So you're clearly not allowed to share unique identifiers of patients. And we realized that because in the beginning we actually shared lab codes which would in theory have allowed us to re-identify people. So we had to correct this. And I think data sharing has to be there, but in an anonymized way. And then I think the community could probably also do this and support this. Yeah. I think you should not keep data for yourself. And I realized that also during the pandemic, many countries actually didn't share the COVID genomes, at least initially not.
Yeah, I just can say one of the answers that you said in Barcelona. There are different scenarios, of course, public health, food sector, animal health, etc. But in general, one of your possibilities to remember to all the providers and countries that maybe for worldwide surveillance, the important thing is just the sequence and the countries maybe, not more than, and if it is food or not food, not human or not food or not human. Maybe this could be important to remember to the country that they would like to have a worldwide, participate in worldwide surveillance.
I agree 100%. That's a way.
It's your answer, huh?
And then you share more detailed metadata under a governance structure.
Yeah.
We have a mic there. So
Yeah.
Paula, Claire, Gary, anyone wants to come in on that?
So yeah, it's a complicated question. I mean, sometimes there are even legal frameworks that say you can't store the data outside the country, for instance, right? So there has to be a top-down approval of data sharing. And obviously an existing use case is when the data is released publicly, so put into something like INSDC. I guess the question is there something in between? Like, is there anything in between this data is public and this data is confined to our country? Is there something in between where we want to be able to share data to other public health networks around the world, but it's not public, right? That kind of federation, and what does the governance framework for that look like? And what kinds of, I mean, I know for Austracker the sequence data is considered sensitive, but the other reason it exists is because some of the epidemiological metadata is considered sensitive, and it depends on exactly what those variables are and what combination of them is put in, but obviously there's a concern about re-identification if you start to get a bit more specific with postcodes or year of birth or whatever else, so there are sensitivities around that. And I guess the other side of it is the technical side. So IRIDA, for instance, can do something which Austracker can't, which is do federated sharing instance to instance. If we were doing that kind of federated sharing, it would be great if our different platforms were all speaking the same language so that we can share, from an Austracker instance to an IRIDA instance to a SPSS instance, whatever. So there is a technical side to this question as well, but I agree the governance side is probably the harder one.
I wanted to clarify that, that you're exactly right. So IRIDA does have that ability to mirror data between different instances. IRIDA Next does not. And we removed that so that we can consider what that interoperability standard might be, because one doesn't exist, and we wanted to try and develop it through the auspices of the GMI, right? And so that, even though it's been called upon by the WHO to develop interoperability for these data platforms, there is no interoperability standard. I propose that we maybe some people from GMI get together and develop one at the GMI13 in Vancouver, but everybody's so burnt out from SARS-CoV-2 that we're interested. Still not sure if there's that much interest, but I think certainly, you know, these international authorities like the WHO should be the ones that you know, are convening these groups and helping to drive the development of those interoperability standards. And then the governance. My experience with governance in Canada for SARS-CoV-2 has left me with like so much PTSD that I don't even want to think about it. But I think that if there are countries that basically can get their data into these, you know, international repositories with that minimal metadata, you've gone pretty far. It's just a matter basically of just getting all of the regions comfortable with the data that you're sharing. Because they're really risk averse, and in Canada, you know, we got 10 different provinces. They all have their own different data sharing ideas, and when it comes to genomics, which is, you know, kind of like untested, unprecedented within a lot of these jurisdictions, the idea is like, you know, nothing, right? Don't share anything, and you know, and it's caused a lot of problems, and it took a lot of work to try to convince them to even just release the minimal amount of metadata. So there's a big cultural barrier that we have to overcome as well. But those are the, you know, so the three elements. There's a technical, there's a legal, and I think there's a cultural thing that need to be overcome.
Yeah, thanks. Lots of great answers there.
Maybe I can quickly add something. I think money is a very good motivator to share data. Yeah. And I think this works locally. You know, as I mentioned, the Swiss example, when we uploaded genomes, that we were reimbursed by our government. But now something similar happens actually in Europe with EFSA, so that you actually are obliged to share certain pathogens data, because else you would exclude your country from the market. And I think that's another important aspect. If you know, certain countries together, for example, set standards and say, look, guys, you need to sequence, else we cannot no longer accept your Swiss cheese, let's say, because of listeria, and we wouldn't know where listeria are coming from. So I think that's a very important point as well to motivate data sharing. Thanks.
Okay, I can also add something.
Okay, Paula.
I agree on this, and if you are really clear about what metadata that we should contribute with, so it's kind of standardized, and also when and how it will be used. And I think it's also very good to get some kind of feedback, maybe weekly report or something that you can take home to the country and see, look, this is what we get. If we contribute the data, we also see a lot of other data. So I think that is also really, really, really important.
Thanks. Eric.
Hello, Eric Stevens. I'm with Hygiena, and I guess if Mark Allard is a grandfather, I'd just like to say happy belated Father's Day to everybody out there. I hope you had a very nice day yesterday. So this is kind of a question to the panelists, to the people in the room. Also, as a reflection, like if I could go back 10 years to when I first started, you know, working with this sorts of data and data sharing, are we thinking about data in the right way? Would you all define data in the right way? And when we talk about data sharing, that becomes critically important. When we talk about the use of data, that's critically important. And so I'm really curious to hear from the panelists, and then just, you know, in discussions throughout, you know, the next few days, would we think about being more specific about data when we talk about the sharing, right? It's gonna depend on pathogens. When we talk about Legionella, you might not really care about where actually the sequence came from, right? Because it's a clinical person, right? If you're in water sources, yes, then that becomes important. But if it's just a clinical case, not really. If you're talking about a food company, it becomes critically important where that data is for environmental monitoring versus if it comes from a product. And I think that would be really helpful when we go forward with this, to make it easier on ourselves, talking about governance, data sharing, all the ethics related to that, when we can be as specific as possible about what we mean about data, and how we're going to use it. And if I had to go back in time, that's kind of one thing I would tell former Eric. Be as specific as possible when you're talking about data. And so I'm just curious, kind of your insights, reactions to that.
Yep, you're perfectly right, I'm sure. And indeed, sometimes we are in this area, we're often talking about food, and food is clear that there are some resistance from food company, you know. When I agree also that when you talk about pathogens from clinical cases, it's much easier. Probably this was one of the possibilities in SARS-CoV-2 to share all this data. I don't know if we could have the same situation for food companies with this incredible success we had with the SARS-CoV-2. And also, I can also represent the animal health sector, where sometimes there is no human cases, but there are problems in companies that, for instance, the African swine fever viruses is a big problem for swine companies, swine breeding company. So it is another specific point. I agree with this. To be specific, yes.
Maybe we can take one comment from this side.
I just think about this with standardized metadata. You are totally right. We really have to define it for each species. Because if you're looking for surveillance and outbreak investigation, you read different metadata for different pathogens. So that's important.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's a really, really important point at this juncture as well. So, you know, in terms of a lot of the conventions and policies that are being developed, you know, having a clear definition of what digital sequence information pertains to that everyone can understand is critical. We have a question over here.
So I'm Munirul Alam from Bangladesh, from International Center for Diarrheal Disease Research. Basically, my question has been partially or maybe mostly covered by the preceding person who was asking questions. So as far as the data sharing is concerned, there are many different issues, like each countries have their own data policy, and also institute has its data governance policies, and many people are very reluctant to share their data for many different reasons that has already been discussed. So the quality of the data and what platform are being used for generating the data, like if I give you an example, like Mölling was talking about the MinION platform. Many people are reluctant about accepting the MinION data for reason like the maybe and also there are MySeq, NextSeq. Some organizations are using data that are actually they just get the data by federating the samples abroad to different agencies. The quality, I myself also did the same thing before as we didn't have Illumina and other platform. We also have MinION platform, but we have not published data for the same reason, And many people actually believes that the quality of the data that we get from outside is B quality. So even the high quality journals doesn't accept that. So, these are something that while the sharing is of burning concern, also the quality of the data to be shared needs to be defined actually, what kind of data we should share. But of course, the metadata is also equally important. Thank you.
Can I quickly, so I can fully understand that people are reluctant on sharing data on one hand, because now with this new wave of AI companies accessing all sorts of information, not giving proper credits, and they basically are more or less modern pirates, one could say, and benefit a lot economically if you take all these large language models around there, for example. And I think maybe similar to the Nagoya Protocol, which is in place for biological sample, perhaps there should be a similar agreement or a protocol for data, that you actually say, when you release your data, there's an owner attached to it, and if you commercially use this, then you have to ask the owner. Why not? Especially if you develop products out of it. For surveillance, maybe that's not so much the point, but as soon as there's secondary use of the data, I think there needs to be certain standards which we define as a community where we could agree upon. I think that's an important point. And then in terms of data quality, I think, yes, there should be some minimal standards, and most of the tools there are. So if you upload data, at least in the tools you've seen now, I guess everybody has some sort of minimal data standard, and if this is fulfilled, then the data is shared, and if not, then not.
I guess, so you were asking also about the quality of the sequence data itself, right? Not just the... so we do communicate quality standards, and the labs do their own quality assessment in general before they upload the data, but the national analysis team then does its own QC again. And sometimes there's a reason a sample can't be included in an analysis, even if it passed the basic quality metrics. There's just some reason it's not suitable for that analysis. So we do just need to do that analysis at every stage, I think.
I can just add regarding the quality of the nanopod data, when we have tried it for a few different pathogens for the whole genome sequencing, and for some pathogen it works really, really well if you have enough coverage, like for the MRSA. But for some pathogens, like for the Neisseria meningitis, we don't get really comparable results, probably because of methylation sites that they still have to solve about the base calling and so on. But for some pathogen, it works really, really nice, in my hand.
So yeah, quality control is context dependent, right? So different qualities are important for different types of analyses, right? And so our policy basically is to accept whatever our provinces give us, right? But then we run our own QC, and we basically just filter out the stuff that is going to not be suitable for a given type of analysis. But you're absolutely right. Developing those quality standards is important, not just so that the people who are submitting the data to you have basically a target, but also that you basically have targets for different applications. That's about it.
Great, thanks. I think that was quite
Yeah, a quick one. So I had similar concerns to. Sorry, my name is Ebenezer. I'm with PulseNet Africa and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I had similar concerns about quality, just like previous questioner. I think that we should. I mean, like, I wanted to ask Adrian, if you encourage everyone just to upload, then how do we mitigate against poor quality sequences just being shared, which I think we had a lot in GSAID. And so I think a federated way of, you get all the sequences together, maybe from a country or a region, and then the high quality ones are then published or released into those repositories. I think that will be more helpful for the community than if everybody just uploaded whatever they had without QC checks, and then we have a lot of poor quality data, which people might use and get misleading interpretations out of them, or wrangle poor quality data.
Does anyone want to? I mean, I think it's still a key problem, poor quality data. And I think, how can we strengthen that analytical capacity, and how can we, more EQAs to demonstrate quality, more methods to compare analytical workflows and pipelines to understand, what's generating these. It's not just the quality of the sequencing, right? There's edge cases and analytical processes that mean that two pipelines might not give the same answer to produce the same genome that's going to get deposited. So, yeah, lots of maturity, I think, is required. I think, all of these people probably do this internally, right, within their own systems, have these quality standards and quality checks. So I think having the conversation about, well, how do you perform continuous improvement monitoring to ensure that you are getting comparable data, and how can we provide tools to support that, I think.
Yeah, I can just add that when you add data to those different repository, it's so important, of course, that it's some quality check of the data. And that doesn't mean that it has to be the same for the different techniques. So maybe you have to have another one for the nanopore and for the Illumina and so on.
And I guess I'd also say, if you're in the situation where you are gathering from like a wider community, I guess, and you are going to get poorer quality data submitted, one of the mitigating approaches is that if you're doing some centralized QC, that QC metadata just becomes part of the sequence metadata attached to the sequence, so people can see when they're accessing the data.
Oh, we've got Emma first. Oh, Peter's there with the microphone.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I mean, I think we can carry on the discussion about benefit sharing later with coffee and things, because I mean, I love you guys, but I noticed that there's not a single LMIC database on the panel because there aren't any yet. Okay, there aren't any data sharing, pathogen genomic data sharing platforms currently running in LMICs on the scale that you guys have got running. Okay, and we need to change that. But getting to my actual question, the Paula mentioned a beacon output, which made me think about something. That what are we sharing besides genomic data? I know that the EFSA has had some interest in sharing the MLST profiles and perhaps CG MLST profiles. I'm not sure what the beacon is doing on your side, Paula, but the idea of a beacon where you can say this that we have something you can query, like have you seen this ST or have you seen this variant or lineage or something like that. These are other useful things that we can consider sharing besides the complete sequence data. So I'd be interested in the panelists thinking on, besides the metadata and the sequence data, what about kind of fingerprints and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, we have had some conversations around sharing genomic sketches for comparison, which might be in the same direction, so that you can not have the full genomic sequence, but you can do a similarity analysis.
Our community in Canada largely exists of the Canadian Public Health Laboratory Network. It's a network of public health labs, provincial and federal public health labs that have been working together for 30 years. And so we basically have a strong trust relationship with each other. And we don't find that it's necessary for us to. We're fine just sharing this. Like within Canada, we're fine sharing our sequence data, raw sequence data with each other, and some metadata with each other, and that's just fine for us so far. But this idea of having beacons, I think, is a really good one. It's although it's not something we've considered. I know you guys bring it up. It's something I might want to consider for the future.
I can answer to the question. Yes, absolutely, it's a good idea. I personally am part of the as country officer in the EFSA 1LWS system. So I think the idea to, just sharing a kind of signature, not all the sequences, could be a good idea to have a rapid surveillance system. The problem is not true for all the possible pathogens. For the 3 pathogens, maybe 4 now, under investigation in EFSA and ACDC, we have certified, and maybe it's not the right term, but recognized the CGMST schema, so can be used to share this allelic profile on behalf of the whole sequence. But I think it's not sure for all the possible pathogens, this kind of approach.
So, hi, my name is Emma Griffiths. I'm from Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, Canada. I'm also a member of PHAGE. This is, you're going to hate me for this. This is less of a question, more of a cheeky sell job. But just listening to everybody talking about QC and microbial typing, I just wanted to mention that, there are a lot of, when you talk about standards, it means different things to different people. And we're talking a lot about metadata standards, but there is a big need, as we are, as is emerging in the discussion, for different kinds of standards. And I just wanted to do a cheeky shout out for some of the projects that we're doing at PHAGE, which includes standards for describing methods for microbial typing, for being able to track quality control. So being able to tag data sets with really easy to use tags to be able to say, it passed our quality control methods, and this is a little blurb saying what we used for our methods. Good quality data is very important for a lot of things, but also, what is good quality for one type of analysis? Something that's a little bit less than that threshold may be useful for something else. So to be able to enable us to share lots of different kinds of data, if we're tagging those data sets with known quality issues, those data sets can still be really useful as well. So just wanted to do that cheeky shout out that they're including, and this is kind of follows on what Claire was saying, including a lot of methodological information in your metadata is really, really important, not just your sample collection information. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Emma. We have time for just one more question. Can we just have a mic down the front?
No, just a comment. I'll come back to some slide that Adriano presented about the initiative of Atomic International Agency, that in my opinion is very, very good initiative for especially for the low-income countries, because they are doing a lot of capacity building for this country in the animal health context, implementing diagnostics for animal health, and also including whole genome sequencing. But again, the problem is that this country needs to be competent, and before sharing data, they need to understand which could be useful for them to solve a problem inside their country, and also transboundary diseases with other countries. Then I think they can share the data, because they can understand that this data could be useful for the other neighbor countries and also at a global level. So I think this initiative can be very useful, because some international agency can put money to do sequencing with standard quality, and also analysis of data using some platform that can be shared also with these countries.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, can I add, just because part of this project is also at the end of the analysis to be released to the data participating in joint FAO-IAEA project, to be released in NCBI, and then it's important part of this project.
Great, thank you. So I think with that we'll close the panel. I think great to hear so many of these implementation stories that we don't hear so often, and great to hear about the reuse possibilities between the systems, and the kind of thinking about how important national frameworks, regional international frameworks might be kind of going forward. So I'm just to thank the panel one more time. And hand back to Torst.
Yeah, thanks again to all the speakers and the panel. I think a lot of countries are already using a beacon system, and it's called email. But it'd be lovely to have that automated and as a stepping stone to actually sharing the full genomic sequence. But maybe these sketches, signatures are kind of a stepping stone for that happening. I think we've got to take people along slowly before they fully share everything easily. Well, this brings us to the end of the data platform session. I think it was interesting to see that each of the platforms, country experience platforms, are sort of focusing on a different aspect of the ecosystem. But there's a lot of overlap, and I think there's lots we can learn from each other, and I hope these people get to speak to each other during this meeting. That brings us to lunch. So now is lunchtime, and we have 1 hour for lunch, and lunch will be served out in the normal area, but we have a special lunchtime seminar in here, and it's from our good friends at Illumina. Now, I know what you're thinking. Vendor, lunch talk, I don't want to come, boring. That's not true. This conference probably wouldn't have happened without Illumina. They've been a great sponsor of us traditionally, and this conference have been a very important component of it. And it's not just your random sales marketing person talking. We've got Gavin, and Gavin is one of us. He's got a microbiology infectious diseases background, and he's not going to have the standard marketing slides. He's talking about some of the R&D that went behind the new instrument you can see over there, and some of its kind of features and how it came to be. So I would encourage you to go out, get some lunch, fill your plate and come back here and listen to Gavin. Thank you. And we'll see you back at 2 o'clock? Yeah. All right, thank you all.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So whilst you're enjoying your lunch, I'll first take an opportunity to introduce my colleague Gavin, who will be presenting to you. But I thought for some context, it was apparent from earlier today that a good proportion of you are not from Australia. So there's certain things you also won't be familiar with. And one of them is a thing called a Tim Tam. Over at our table there, for the course of the event, and especially around coffee time, and we can talk about Tim Tam straws as well, or at least ask the Australians amongst us about Tim Tam straws, please feel free to come across and grab something to go with your afternoon tea or your morning tea. But then you also may not be aware that where we are now is known in Australia as the Parkville Precinct. And for us, in terms of life sciences, research and innovation, this really is equivalent to many of the great precincts around the world. And indeed, if you have an opportunity to walk around the campus at the University of Melbourne, literally just across the road, you'll notice that a number of the buildings are named after Australian Nobel laureates. We actually have 15 in total, many of them also from the life sciences, research and innovation sector. Now, relative to pathogen genomics, it is here in the Parkville precinct that one of the first antiviral treatments for influenza was actually invented through rational drug design, that of Rolenza. And it's with the auspicious backdrop of that innovation and research that we have an opportunity at lunchtime today to present to you some of the insights to Illumina's R&D and innovation around genomics technologies. Now for that, I actually get to defer to my colleague Gavin. Gavin is a senior member of our field applications team, and so is really well placed to talk to that technological innovation. But more so than that, prior to joining Illumina, Gavin was in the clinical diagnostics laboratory, and so is even better placed to translate those innovations to the benefits that can be realized by yourselves in the laboratory and in the field. So without further ado, I will pass across to Gavin. At the end of his talk, there will be opportunity for questions, but for now, all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to listen to our talk today. So I'm going to present some of the applications you can do with our new sequencer, the MiSeq i100, and its suitableness for infectious disease research and microbiology applications. So I thought it would be interesting and maybe fun to talk a little bit about how we got here. So the MiSeq was originally launched back in 2011, and it was Illumina's first small benchtop sequencer, and the first sequencer we made that had onboard clustering, reagent cartridges, and software on the system as well that could do some of your data analysis. So for its time, it was quite revolutionary. Now, as Michael said, back in 2011, I was actually working in a viral sequencing lab. We were trying to figure out ways of sequencing viruses directly from clinical samples, which is, as I'm sure most of you know, quite tricky to do. So we actually bought in our lab a MiSeq just around the end of 2011, and it was really quite revolutionary for us, because at the time, Before that, we had to wait to get our sequencing done. At our local sequencing service, I think they had a genome analyzer back then, and we would sometimes have to wait a few weeks just to get onto the system. And then suddenly, when we had this instrument in our lab, we could do our sequencing ourselves and have our data back within a couple of days, and this was such a big step forward for us. And as the decade went on and we began to learn about doing metagenomics and then enrichment and amplicon sequencing, we were able to use that system very successfully to sequence pathogens from lots of different animals and humans. And it became really popular in our institute, so much so that we actually bought a second one because there was so much demand, and we eventually went on to buy a NICSeq as well. So if we fast forward to where we are now, we've gone through different outbreaks like Zika and Ebola, and we were involved in them, and we used the MySeq for those. And I'm sure many of you here did that as well. So I actually was quite curious to take a straw poll. So would you put your hand up, please, in the room if you've used a MySeq or an iSeq 100 or maybe a MiniSeq in your work? I'm really curious to see. Yeah, so quite a few of you. So I hope I'm not going to give you a surprise by telling you that all three of those systems are now end of life. I hope somebody else has told you that before. But if you haven't, then I'm really sorry to tell you now. So those systems are now end of life. We will support them until 2029. Right, by which point the MySeq will be, 18 years old, which I think is a pretty good age for an NGS platform. So now we know, after coming through the pandemic, right, NGS is absolutely critical for doing surveillance and for looking at outbreaks, right? So Illumina have got a new sequencer, the MySeq i100, and this has been released very much with a microbial focus in mind. I'm really happy to say that. So the main difference, so there's quite a few main differences between the systems, but the most important one is really is that the new system is faster and much more flexible than the legacy MySeq. So you've actually got 4 flow cells that you can run on this system, okay? So it's really flexible. So we've got, and they're named after the number of reads they do, which is nice and easy to remember. So we've got the 5M, so 5 million reads, 25 million reads, 50 million reads, and 100 million reads. Okay, so that's the 2 small ones are like doing a micro run on the MySeq, and the 25M's like doing a full V3 run on a legacy MySeq, right? And then so we've got another flow cell that can do twice that, and yet another one that can do 4 times that, okay? So the 100M is like doing a mid-output NICSeq run or a P1 on a NICSeq, and you can do that on the benchtop system now. Now there's actually 2 sequencers. There's the MySeq i100 and the MySeq i100 Plus. And the difference, so they look the same, right? The difference between them is that the MySeq i100 can only run the 2 small flow cells, the 5M and the 25M. And the MySeq i100 Plus can run all 4. It can also run the 50M and the 100M. And I just wanted to point out as well that you can upgrade a MySeq i100 to a Plus. So if you're thinking about purchasing one of these, just have a think about your current throughput and applications and how much you might expand in the future. Okay, and the other thing I'm really happy to show you is that it's not only flexible, this system is really fast. So you can do a 1/100 cycle run in 4 hours. Okay, and for 300 cycle runs, they used to take 24 to over 30 hours on a legacy MySeq. They're done in 7 hours. And the other thing that's really nice is as you move up the flow cell sizes, if you look at the red bar, so it's 7 hours on the 25M. You don't add very much when you go up a flow cell size. It's another half an hour on the 50M. And even at the 100M, it's only 8 hours. So you're not adding a long time as you go up in the flow cell sizes. So it's really flexible and really quick. And the same is true for the 600 cycle runs, right? They were 56 hours on the legacy MySeq. They're now 15 hours. So if you put the run on when you leave the lab, the data will be there in the morning when you come back. Now, I'm sure I don't have to tell you, but just what can you do with those different kinds of data? So if you're sequencing isolates, bacterial isolates, the numbers on the flow cell are pretty much how many isolates you can run, right? So 5 on the 5M, about 25 on the 25M. 50M, you can run 50 samples on that very easily. 1 million reads per sample is more than enough for a bacterial genome. And the 100M, so you can run a plate, you can run a whole 96-well plate of bacterial isolates on that within a day. And it's not just the sequencing workflow that's faster, the whole workflow is faster and easier to use. So I'm showing you here at the bottom, right, for a 300 cycle run that would have been 32 hours on the legacy MySeq, or 24 if you do the smaller run that's only got 15 million reads. Okay, sure, that's done on 7 hours now, but the run setup is also much faster. So there's no thawing of reagents that takes an hour. There's no denaturation of your libraries because that's done on the system now. So there's very few touch points to set up a run. It's really easy. And then again, at the end, there's no post-run wash. There's no washes, okay? And the data automatically goes into the analysis. You don't have to set up the data analysis at the end like you do at the moment. It will automatically be analyzed. So the results will be waiting for you when you go back. So the whole thing results in at least a 4-fold saving of time. And that's really critical, right, when you've got an outbreak or a foodborne outbreak or a health-associated infection. You want that data back as soon as you can. Now, one of the other things it does that's different is that the default pathway is actually index-first sequencing. So rather than doing the index reads for the sample tags after the first read, the default is it does them at the start, and it gives you a % demux after just a few hours of sequencing, so you can see how your indexes were, and that's really nice. Of course, you can still do it the old way if you choose to do it like that. But you get insights into your run like that really, really early in the sequence run. So there's quite a lot of technical innovations that have gone into this. I'd like to share some of them with you before I go on to talk about the microbiology applications. So first of all, you've now got a patterned flow cell. So that all-important cluster density that you're used to, that's actually set by the spacing of the wells on the flow cell, and it can't change. So these flow cells are really forgiving to use and load for the users in the lab. If you overload them a little bit, the clusters don't get closer together, and you don't get that drop in data quality. Your run still works, which is really, really nice. It's very forgiving to use. It's got Illumina's new chemistry, the X-Leap, which is the fastest and most accurate chemistry. And it's got quite revolutionary optics that I'll tell you about in a minute, the CMOS sensor. It's also got a new cartridge, which integrates the flow cell with the reagents and the fluidics, okay? And a really easy to use user interface. You can plan your runs in the cloud or on the system. And it's also got Dragon built in. It's got hardware for doing bioinformatic analysis built into the system if you want to use it locally or if you want to use it in the cloud. So the imaging is one of the most revolutionary things about this new system. Now, if you think back to it still feels weird calling it a legacy MySeq, right? But that's what I'm going to keep saying. So if you think back to the legacy MySeq, it had a microscope inside, and it had to take multiple images all the way along the flow cell to actually do the sequencing, right? So there were 19 tiles in order for it to cover the whole flow cell lane. But there were also the top and bottom surfaces, and it had to use a different color for every nucleotide. So it actually took 152 images every time you sequenced a base. And that takes time, right? And when it was running, you could hear it clicking away, taking all these images, right? And that's one of the reasons the sequence runs take quite a while. So now we've got a CMOS sensor on here. It's a little bit like the iSeq 100, but it's a massive improvement, right? So you've literally got a CMOS sensor underneath each nanowell. So you can think about it as each DNA molecule that's being sequenced actually has its own camera. And so it takes a picture of the whole flow cell at once. So that's one of the reasons that speeds it up so fast. And the other thing that's really nice about it is that it can't go out of focus, right? The flow cell is literally, the camera is fixed onto the flow cell. So when you have those horrible things, when your cleaners come in and they bump your MySeq and it goes out of focus, right? That kind of stuff doesn't happen anymore. We also have, I've got one here, quite a revolutionary new sequence cartridge. So this is the flow cell, okay? But it actually integrates not just the imaging, but the reagents on the same cartridge. So what you're seeing here is the back of the CMOS sensor. And the imaging starts on this side. So you have one of these sensors on the 5M and 25M, and two of them on the 50 and 100M. And then inside this part, we've actually got the reagents, but now they're lyophilized, they're dry, okay? So there's no liquid inside this, it's a dry cartridge. And you've got the fluidics built into this as well. So this is the fluidics pump. You know that part inside the system that the engineer has to replace every year, the little pump, that's in your cartridge. And on the back, you've actually got the microfluidics all in here. So everything's integrated into one dry cartridge. It's pretty amazing. And this is actually recyclable. So at the end of the run, you can disassemble this. All the white plastic parts can go in your plastic recycling. And then we've also got, very simply, a wet cartridge. This has the buffers that are used to rehydrate the lyophilized reagents and to do the run, okay? And again, at the end of this, in the end of the run, you can disassemble this, and all the white parts can go into your plastic recycling. In fact, the whole system has been designed with sustainability in mind. And I'm sure this is a situation that you're familiar with, right? The dreaded phone call from your stores. Your Illumina order has arrived. And you have to go downstairs and dig through boxes of dry ice, right? And all the wet packs and the freezer blocks. And then even then, when you're done with that, if you don't want to build a literal igloo in your office, what do you do with all the polystyrene eskies, right? So this is a complaint that we get a lot, and we've listened to you. And I'm really happy to say we've massively reduced the amount of packaging. So when you buy a MiSeq i100 reagent cartridge, it ships at ambient temperature. There's no dry ice. There's no freezer blocks, okay? It comes in a small box with no polystyrene esky, which is really, really nice. And of course, you're not shipping all that heavy dry ice around the planet, but it's much easier for your end users as well. Now, this was made possible by these lyophilized reagents, and I had the pleasure to talk to one of our R&D scientists, and he said, look, Gavin, it's a little bit like making freeze-dried coffee. And I think he was dumbing it down for me a bit, right? But really, it was a long-standing collaboration between our formulation scientists, between our manufacturing scientists, and our engineering teams. They've actually been working on this since 2017. And they had to go through many, many, many different iterations. They had to really understand each reagent to come up with a formula that could be stable when it was a powder and kept at room temperature, and active, able to be rehydrated inside the cartridge and the fluidics and be active. And what this means for you is that not only do the reagents ship at ambient temperature, you store them at ambient temperature. They go on the shelf in your lab. You can store them between 15 and 30 degrees. So they don't take up space in your fridges and freezers. And you don't have to wait that long thaw time. You can take a cartridge off the shelf, load it, and start the run straight away. It's much, much easier. We've taken away a big pain step. And you also, it's more consistent because you don't get those times when you were in a hurry and you maybe didn't quite thaw the cartridge completely, or your technician was a bit distracted or tired and they forgot to invert it enough to mix it before you start the run. And those things can mess up the runs quite a lot. That just doesn't happen anymore, okay? That's gone. So what about the data? The all-important data. So I'm happy to share that we see a massive improvement in data quality with this new chemistry and with these fluidics and the optics. It all comes together. And we're seeing about a 4-fold reduction in the error rate, which is pretty huge. And also a large increase in the quality scores. The data is just much, much nicer. I'm sure if you've run the MiSeq 600 cycle runs, you're used to the fact that you do get a bit of a drop-off in the data quality, especially, you know, in the last 50 base pairs or so, and especially in read 2, right? And so what you're seeing at the top of this, the blue bar, that's the MiSeq I100, the 600 cycle runs. So the quality stays really, really nice right the way along both the reads, even if you're doing 2 by 300. Okay, and so the minimum spec for the legacy MiSeq, I think, was 70% Q30 for these 2 by 300 runs. Now it's 85% Q30. That's the minimum spec. In the field, we're usually seeing these at 90 or the low 90s or even up to 95% Q30 for 600 cycle runs. And I'd like to share with you today, some of you have heard about this, and this is in the pipeline. This is still in R&D, but it's coming soon. So this is a 1,000 base pair run, so 2 by 500. Okay, and this is coming soon. So I'd like to have you all have a think about what you could actually do with that technology, right? So I'm thinking you could do longer 16S amplicons. You could do probably V1 to V7, I reckon, with this. You could use it for really nice metagenome assemblies because you can do longer paired end reads with this that are really accurate. This is 95% Q30, and you get it back in 24 hours. And the other nice thing is the error rate is really low. Can you see the orange bar at the bottom? That's the phi-X error rate. And I know actually in R&D they had to make a new phi-X for this because if you're familiar with phi-X, the insert size is about 350 base pairs. And so you would actually read off the end of it with this. So they had to make a much bigger phi-X library in order to even do these tests. So that's going to be a new product as well, I think. Okay, let's talk about some of the applications, right? So you can do the data analysis on board this new system. It's got Dragon built in. So Dragon is a physical piece of hardware that does accelerated bioinformatics analysis. So if you don't have a friendly bioinformatician to do your analysis for you, you can do some of this on the system. Of course, you can still take the data off and use it for whatever you like. So these are the pipelines that are on board the system at the moment, and we are expecting more to be added soon. So we've got BCL convert. That's like BCL to FastQ, okay, except it's much faster because it's run by Dragon. And it also actually runs FastQC as well, which is it's very much like multi-QC. So you get multi-QC reports on all your samples that you've put in at the end. It does that actually for all the pipelines. There's a library QC module. That's more for people that want to rebalance their libraries to run them on like a NovaSeq or something, but it shows you, what your libraries look like and how well your indexes are pulled. But the two at the bottom are specifically for microbial sequencing. So we've got a small whole genome sequencing pipeline and also the Microbial Enrichment Plus, and they're built into the system at launch. So this small whole genome sequencing is obviously for doing resequencing of like bacterial-sized genomes. So what does the BCL convert, and it runs the Dragon FastQC, right? And then it does the mapping and aligning to your reference genome. You can give it any reference genome that you like, that you're working on. And it does the small variant calling. It generates all the normal metrics files, right, and the coverage and everything else, but it also gives you some nice graphical outputs. Here you're seeing the coverage data in the coverage tab. So yeah, that's a really nice pipeline to have built into the sequencer. It's also got our microbial enrichment pipeline. Okay, so that again does the BCL convert. It can do sample dehosting and then identifies which pathogens you've got in your sample and then gives you consensus genomes. It will do AMR analysis for you if that's appropriate, and if it's the right organism, it will even run Nixclade and Pangolin for you. And that's compatible with all of our on-market enrichment panels. So the respiratory viral panel, the urinary pathogen panel, the viral surveillance panel, the respiratory virus panel, or any custom panel that you'd like to put into it as well. And it doesn't just generate consensus genomes for you, it gives you really nice outputs. So this is an example, I think, for the respiratory pathogen ID kit, and that's a panel that actually has hundreds of different bacteria, fungi, right? Bacteria, viruses, everything that might go into respiratory infections, and it will classify the organisms that it sees in there, as well as give you all the other reports. And if you're running the viral panel, it'll give you the coverage of each virus as well as the consensus genome. And so that's built into the system. So what else can you use this system for? So actually, first of all, I should say that Illumina were quite careful, and they did a lot of benchmarking to make sure the data was equivalent to the old MiSeq. So what you're seeing here is data for microbial, so bacterial whole genome sequencing for a couple of different bacterial species. And you'll see that the mapping and the coverage uniformity is the same or better than the legacy MiSeq. But of course, the mismatch bases are much less, as you'd expect from higher quality data. But we've also done extensive benchmarking for 16S, for all our viral panels like the VSP, the RPIP, and the UPIP, as well as oncology panels and other applications. And that data, we've published that, that's publicly available. Come and see me afterwards if you can't find it and you'd like me to give you a link, I can show you that. Well, one of the top really use cases for this instrument, right, is because it's so much faster, you can use it to get your data really quickly in case of disease or any kind of, outbreak situation. So in the case of doing, say, bacterial isolates, you can use Illumina DNA prep. It's about, 3.5 hours to make your libraries. Then you can do the sequencing, so 600 cycle runs, and analyze all the data fully. You can do that within less than 24 hours. Okay. And that would have taken the best part of 3 days on the legacy system. So it's much, much faster. We've got a bit of example data here. This is actually from PulseNet. I don't know if anyone from PulseNet's here. I hope I'm not showing data from someone that's here. Right, cool. All right. Yeah, I thought there might be. So this was really a test, I believe, that PulseNet did on a salmonella, on a multi-drug resistant salmonella outbreak from food. Okay, so it's really important to get that data back quickly when there's an outbreak in food. So I think they knew the results from these already, and it was, but the results, they did 32, I think, cultured isolates here, and you can see them clustering really nicely in the different outbreaks, just as they expected. So the lower ones were the infantilis outbreak. And then there was actually 2 more that you can see once they've done all the genotyping and MLST. They come from a different outbreak, and then the top one is the enteritidis. And it's a really big advantage to get your data back so quickly for these. If viruses are more your thing, as I mentioned, we've got our viral surveillance panel that does full genomes for over 200 different species of bacteria. And I will say, as I used to do a lot of this work myself, this is a really well-designed panel. So what you'll find with a lot of the multiviral panels is that they'll put in one reference genome, and it might well not match the virus you're getting because you get so much variability in the sequence. The way this was designed is they actually made consensus genomes for every single virus they put in. So it should work for every strain out there. And where they weren't able to do that, they just put in multiple different strains. So for example, for dengue, you've got all 4 strains of dengue in there. It's a really nice design product. That's for enrichment, but if you prefer doing amplicon sequencing, we've got a kit for that as well. So it's called IMAP. So this is like for doing tiling or your classic Arctic type approach. It's got everything that you need in the kit except the viral primers. You supply them yourself, and you can go like that. And there's plenty of well-published Arctic schemes for using with this. And we've also got a version for doing flu sequencing, which has the universal primers at the end of the segments that you can use for doing influenza A and B. So all of these products you can run on the MiSeq i100, of course, because the library prep's quite fast. And you can do a 300 cycle run and the analysis and get your data back within 18 hours. And again, that would have taken over 2 days on the old system. Now we have labs actually kind of all over the globe now have adopted this, so it's not so new. We've got a lot of these systems out in the field. They're performing really well. And we've got labs all over the world using these viral panels with the MiSeq I100 to get their data for outbreak investigation and surveillance. So this is the full suite of microbial products that we've got at the moment. I know the writing's really small, so for metagenomics and for isolate sequencing, we've got Illumina DNA prep. We've got our, I can't see, sorry, we've got our viral panels. So the RPIP, the UPIP, the multi viral panels, as well as we've got one for TB as well. And on the right, we're seeing the full suite of microbial analysis apps that are available on BaseSpace in the cloud. It's just the bottom two right now that are on the MiSeq I100, but we're expecting more of these to be added very, very soon at the next software release. I think we should be seeing the Microbial Amplicon app and maybe the 16S as well coming onto the instrument. But right now, you can run all of them on the cloud. Yeah, so to sum up, the new MiSeq I100, okay, it's faster than the legacy system. It is much, much easier to use. And I didn't mention, because I don't work in sales, it's also cheaper to run, so it's the cost per gigabase is also less, okay? And with that, I will leave you to finish your lunch or go back and get seconds, and thank you for the attention. Oh. And if you would like a Lego MiSeq I100, we have a limited number available over at the desk there. Please just scan the QR code if you'd like one of them. And I can take some questions now, please. Okay.
Yeah, so I've often found bugs in the Dragon workflows.
Mm-hmm.
So, given the fact that this stuff is not published and it's kind of commercial or all that kind of stuff, what as a community do we do with bugs like this? I mean, and is there any way to make this stuff more open so that we can actually do what we do with most of our workflows, which is to actually review it in the open instead of like trust the black box?
Okay, so first of all, I would strongly encourage you to report bugs like that to us. Tech support at illumina.com. Just tell us.
I'm not an Illumina customer. I'm analyzing somebody else's data.
Okay. But it's still a fault in our pipeline, so please tell us. Please tell us, because if we don't know, we won't know to fix it. Okay, so that's 100% something. If somebody's told me that, I would take that straight up with our product managers. In terms of the openness on this, the apps that are available on this system are fairly closed because it's meant for people that are, not necessarily doing. You're doing a similar thing every day. It doesn't have all the different things that you can change and tune on it. The platforms in the cloud are much more open to changing the settings. But on the system, it's naturally, like on the instrument, it's meant for people that are not bioinformaticians. So there's a few things that you can change, but it's designed to be easy and quick to run. Yeah. But you can always take your FASTQs and analyze them yourself in your own pipelines. Yeah. But no, thank you for that. I hadn't heard of anyone saying, like, literally fill in of reference sequencing, it should be ends. That's crazy. Yeah.
Are you planning to move to the new cartridge format also for NextSeq instrument?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that because I don't work in R&D, right? And they don't tell me everything because I work with the customers and they don't trust me. So, but I won't be surprised if they're working on a mid-throughput platform with that kind of capability, but I don't know. I'd love to see it, though. So the NextSeq 1000, 2000 already has Dragon, but it doesn't have those applications on it at the moment. So if that's something you'd like to see, just please, send in an email to your sales and your support people, and that's something we can advocate for. Yeah.
Can you comment on the actual price compared to the MiSeq 100 cartridge?
I would defer to my colleagues in sales because I'm in support and I actually can't get a quote and I don't know what things cost. Put your hands up, Way, and Cormac can answer that for you. Yeah. Yeah. So we're saying that compared to the cost of an iSeq 100 run, which is about 5 million reads, the cost of a 5M cartridge, which is the same amount of data but better quality, will be about 30% less. Thank you, Way. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'll have to refer you to my colleagues in sales.
I'll save him from being in the hot seat. So a couple of things on pricing. Firstly, for low to middle income countries, all of the reagents, the instruments included, are available through the Global Health Access Initiative, which means commissions to our channel partners are included in that price. That price is standardized across all of those geographies, and the only additional costs are your local taxes and duties. Now, the question then extends to discounts for existing customers, and yes, there are loyalty discounts not only for the iSeq, but for the MiniSeq and the MySeq as well. Those are in place for the MySeq i100 Plus through to the end of the year at this stage, and they are most certainly accessible. They are framed as loyalty discounts because obviously the legacy systems are still functional, usable systems and are still supported until 2029. And so they can remain in your laboratory being used in parallel to your new system, should you wish.
Every 10 cartridge free?
Not out of my lips.
Any final questions?
Of course.
What's the operating system on the new one? Is it Linux?
Yeah, it's Linux. Yeah, it's Linux. It's Linux with a skin over it, but it's actually fairly kiosked, actually. It's designed to be easy to use, and it's not that easy to get into the Linux underneath it, but yeah, it's a Linux background. Everything with Dragon tends to be Linux because the Dragon works with Linux as well. It's similar, but again, it's quite hard to. It's not designed that you can go into the background, right? So you can't minimize this control software and get into the Linux behind it. Yeah. 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 So our engineers can help do that. I will say, like, IT and networking is one of the biggest challenges in installing a lot of these things, and absolutely. But we've made it work everywhere that we've had to. You can work with our engineers; they're really good at that. Don't ask me about IT. No, it's not. Promise, it's not Windows. Yeah.
Because you've got the indices at the start of the reads now, can I get a partial base called read after 50 bases?
Not yet, no.
Like, that would be
good,
a
wouldn't
killer
it?
app.
I know.
We
So
could
you have
actually-
to wait to the end of the run still, but you can do a 50 base run or a 100 cycle run and get it right really quickly.
Did I hear you mention 1 by 100 at the start?
Yeah. 1 by 100 is 4 hours.
Yeah, because
And that's enough for a lot of
people
things.
think you need paired end reads to
Yeah.
assemble a gene, but you
Yeah,
don't. We
you
were doing
don't.
it with 36 base pair single end reads back in the day.
Exactly.
And we can 100 base pair single end reads would assemble fine.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
I think that
Yeah,
would be
if you're in a hurry, 1 by 100 is fine, and you can do that in 4 hours.
It would be better if I could get it part way.
Yeah,
and
I
then
know.
still get the final gene.
Yeah. The 4 hours isn't long.
I have a question. The cluster generation, when you do the index first, does the cluster generation happen with the indices, or does it happen with that? Okay, so
No,
it's still the first section of the genome?
Yeah, it's still the first section of the reads that does that. It's not
Okay.
the indexes. Yeah,
All right,
that's right. So it does that passing filter stuff after 25 bases as usual.
Any final questions? All right, you're saved from the hot seat. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you, Illumina, for all your support.
Okay, it's right on 2 o'clock. We're going to get going. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully you had a good lunch. Ben Howden's my name. I'm Director of the MDU Public Health Lab and Co-Director of the Centre for Pathogen Genomics here at the University of Melbourne. My pleasure to chair this next session, which is on data standards and accreditation, so moving from platforms to how we use those types of platforms and what sort of data and accreditation standards we apply. I guess as we're widely implementing genomics across countries, there's some different sort of certification and accreditation models, and there's groups such as PHAGE and IPSM working to coordinate global cohesion and standardisation, and this session is going to focus on how groups are approaching data standards and accreditation in their relevant contexts. And so we're going to have quite a few talks, but the talks are slotted for 15 minutes, but we'd like the speakers to stick to 10 to 12 minutes, and we'll have time for some questions after each talk. And we're going to kick off with Emma Griffiths, who's a University Research Associate at the Centre for Infectious Disease Genomics and One Health at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, and her work is really focused in this area. And your topic is PHAGE data standards. Is there a minimum standard we should all follow? Thank you very much, Emma.
Thanks so much. Perfect. Oh, yeah, sure. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. So as Ben mentioned, I'm at Simon Fraser University, where we develop methodology for developing ontology-based data standards. In fact, some of our collaborators, our provincial and federal partners, are here today, and we work with them to develop standards for Canada. But we also use this methodology at PHAGE, the Public Health Alliance for Genomic Epidemiology, to develop international data standards. If you haven't heard of us, we're an international volunteer group with the mandate of improving the reproducibility, interoperability, accessibility, and portability of public health bioinformatics. We have hundreds of members representing over 30 countries, many different organizations. Everyone is welcome. And of course, that sounds like our mandate sounds like there are many challenges, and that's a lot of work. And we attempt to find solutions for a lot of these problems through the work of 7 different working groups. I co-chair the Data Structures Working Group with my partner in crime, Dr. Finlay McGuire, also a fellow Canadian. But we are really the figureheads, and the work is really pushed forward by the work of our members. And I know we have a number of different PHAGers here in the audience today, so PHAGers, put your hands up. Fabulous. And this is usually the point in the talk that I say at the end. I would love to welcome easy questions or compliments, and any difficult questions or complaints can be directed to those folks in the audience. So the question that was posed to me by the organizers during our discussions was whether there is a universal minimal metadata standard. Is there something that we should all be using? And this is an important and also a very kind of perennial question. Anytime a lab or an organization is embarking on a new surveillance initiative, what should the minimal metadata be is usually one of the first questions that's asked. And so this usually has to be discussed, often debated. But it is important for many reasons. Having a standardized set of minimal metadata, especially one that is internationally prescribed, can really help facilitate global real-time matching of pathogens and comparability between regions. It also is very powerful for facilitating public health in a lot of different ways. So by getting the minimal metadata right, we are helping to provide the right kinds of information for action and decision making. It helps to increase consistency by improving compliance and efficiency. So if you know what the minimal metadata is going to be across different programs, your curators already can build up the expertise to be able to do this work. You can be streamlining data flows, you can be streamlining approvals and agreements as well. Of course, having a standard set of minimal metadata also helps to facilitate interoperability and helps to contribute to that the interoperability between different data ecosystems, as Tim was mentioning this morning. And also having a standardized minimal set helps to integrate all kinds of information, whether it's public health, food safety, One Health, with research as well. So it's really powerful for research and innovation. Now, so this question, what should the minimal set be, has been asked many times by different labs and different standards organizations. It has also been answered many times, including by GMI. So if you cast your minds back in 2015, GMI put out a set of minimal metadata fields, and you can see that at the bottom of the list here, bottom of the slide here. And this list contains fields like what the unique identifier of the sample would be, the organism, who collected it, what the collection date would be, some geographical information, if there is a host associated with the sample, what the host is, the host disease, the host health state. Also, if there is an isolate or a strain identifier, that needs to be provided, and also information about the sample type, otherwise known as the isolation source. And if this list looks familiar to you, it's because it's been implemented in different ways, in different places many times. So for example, it has been implemented in biosample packages of the INSDC. It's been implemented by phage in our own minimal metadata specification. It's been implemented in different genomic standards consortium, minimal information checklists, and it's also been implemented in an ISO standard for whole genome sequencing for characterizing foodborne pathogens. Now, that being said, there are, across the different organizations that are creating these minimal standards, there is a lot of overlap, but there is some variability. So for example, for phage, we don't really prioritize latitude and longitude as a required minimal field. That's often very difficult to provide. But we do ask people to include more information about their sampling strategies, because that can contain different bias or limitations and can impact how you interpret the data. Between the different minimal sets that have been put out by different organizations, there can be some structural differences as well. Many organizations ask for sample type, but say at phage, one single field, that's often very hard to be able to contain all the different devices, all the different kinds of sample types, and so we prescribe a few other different fields to help organize that information a little bit. But there is a large overlap in that list of fields that would make up the minimal set. So there is some consensus in the international community. And so I would start to think of reframing the question. Instead of saying, is there a minimal set, I would start to ask, if minimal sets have been already recommended, why are we having trouble complying with these minimal sets? And there are many reasons, and a lot of them we've already discussed today, and I'm going to run through these challenges very quickly because I want to get to the solutions. So some of the reasons are lack of motivation or incentivization. So sometimes labs are just not aware that there are standards bodies out there that are prescribing these lists. And so that's a problem. Sometimes there's a lack of recognition of the authority of standards bodies. A lot of times different jurisdictions, they have their own priorities and they'd rather make their own lists. There is a perception that sharing is benefiting others rather than yourself, and so people want to do their own thing. Sometimes the burden of curation can be very high. A lot of times different bits of the information can be in different databases that you may or may not have access to as the lab that's performing the sequencing. So for example, if you can remember, one of the minimal fields from the GMI list was host health state. That could be in a hospital or a clinical database that perhaps your lab cannot access. Every time you ask for another field of information, somebody or some kind of tool has to go and pull that and extract that information, and so that can cost money and it can take time, and so that's also a curation burden. There also is the issue of the perception of risk. And so, for example, we've already discussed today the issue of re-identifiability. Sometimes labs don't have a really good feel for what individual fields or what combination of fields may make information become more identifiable. Also, sometimes public health labs will rely on research funds to start up a program to provide enough evidence that it's working before they can make it into a routine operation. And so there is that fear of being scooped and that they will lose opportunities by sharing even the minimal set. And then, as we've already discussed as well, there is a patchwork of different international, national, and institutional policies that need to be navigated in terms of understanding what can be shared. And these policies may or may not address sequencing directly. And there's also different players and actors involved, such as privacy officers or lawyers who may have different priorities than, of course, ourselves, who would be, trying to act as good data citizens. So what are some of the potential solutions? Generating consensus. So getting different standards organizations to come together and unify their messaging. So establishing consensus and interoperability across standards bodies, canonizing the basics, emphasizing what best practices are, and providing justifications for all the different kinds of information that are part of that minimal set. Better dissemination. So a lot of times our different standards or the minimal recommendations are in different websites, they're in different GitHub repositories, different papers. Different labs don't necessarily have time to explore all of these different options. And so I think we need to, as a community, to be making these standards more accessible. That would also be helped by authoritative voices, and we discussed that a bit today as well, getting IPSN involved to endorse some of these standards and to promote them, getting accreditation bodies involved, possibly funders, and then advocacy at all levels. So for all of us to take back what we're learning back to our labs and be advocating for the use of standards would be very helpful. What is also very powerful is demonstrating how the minimal set would fit in more comprehensive standards. So, the minimal set that we saw today, I mean, that's not going to get you too far. Someone suggested this morning, every time you have a different pathogen in surveillance initiative, you're going to need specific information pertaining to that pathogen. So being able to go from a minimal set and then understanding the best way to add on extra fields and terms to evolve the standard so that it fits your needs is something that we need training for. Also creating registries, one-stop shops where people can go to explore what standards already exist, and that's something that PHAGE and IPSN are currently working on, and Tim mentioned earlier this morning. Being able to enable local to global customization. So taking maybe a standard that's very large for your specific surveillance program and being able to create exchange formats so that the minimal set or permissible information can go to different places, whether that's INSDC or any other public repositories. That's key as well. So it's not just establishing the minimal set, but it's creating that interoperability to be able to address different situations, different needs, and to send your data to different downstream locations. And of course, having examples of implementation to show people how that will all work together is very important. So I just wanted to wrap up with a call to action to the group here. I think that GMI and possibly collaboration with IPSN should work with standards bodies, so I've named a few here, to come together and put out a consensus position paper describing what possible minimal sets are with those justifications, to articulate what best practices are, and to be able and to show people how they can be implementing those things in their programs, and to be fitting those in with larger standards that are fit for purpose for their own initiatives. And lastly, for everyone to tell their friends. So friends don't let friends treat their contextual data or their metadata like a second-class citizen. So I'd just like to say thank you to our funders and to all of our partners. There are too many to mention. Thank you to everybody at PHAGE. This is a picture from our 2023 conference, and I think it was mentioned this morning. Our 2025 conference will be at the end of October, and we would love to see as many of you there as possible. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I've got time for a couple of questions. Something from the room? Oh, yes, up the back. Yeah.
Thanks, Emma. Great talk, as always. So talking about like a minimal metadata set, would it also be useful for like a minimal or data best practices usage? Like how you would use these?
So, like worked examples and things like that. Yeah. Okay. So, what I didn't have time to describe to you today is phage incorporates a minimal set across all of its different standards. A lot of the different standards are pathogen based, and in creating the package for implementation of a standard, it comes with much more than the standard itself. So the standard needs to be incorporated into some kind of tooling to put it into practice, and it needs a lot of different kinds of supporting materials. So reference guides that provide definitions and examples for different fields and terms, but also curation SOPs. So how do you actually fill in the standard, and then having a slew of worked examples. So having different scenarios, and then showing how you would pick out the critical pieces of information that would need to be standardized, and then what that would look like in the tooling. So there's a whole pile of other things that you really need to support data standards.
Hello, thank you. A lot of people in this room are interested in risk management and risk assessment. And to me, you need more than just the metadata. You need does it cluster with a clinical case, or are these virulence and pathogenicity genes connected to this linkage? Do you know, are there any efforts, are you moving toward sort of better data for global risk management?
The short answer I would say is no, but Mark, if you have any ideas, we would love to have you join and help us build those. I think another challenge is, well, since you're talking about risk management, coming back to the metadata, is that in order to understand which single fields or combination of fields could be risky, we don't have a nice tool or an algorithm that would spit out a number that would help our decision makers to evaluate what is more shareable. So not exactly what you're talking about, but something like that I think would be useful.
Great, thank you very much, Emma. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Tim Roloff from University of Zurich, Institute for Medical Microbiology, talking about the need for in silico controls to benchmark pipelines. Thanks, Tim.
So, hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'll be spending some minutes on the need for in silico controls for benchmarking pipelines. And if you think about a pipeline, there are basically many steps from raw data to interpretation, and often these are subsequent tools that are executed, each tool with different requirements, dependencies, libraries underlying databases being used, different software. And if you think about how this is implemented in the lab or how it was done in our case, this started with a simple script that would basically just do one or two things. Then there was a second script that was added, a third script which wrapped the two scripts. And then in the end, we had like 3 different Conda environments and had to switch between them to get them to work. So this is very prone to creating errors, and there's a lot of assumptions in there. The assumptions basically can also influence the quality of your data. And we recently had an example when we were able to alpha test the Paradigm 500 kits that were mentioned in the talk over lunch. And this broke our pipeline because we just never thought that Illumina would produce 500 base pair sequences in the reads. And then things like genome size, ploidy, and so on. So, and if you think about the relevance of the output that we produce, where we identify species and abundance, where we look at outbreaks, where we define or find resistant genes, and where we find virulence factors, this had a direct implication for patients, potentially. So we'd better be sure that this works reliably. As an example, I'm going to use the immense pipeline we're developing. So from moving from our set of scripts, we then took the next step. We started to containerize all the different components. We used workflow management with Nextflow. We have a log of the databases used and each tool version that is exported at each time that we actually execute the steps. And the reproducibility here comes at many levels. So this starts with the pre-processing, then assembly, the annotation, the taxonomy, the resistance, virulence detection, and the typing in the end. And all of them can have an influence on the results that we report to the clinicians in downstream. So what we do for our workflow in our lab is that we have a set of strains that we run every time we use a new library prep, we change anything in the sequencing workflow, that we add a new tool to the system. And this basically looks something like this here, where each blob represents one isolate, and you want to see the new isolate that has been now sequenced with your new workflow on top of the ones that have been sequenced in the past, so you can actually draw the same conclusions with the same pipeline. So it's very important here to know the limits of your pipeline, and in order to be able to interpret the results correctly. And the limits come at different levels. So it can be the tools themselves, so understand what the boundaries of the tools are that you're using. In the biological interpretation, so how do you actually analyze the different results that you get out? But then also at a level lower where you then look at genotype-phenotype correlations, because basically in the end you're doing a prediction of genes that are there, for instance, AMR genes, and this has a direct influence on how a doctor might treat the patient based on what you tell him. So how can you control that and make sure the results are reliable? And the one way you can do this is using in silico controls. So these are data sets that you know very well. This can be sequencing data that you already have and have analyzed, or it could be synthetic data. You know a ground truth. Ideally, this is machine readable, and so you can actually reuse that and compare it to the results that you're generating in the next run of your pipeline. And then for evaluation and comparison of bioinformatic pipelines, you can use this data set to actually benchmark how well you deliver. Ideally, you would cover with such an in silico data set different platforms, Illumina, Oxford Nanopore, just to mention two of them here. It should be realistic data. You should cover a diverse set of genomes, AMR genes, and species. Plasmids are something that is popping up more and more, so ideally you would also have plasmids in there. And then downstream the MLST, CGMLST, or serotyping labels where possible. The gap we have at the moment is that there are certain data sets available in the public domain, but some often they're either incomplete, so some of the metadata is missing that you would need to actually make good use of them. Sometimes it's also incorrect what is stored in the databases. Then the data sets that they often don't cover the edge cases, so you want to know how well does my pipeline work even on bad samples, and where does it fail. So people typically tend not to upload poor data, so you want to have that covered as well. Then mixtures, plasmid located AMR genes, and novel alleles. And without controls, you cannot really tell the limit of your tools and data quirks. And the data sets that are out there are often too big to actually manage. So here's just a non-comprehensive set of examples. So there's a AMR benchmarking data set published in 2022. This alone has about 270 samples in it from 22 different species. So if you think about having a low middle income country bioinformatician with his laptop running all these through, this would just take too long. So this is not manageable. There's nice data sets from Precision FDA and FDA Argus, but also those are really big. And then there's data sets for in silico evaluation and calling of methods up there. So basically, we would like to have a smaller set that we could work on, and that would cover the species identification, AMR detection, and typing. And for species, you would want to make sure you can call the right species or genus and have a certain precision in doing so. For AMR genes, you would want to call the right genes or the alleles, and ideally even mutations. And then for typing, have a match to the sequence type, or even CG-MLST allelic differences and serotype concordance. So you've seen all the pictures I have on my slides, and they were nicely generated by Sora. So we're moving into the domain of machine learning and AI more and more. And you could say, well, this will solve all our problems. But actually, no, because the machine learning and the models are built on a certain data set. And this basically defines what these models can detect. There's a risk that you overfit to a certain lineage, so that you're not actually detecting a resistance gene, but you're just detecting a certain lineage in your data set. And this you want to avoid. So you want to be sure that the model you're using is actually applicable to your data. And for many of them, this is currently still a black box. The other risk is that you have a data shift or model drift. So if a model is trained on Austracker data here in Melbourne, this might not necessarily be directly transferable to the type of strains we see in Zurich. And so there will be constant retraining and reanalysis. So rather than taking machine learning and AI as a tool to solve these problems, we actually have to be very careful in using these and compare them to rule-based models that we've been using in the past. So to tackle this challenge, we're working on a data set that can be used for benchmarking, and this is a great collaboration with the team here in Melbourne, with Thorsten, Tuyet, with Jake, thank you. Yeah, exactly. With Adrian and with Ben. And we're setting up a set of control strains that you can use to benchmark your pipelines. This comes in 4 tiers. First tier where you define your species. A second tier where you can check whether you can detect AMR genes. A third one where you have outbreak clusters that you should be able to detect. And then a fourth one which has some challenging cases and things where even our pipelines failed. And this is in preparation, and we're setting up a ring trial at the moment. And this data set will then be made available publicly, so you can benchmark your own pipeline. So I'm a bit ahead of time, but this is already my take-home message. The in silico controls can help us to actually benchmark our pipelines and thereby generate trustworthy whole genome sequencing data. And we've heard about trust in the talks this morning already. There should be a measurable performance for species identification, resistant genes detection, and typing. And this is also especially essential to validate machine learning components for robustness and transparency. And as I just said, we're setting up a manageable data set covering all use cases. And this will come out soon, so stay tuned. Or if you're interested in joining this effort, then talk to Jake or myself, and we'd be happy to discuss this further. And just talking about AI, you can see the transparency on the very right-hand side of the slide, so don't trust everything that comes out of the pipeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim. Questions? Yes, Ben. We'll just wait for the mic, please.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be talking to you because I'm talking about something quite similar later this afternoon. I wasn't clear. This is which range of species are you looking at in this project?
So I think we have 23 different species. We have a range of different species in terms of GC content of the genome and genome size. And then we have typical species that are relevant for clinical microbiology and foodborne pathogens. But I mean, this is nowhere comprehensive to cover everything. But I think it's a start. Yeah.
I think it's that issue of being pragmatic and achievable versus trying to do everything. There was a lot of discussions about that, I think, during the process. Yes,
and you said this is just in silico, because we have a lot of requests for live bacterial cultures as well. And then the other question is, I guess in your paper you're going to give them the answer. Will there be culturable material or future?
So for all the strains, we have the cultures. We haven't really discussed it in detail yet, but potentially they could be shipped. But this adds a total new level of sample handling and so on. Something to be discussed. And the benchmarking data set we're going to put out will come with our expected results, so we can benchmark against that when you test that. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a really timely talk for part of the stuff that we're doing back at work. We are trying to generate a data set to analyze a new QC pipeline that we're working on. And one of the tough things was going back and finding those failed data sets and the failed runs, because generally, once it fails, you want to forget about it and do it again. Will your data set also include failures for different reasons?
Yeah, so we have a minimal set now with too low coverage, wrong species submitted, not assembling, contaminated. Yeah, this is the tier 4 of our set. Yeah.
And do you have like an estimated timeline of when that's coming out?
I mean, we're going to work on it this week since I'm here. We have an idea of submitting an estimate abstract for that, so that would be November then, but let's see if that's feasible.
Thanks, Tim, for the talk. I think it's a really timely initiative. Can you talk a little bit around the criteria or metrics for success or non-success in terms of using this data?
For which question exactly? So, I mean, we have certain standards for the data quality, so 30x coverage should be achieved. It should be the right species. We're using different tools to call that. There's a number of resistant genes that have been confirmed by PCR, which we know that should be there. But, I mean, this goes on and on, so it really depends a bit on...
So in terms of, say, generating the consensus genome for a bacteria or a virus?
Is it only bacteria? Is it only bacteria?
Yeah, it's only bacteria for now, yeah. No viruses in there. And so we, I mean, we compared the Melbourne pipeline with our pipeline. In our set, we're using the Aquamis cutoffs mostly, except for certain species where we were more stringent than what they submitted. But surprisingly, it nicely correlated between the two labs. So we had very few discrepancies in the analysis. But happy to discuss the exact cutoffs we use for each species.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's great. Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to a local speaker. Associate Professor Norelle Sherry is a medical microbiologist and ID physician and Deputy Director of the Public Health Lab here. I'm going to talk a bit about how we accredit bioinformatic pipelines to ISO standards. So over to you, Norelle.
Great, thanks very much, Ben. And you'll be pleased to know I didn't have to come so far as everyone else here, so it was nice and easy for me. But really pleased to be talking here. And Tim's done a great introduction to some of the similar things that I'll be talking about, but maybe coming at it from a slightly different point of view. So as the slide shows, I'm a medical microbiologist. I'm not a bioinformatician, which makes me feel like a little bit of a fraud in this session. But I think what's important to stay up the front, at the front is that this kind of work to validate and accredit bioinformatics pipelines, in our experience anyway, has been very much a team effort. So it's not really something that a bioinformatician can generally struggle with on their own, because they don't have that kind of, at least in the beginning, that understanding of the governance and ISO accreditation kind of framework. And it's not something a medical microbiologist like myself can struggle with on my own, because I'm not writing the bioinformatic tool or pipeline. I'm not doing that detailed implementation. So very much a team effort. All right, so just taking a step back, so what are ISO standards? So ISO is the International Standards Organisation. It's this big global organisation that sets standards for all sorts of processes, not just laboratories, but everything through to manufacturing and all sorts of things. But specifically in labs, it's about demonstrating that a lab can operate competently and generate valid results, promoting confidence in our work. And so lab accreditation is not just looking at individual tests, but it's a whole of lab quality framework with extensive quality assurance processes and documentation, a lot of documentation. And it does include validation accreditation of individual tests. So the relevant standards for public health and clinical microlabs are ISO 15189. I had no idea when I started in this kind of area, but these numbers keep coming up. So 15189 is for medical labs, and then 17025 is for testing and calibration labs. And that's for labs doing non-medical testing like One Health testing and environmental testing. So why do we do it? Well, with ISO accreditation, it really provides confidence in a lab's results. So particularly where you've got high profile or high consequence cases, such as legal cases, and the picture there has been at a parliamentary inquiry of COVID. And really, I think being able to stand up in there and say, we have ISO accreditation, we have this very high level of confidence in the quality of our results, and that I think it comes across really well in those situations. And in some, maybe many countries, ISO level accreditation is actually required for funding, as it is in Australia, so carrot and the stick, I guess. All right, so one of the challenges that I faced when I first started looking at validating and accrediting bioinformatics pipelines, and that it's kind of really a square peg into a round hole, right? So these standards, many of them haven't been updated in the last few years. So they're actually from the pre-genomics era, or pre-routine genomics in a public health and clinical micro setting. And so they're actually talking more about bench tests like phenotypic AST and PCR, and so it's hard to directly make that relevant to the bioinformatics pipelines without a bit of shoehorning and massaging. The other issue, as Tim has said very nicely, is that gold standard validation data sets are not routinely available for genomics, and the pipelines really need to be demonstrated to be robust, reproducible, user-independent, and operate in a stable environment. And when a lot of these pipelines, if we're talking about open source tools, they're written in a research setting, and so bringing them over to an ISO-accredited clinical and public health genomics can be quite difficult. And one of the things that I think we found difficult early on was this idea of databases having to be locked down. And so because of your accreditation, maybe you're staying with a database that's 2 years old, because otherwise you've got to revalidate, re-verify. Again, I think there's ways to work around that, but in some ways there's that tension between having something ISO accredited in a box and actually the real world of needing these up-to-date databases, needing the tool updates for dependencies and things like that. And also, most of the bioinformatics tools, as they're often written in research, not necessarily tailored for that clinical and public health reporting. So you might have to really modify your reporting, which is part of the whole ISO standards and accreditation. And it really requires that testing and validation to make sure that they're fit for purpose. All right. So this is just based on our experiences of validating quite a lot of bioinformatics pipelines and getting them all the way through to ISO equivalent accreditation. So when you're looking at validation accreditation, you can either choose an end-to-end workflow from sample to report, or you can actually do it in modules. And based on experience, modular is the best in that when one component changes, you don't have to revalidate the whole pipeline. So that's a definite recommendation from our point of view. So I've come up with this five kind of step process. So first, you define the need for your test or pipeline. So what are the use cases for it? And then you develop your pipeline, or you locally implement something that someone else has written. And so I think doing that legwork of what's available, what are other people using, look at the literature, look at repositories like GitHub, look at the performance, is it going to be suitable for your needs? And also the suitability for your environment. If you don't have a command line server, then you're going to need something with a CLI, for example. And consider adopting and or adapting an existing tool. So ideally, this needs to be actively maintained by a reputable organisation with minimal computing resources and time. The detection methods are suitable for your lab and the right interface for you. And the inputs and outputs need to be suitable for your needs. So if you're running O&T, you can't take an Illumina-only pipeline. You know, these are very simple things, but I think really important to think about early on. And alternatively, if you can't find anything useful, then developing your own pipeline. So this is the hard part. This is the validation. So first up, I think, don't rush into validation. So take a step back and design a validation plan together. So, and I think the hardest part of this is actually defining your validation data sets. So you can compare your data directly to a similar test. So for example, for AMI, you can look at some previous PCR assays and use the genomic data from the same isolates, or you can directly compare to another pipeline that is doing pretty much the same thing, for example, if you're upgrading. Or there's a more indirect comparison, so a test for a similar phenotype or genotype. So for example, an AMR genotype compared to a phenotypic AST data, or Salmonella serotype compared to inferred serotype from Genomics. So there are some of those comparisons are more indirect than others. So geno-pheno mismatches are a really big issue there, but it's also part of kind of demonstrating how something is going to work in the real world. And then synthetic data, so that idea of in silico controls, which has been so nicely introduced. And so this is kind of the example, the analogy of a spike in using genomic features from a known genome, something that's really well characterized. And you should consider how many sequences or serotypes or species you need to test to demonstrate performance. I think it's really important to say that it is not possible in many cases to test every single genotype, species or situation, such as AMR. You know, there's an endless number of combinations of species, mutations and genes, and you can't cover them all. So I think really showing a proof of principle and having a rationale behind what kind of range you're testing. So, you know, we included species that are low GC and some that are high GC and those sorts of things. All right, so planning and going ahead with the testing. So you do need to set, in the ISO framework, you need to set performance characteristics to be tested and pre-specified pass criteria. This can also be quite difficult. So the performance characteristics that are generally wanted are accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, negative and positive predictive values, and precision, so this idea of repeatability within runs and between runs, and a limit of detection. So finding a limit of detection for a bioinformatic process can be a bit mind-bending, but I think we get there most of the time, and often it's by subsetting data, so that you're looking at lower coverage, looking at what your minimum QC requirements are. And then the pass criteria, so you have to set based on either information from papers, where the pipeline was from originally, what their expected performance was, or something that you've compared to previously, or what just makes sense, what's going to be clinically acceptable in your situation. And then you perform the testing as part of the validation, and often you'll find there's some iterative changes. You know, you can actually see where the limits of your tool are, where things aren't performing well, and then you can tweak things to make it improve it where you can, or make your outputs most suitable. And this can include defining parameters that you're going to use for your QC, and restricting outputs to certain situations. So we won't report this particular drug because it doesn't meet our limits for clinical performance. And so this is some of the kind of interpretation on the right here. So specificity in a genomic accreditation kind of sense is testing multiple non-target species if you're looking at a single species pipeline. Limit of detection is downsampling data to vary the minimum depth. Precision, you can test the same QC strain on multiple runs and multiple times within one run, and that's where you're looking at that repeatability and reproducibility. But also getting all the members of your bioinformatics team to press go on an analysis multiple times, and actually that can sometimes make a difference because they may have a different software environment on each computer, as crazy as it sounds. All right, I don't have too much more to go. We should get there. So the validation part, so once you've run your analysis, then you've got this discordance resolution. So was it the wet lab results that were wrong? It's usually the wet lab. Or was it the bioinformatics results that were wrong? You go back and retest, and this can be a bit time consuming. And then when you've got discordances that you can't resolve, then you go to the literature, for example, and you say, okay, well, this is a well-known genotype-phenotype discrepancy for this particular Salmonella serotype or this particular AMR gene. And then the documentation, which I know our bioinformaticians love, it's their absolute favourite part. So there's standard operating procedures, and this includes reporting pathways, so very important to have that governance, interpretive comments, enrolling in quality assurance programs, and it can be hard to find a quality assurance program for genomics, for the bioinformatics in particular, so we often have to scour the internet and phone a friend, and if we can't get a quality assurance program, then we need to do kind of sample exchange or sequence exchange in this case. And then really importantly is re-verification and revalidation plans and parameters. So you have to define when you will revalidate or re-verify your data. And this usually involves running either a subset if it's a minor update, or your whole validation data set to make sure that after whatever tool or update or database has been updated, to make sure that the outcomes are as you expected before. And sometimes they're even better, which is great. And so, yeah, it's important to work out, are you going to run your whole validation data set every time one dependency does a bug fix? Probably not. So really just setting what those limits are and making sure you've got version control and documentation and automation where you can. Then there's the accreditation. Honestly, once you're through the validation and the documentation, that's relatively easy. Either you'll send data to them and they'll validate, they'll accredit, or they'll come out to you and quiz you on things. But really important to note that accreditation is only valid for the lab in which the test was performed. So you can't actually accredit a pipeline. You can accredit a pipeline in your lab. And then implementation, which I won't go through. Just you don't necessarily need to wait for accreditation before you implement, but it's probably a good idea if it's a high-risk, high-consequence test. And here's just one example. So I know I'm running out of time, but with Christy Horan, we validated this AMR pipeline. It's the use of synthetic genomic data where we actually knew the answer, so we could compare to our results. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Norelle. Got time for one question, if there is one. Yes.
Thanks, Nora.
Thanks, Adrian.
Just have a quick question on the topic sort of how you deal with systematic errors from previous generation methodologies. So how do we make sure that we don't kind of force old mistakes onto the new method?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the issues is that genomics better than in almost every case, better than our previous gold standard methods. So the way that we've approached this is when it gets to discordance resolution, this is what you say. The genomics is better. It has more has more resolution in many cases. And fortunately now there's a lot more data out there to support that, so you can reference papers and others. We don't, unless there's a very good reason for it, we don't actually change the genomics results to reflect the old methods. It's more about just bringing the accreditors along for the ride, to give them the information and the context they need, and that can be quite scientifically complex. But yeah, to give them the information they need just to have confidence that we think that these data are better than the previous gold standards. Yeah, thanks.
Quick question.
Yeah, I do it very quick. And good news is a very good talk. Thank you for the ISO that my talk I can make shorter because she now talked about it, everything. That comes also to my question because I'm from SC9, TC34, and we are about to have a working group for AMR standards and things. So my question is, because you talked about it and the ISO, are you in a different ISO group and do the same thing? Because then maybe we should talk. To not duplicate, the effort.
Oh yeah, happy to chat. No, I'm not on any ISO groups. Just these are the ones that our lab's accredited for.
Then we invite you to join our
Oh
working
goodness,
group.
I'm in trouble now. Okay, thank you.
Lucky you, Norelle. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norelle. Okay, we're going to move on to a talk on implementation of the phage harmonisation tool at NCID in Johannesburg from Sabelle Jallow. Yes, please, welcome. I'll just find your first slide. There we go. It's a green one.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be talking about implementation of the phage harmonisation tool at the NICD. That's not my talk. Okay. Okay. All right, there it is. Okay. So very briefly, the National Institute of Communicable Diseases in Johannesburg has 9 centers. Our center is called CHARM, which is the Center for Healthcare-Associated Infections, Antimicrobial Resistance, and Mycosis. So we perform surveillance on hospital-associated bacterial and fungal infections. For bacteria, we normally work on the escape pathogens, and we also do One Health surveillance using wastewater and have projects in pigs and poultry, which we do in collaboration with scientists at the University of Pretoria Veterinary School. So for this project, we wanted to characterize Enterococcus species from wastewater and poultry, and to also investigate potential transmission to animal handlers. And so this was during COVID, and our collaborators at UP were not allowed on farms. And I think there was also flu outbreak, so they couldn't sample. So we ended up dropping that part of it and decided to look at wastewater to also characterize Acinetobacter and Klebsiella species. So very briefly, for Klebsiella, we were able to isolate 343 samples from wastewater, and most of them were Klebsiella pneumonia, 57%, Klebsiella, I can't see a thing, Varicola, and then Oxytoca. So for Acinetobacter baumannii, we had 623 isolates. Most of them were baumannii, which is 80%, Acinetobacter tandoi, PTI, and for the rest were just single sequences. So normally from clinical samples, we see a lot of nosocomialis, but this was not found in wastewater. For Enterococcus species, which we mainly focused on, which was because that was the basis of our project, we isolated 803 samples. Mostly were E. hirai, then we had 12% Faecium, 3% Faecalis, and then we had other Enterococcus species. So for Enterococcus, we also did antimicrobial susceptibility testing, and these are the results we found. None of the samples actually had any drug resistance. They were not phenotypically drug resistant according to CLSI guidelines 2024. And you'll see that all the isolates were sensitive to penicillin and ampicillin, which is a nice thing. And for the few that had intermediate resistance, this is mostly to erythromycin, which was expected. We were mostly targeting vancomycin, teicoplancin, and linezolid. And so this is what we've seen. And then so we chose a few samples to do WGS to look at predicted AMR genes. So we sequenced 100 samples, and this is where we used the harmonization tool, as our pipeline uses about 4 different AMR prediction tools. And so this is the data that we have, and although there's no phenotypic resistance, because there's intermediate resistance, some of these resistance genes are present. We found for aminoglycosides, PCM, about 97% had a resistance gene. For glycopeptides, which were our main focus, almost all of them, except HERI, 90 to 100% had at least one AMR gene, but the AMR genes that we found are not essential. They only increase resistance. Tetracycline, 72% resistance genes for Picalis. For other Enterococcus species, which are not the usual ones, 50% had a high-level resistance gene to fosfomycin, etc. So the phage grant. So we just wanted to talk a bit about the phage grant and how we found using harmonization. So we received $20,000, which was sufficient for our work. The time frame was only 6 months. So this was our main challenge, because the grant approval procedure at the NICD can be quite lengthy, especially after COVID. So this requires the lawyers to look at the grants, approve it, and then have the CEO sign it. And in this case, it took about 4.5 months, so the end of the project. But so we didn't anticipate this, and I thought that the grant actually starts when the money comes, but the grant starts when they approve the grant. So this was one of our challenges. And we also had some issues with ordering, because we have a procurement system where we need to get quotations and then load it onto Oracle. So these were all issues that we had to deal with, but apart from that, everything was fine. So briefly on how we do bioinformatic analysis at the NICD. So the NICD has a separate sequencing core facility that performs all next generation sequencing. And this includes bioinformatic analysis. So they have scientists and bioinformaticians. So all the other centers send samples to them, and then they sort it out, send you results. The sequencing core facility has a dedicated genomics server for data analysis that's accessible to students and staff as well. And for AMR analysis, one of the bioinformaticians developed a pipeline called Jaqueza, which is publicly available on GitHub. And this was written in Bash, R, and R Markdown, and it currently runs on the server. So this reports, the reports from this are in Excel and HTML format. So our experience with harmonization, we didn't find it very easy, and I think this was mainly because we have our own pipeline, and to use harmonization, we had to incorporate it into our pipeline. So we were not able to do it on our own. We had to consult with a bioinformatician to do this. And so from his account, he had to install SnakeMake and use containers, because there was no option for Conda. And so, but however, once this was done, the setup was okay and quite straightforward for the lab staff to be trained and to use a simple SOP to follow the procedure. We were asked what was the most useful output. So we use harmonization for the gene detection. So the gene detection and the confidence fields were the most useful for us. All the software and the databases that are part of our pipeline were all in the harmonization program. And both as our pipeline both Excel and HTML formats were available, we prefer the Excel format because we are able to easily perform downstream processes with the Excel sheets. So one of the things we found a bit strange was that when there were similar results, Phage didn't report it as a single result. It actually repeated the result. So if you have, for example, a single gene, everything's the same, it would report it over and over and over. So when you do your reporting, you would actually have to manually simplify or summarize the data further. So our recommendations are that sometimes there would be a need for bioinformatician when you're using harmonization, which is not always available in all labs. So maybe in the future, there can be a window-based command that would be more accessible for everyone to use. The AMR detection software and databases are included. However, continuous monitoring needs to be done as other software and databases become available or become more relevant. The format is fine, but then the grouping, there's need to refine that better so that there's minimal editing. That is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabelle. Any questions or comments? Yes, we have one here. Just wait for the microphone. He's coming. It's here.
Thank you. Your sensitivity and resistance pattern is very interesting. You said that the genes are, gene increases the resistance but not essential. So how do you explain that? This is one. And the second one is, having looked at the pattern, I'm wondering if you know about the use of antibiotic in the clinical practice and as well as in the agriculture. Do you have a current view of what antibiotics are being used, basically?
Yes, so we know what's available in South Africa and what's being given, and that's what we use, the panels that we use for our AST is based on what we know is available. So, but the samples that I'm showing are from wastewater. And so the genes that we're showing, so these are known genes, and they're known to, because of their mechanism of action, they don't actually cause full resistance on their own, but they only increase resistance. So, yeah.
So basically the reason why I have asked it, because in Bangladesh we have seen that, the farmers, particularly in the farming, in poultry farming, they use extensively next generation antibiotics, like colistin, the last resort drug for treating the gram-negative bacteria causing irresistible infections. And whereas the very common antibiotic like penicillins are neglected because they believe that if they use penicillin or others, maybe this will not prevent the animal from infection. So this is what is causing, reversing the resistance pattern, making them sensitive.
In South Africa, there's very strict control of antibiotic use and coming in and out of the country. So certain antibiotics are restricted for use in animal husbandry, and even within the clinical settings, certain antibiotics are allowed to use depending on the stage, and you actually have to apply to use certain things.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll move on. Thanks very much. Okay, I'd next like to welcome Jane Hawkey from Monash University in the Alfred Hospital. And Jane is a computational microbiologist working on hospital-associated AMR infections. And is going to talk to us about the AMR rules project. Thanks, Jane. Is that big green?
Over there, okay.
All right, thanks everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about AMR rules. And the goal of AMR rules is to really try and create expert-curated standards for understanding your AMR genotypes, which hopefully might answer some questions that I've seen raised already today at this conference. So currently when we think about antibiotic resistance, really the gold standard for this currently is phenotyping. So we take a bacterial isolate and we do some kind of assay. In this example here, I'm showing microbiotic dilution, and we get a result, a concentration of drug where the bacteria is no longer able to grow. And then what you would do is you would go and look at some breakpoint tables provided to you by an organisation like UCAST or maybe CLSI. And then from those breakpoint tables, you would get an actual interpretation for that assay result. And in this case, it would say, oh, this Klebsiella is actually resistant to imipenem. And then you would do that for all your different drugs, and you get your nice little table that gives you your sensitive and resistance calls. So that's great for phenotypes. But what about for genotypes? So currently, I think we're sort of in a world now where genotyping for AMR determinants is a really fundamental task. And there are lots of different ways that you can do this. So there are lots of different databases for a start. I'm listing 3 of what I consider to be the most commonly used here. And there are then lots of different tools. And we've already seen a talk about harmonization, which was a tool developed by Phage to try and standardize the outputs of all of those tools into a single format. But what we're still currently missing is the actual interpretation. So when I find gene X in species Y, what does that actually mean for a particular drug? And from a personal perspective, so I work closely with our clinical genomics service at the Alfred, and it deals with lots of different organisms, and I'm not an expert in all of them. And inevitably, I will have a day where a clinician will come to me and say, hey, Jane, I got this weird bug from a patient. It's this thing you've never heard of. Can you tell me what it's resistant to? And I'll go, run it through the tool and we'll see. Or they'll say, hey, we're treating our sink with this and we found this bug. Can you tell me if this bug's resistant to this detergent? And I'll go, we'll run it through the tool and we'll see what comes out. And the other problem that we have is that often these tools are reporting resistance determinants that are found in these genomes, but they're actually core genes, and they may not always confer resistance to a particular drug. So this, for example, is showing abbreviated AMR Finder Plus output for a wild-type Klebsiella pneumoniae genome. And all 4 of these genes that AMR Finder Plus is reporting are actually core genes in these species. They're found on the chromosome. So the top one, the SHV beta-lactamase gene, this actually does confer resistance. This makes all Klebsiella pneumoniae resistant to penicillins. If you're an organism expert, you would know that Klebsiella pneumoniae is intrinsically resistant to penicillins, and that's because of this particular gene. However, the FOS-A gene will increase the MIC, but the Klebsiella will still be susceptible. And these OQX A and B genes are actually efflux pumps, and when they're under normal regulation, we don't get any resistance to the drugs that are listed here. So if you weren't a Klebsiella expert, you might accidentally infer that actually this wild-type strain is resistant to 3 different drugs, when in fact it just has its intrinsic resistance to penicillins. So we have developed a working group as part of the SGEM study group out of ESCMID, which is called SGEM AMR. And our goal is to try and develop interpretive standards. So the workflow we imagine is you have your genome, you run it through your genotyper of choice with your genotype database of choice, and you get a genotype report. And then you apply the rules and you get an interpreted genotype report as well as a generic genome report that sort of summarizes by drug the different determinants. And this working group is currently being led by Kat Holt and Natasha, and I'm the lead on the bioinformatics, and then we have our coordinator, Xiaoji. We currently have 166 members, all broken up into different organism subgroups. So we're representing the escape E pathogens here. We also have working groups for other WHO priority pathogens, as well as a wide range of other organisms, many of which I know very little about. And we also have a data and tools subgroup to help guide the development of the standard and the actual code that will interpret the results. So this is an abbreviated, I'm showing you an abbreviated form of the standard here. So each organism will have a file that has all of these different columns. So there will be a rule ID for each particular rule. It will tell you what organism, specifically the species, that corresponds to, and we're following NCBI taxonomy for this. And then it says, if we find this particular gene or this particular mutation in the gene, then we expect a particular drug phenotype. And for our genes and mutations, we're using accessions currently from RefSeq, and we're using the HGVS standard to specify mutations, and then we're using CARD drug ontology to specify the drugs. And then it will say, is this phenotype a wild type or a non-wild type phenotype? And then for what is the clinical category that we would say, is it resistant or susceptible? What is the breakpoint? We also give information about, if we're giving a breakpoint, what is the actual breakpoint standard that we're using for that? So is that UCAST? Is it an ECOF? Is it CLSI? What is the actual evidence for this? So what are the papers? What type of evidence do we have? Is it mutational evidence? Is it some sort of like X-ray crystallography? Are we sort of looking at the binding of the protein product against the drug? And we use the evidence and conclusion ontology to define this. And then according to the people in the particular working group, what do they consider, how strong is that evidence? Is it high, moderate, low, or very low? Sometimes we have really good evidence for a particular determinant in one species, but we don't have any evidence at all in a closely related species. So in the species where we've got the evidence, we might say that's high evidence, but then in the related species, we might say that's moderate. We're pretty confident that that's going to be a similar phenotype, but we haven't actually ever tested it in that species. So when you apply the rules to a genotype report, here I'm showing you again an example summary output for this same Klebsiella, wild-type Klebsiella pneumoniae. So on the left here, I'm showing an abbreviated form of the AMR Finder Plus output. And then once you run it through our rules engine, I'm showing you an example code command down here, then you get all of the additional information pulled from the rules. So it will annotate each of those rows with the information from the rules. And you don't have to do this just for one organism at a time. You can give it many different results files at once, and then just give it a file that says, this sample is this species and this sample is this species, and it will apply the rules to each one. So currently, in the current release, which was from a few months ago, we currently have core gene rules available for all of the escape E organisms, as well as Neisseria gonorrhea. And actually that working group moved very quickly, and they also developed rules for acquired resistance, which was great, as Salmonella and Yersinia. But we have plenty more work to do. So the planned features for future releases are as implementation of the genome report. So currently I've just showed you the example of the genotype sort of annotating your AMR Finder Plus output. We also want to provide a summary by drug, and that's currently under development right now, and I'm hoping to have that out in the next couple of weeks when we're all at IMEM in Porto. We'd like to have more core gene rules for more organisms. So, some organisms, there's lots of people in the world that work on those, and so we have lots of data to work from, and then other organisms are much rarer and there's much less expertise. So we'd like to see more core gene rules for more organisms. And we're also starting to work on the development of evidence standards for rules where we're basing it only on statistical evidence. So this is sort of the genotype-phenotype correlation type work. You've got 10,000 Klebsiella, and you've got phenotype data for all 10,000, and then what's the statistical association with particular determinants. And that really feeds into the rules for acquired genes, which we haven't tackled yet for most organisms. That's quite complex. And I guess because I'm at a data sharing conference, I'd like to encourage you all, really, in order for us to develop these rules for acquired genes, we don't just need genomes, we also need their matched phenotype data. And that's currently something that is really lacking in the public databases. So would encourage you all to share that if you're able. Because we're working with ESCMID, most of our focus has been on UCAST breakpoints, but we're also very keen to support CLSI breakpoints as well as veterinary breakpoints. And at the moment, we're currently only working with the AMR Finder Plus formats and databases, but we have plans to support interpretation using both CARD and ResFinder output, as well as output from the hammerization tool from Phage. Okay, And that's everything from me. So I'd just like to thank everyone that's been involved so far. I've got all the subgroup leads for our different working groups on the right. And of course, Kat and Natasha and Shaji, who do a lot of work behind the scenes getting everything organised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Questions from anyone? Yes, we'll start at the front here.
Hi, my name's Alexis. I can see clinicians really starting, like, the usability of this tool being huge, but also the suggestion that I'm about to say I know has 100 other problems associated with it. But is there any way to, like, Google rate the advice? Like, if people do go in and use it, you have a column for that this is strong advice, strong evidence, and then you have your moderate one. When people are using this tool for moderate evidence, is there any way for them to feed back in and say, yes, it worked, no, it didn't, for antibiotic, like for treatment of those
yeah, I think that would be really good. I guess we haven't thought about that yet, but I guess that would come back to sort of sharing the genome and phenotype data sort of back in and into that particular organism's working group, so that then they can look and update those rules as necessary. Yeah.
No one from NCBI's here.
No, but they are involved.
Oh, they are. That's
Yes.
what I wanted to make sure, because
Yeah.
they want better interpretation, and if you have data that, corrects errors, then they want to know and they want to be involved.
Yes, no, we are in contact with the NCBI AMR Finder Plus team, and we have in fact had some genes actually removed from their database because it was clear that they were they didn't need to be reporting those. So that's been really good. So yes, we are keen to work with both NCBI and CARD and ResFinder directly to do all of that. Yeah.
Okay. I guess this is from cultured bacteria, but if we go one step more to look at the shotgun metagenomics, how do you think here? Because since you get to couple the species to the antibiotic resistance, is it long read sequencing that to be able to use the rules?
Oh, yeah, so I can't see why. So I guess we're gathering the evidence based on cultured bacteria because that's where you can actually do the phenotype testing. But I don't see why you couldn't then apply the rules to a metagenomic sample, provided you know what organism the gene has come from. We do have, so we do think, especially when it comes to acquired genes, obviously there's going to be rules that are going to apply across a wider taxonomic order than just a species. So we do have plans to sort of have a hierarchical level of that. So you could say, okay, well, we think everything within the Klebsiella genus, for example, or maybe the Enterobacterales, we think that these rules actually apply. And so then maybe if you don't exactly know your species, but we're not quite there yet.
Last one.
I guess a lot of people didn't even know you could submit antibiogram
Yes,
data
that's
to
a good
NCBI.
point.
How have you found the process of submitting antibiogram data to NCBI?
I have not yet submitted any, but it looks relatively straightforward. I think the complexity is that at the moment NCBI and ENA store this antibiogram data in different ways, and it's easier to upload it with NCBI than with ENA, but there's currently no crosstalk between the two databases, but that is something that we've been talking about in phage, and it'll be a slow process, but we'll get there, I hope. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think actually the bigger challenge is actually getting it off your Vitech machine or whatever into a format that you can then upload. Yeah. Yes, and we're working on that in phage as well.
I don't know if you have time, but it's part of the biosample. The antibiogram are the MIC scores in a specific format. If you go to NCBI pathogen detection, there's a column for where the antibiograms are, which samples have that. It's like almost 10,000, I think, maybe more. So, but more is needed.
Yep. Yes, and that's great. But unfortunately, ENA store it in a different way, which is, frustrating.
I'm going to take the prerogative of asking a quick question from a clinical microbiologist point of view. I'm sorry to do this, but we know we get different MICs for e-tests versus broth microdilution. And so how do you know the phenotypic data you're using is robust?
Yes, great question. Maybe you should join our data and tools subgroup to discuss that with us. Yeah, so we do know that there are, depending on the drug and the bug, there are different methods. And so I think it's an open, active discussion about how you grade that evidence. And I think a lot of that comes into the statistical association stuff as well. And because it's not just about that, it's also about the diversity of your data set in terms of like population structure and everything, country, lab, all that.
Great, thanks, Jane. That was excellent. Thank you. Okay, lucky last speaker just before we have a break is Maria Hoffman. Maria is currently Acting Branch Chief for the Genomic Development and Applications Branch at the FDA. I'm going to talk about ISO WGS. Thank you. I'll just get you to your slide. It's just the big green one.
All right, so I promised I'm going to make it shorter. So yeah, thank you, Jane and Shabby, for the perfect introductions for my talk. So I'm talking about ISO TC34SC9. That's the food microbiology ISO. Also we do microbiology of the food chain, the standards. And this idea happened because we were developing with WG as a working group 25, an ISO standard for genome sequencing used for the food microbiology. So this has been done, and that's the number 23418/2022. So after this was done, and I was one of the members in the working group 25, which was led by Aris Train. I think he's also a GMI person, so I'm sure he talked about this here. And then the idea came that it is important to also have maybe an ISO standard for the AMR detection using WGS. And so then they came to me and said, hey, Maria, do you want to lead this? I was like, oh, maybe no. So I did my postdoc at the Center for Veterinary Microbiology, so together with Shawa and Pat McDermott, and it was under NAMS, the National Antimicrobial Resistance System, Surveillance System in the US. So, but now I'm, on the genome sequencing part. However, the convener is not supposed to write the standard. He's just supposed to work with the members who have the knowledge. That's why we invite a lot of members to do the standards together. So before you can be a working group, you have to be an ad hoc group for the ISO standard. So it takes a long time to do an ISO standard. But like Sherry said, it is important, especially for Europe and also Australia. And so the mandate for our ad hoc group number 5 was to get members together and to talk about and to come up with a brainstorming, to have cards and to investigate the need of such a standard work for the AMR of bacteria based on sequencing and also on MIDI-TOF, mass spectrometry, with a One Health perspective. So like I said, I'm the convener, and the co-convener and secretary is Michael Sussman, and he is from TC16. SC16, sorry, TC34SC16. So SC16 is the horizontal methods for molecular biomarker analysis, also food chain. At the time when we started, which was in 2023, we were about 21 members. Now we are 59 members with 13 countries, but I see Australia not on it. So Sherry. So yeah, the thing was we wanted to have really a One Health perspective, and that's why the core was also sent out to TC212, which is from the clinical samples. They are like doing medical laboratory standards and in vitro diagnostic systems, and also to SC16. But it was originated from the food chain, so therefore we didn't get enough members from 212. We have only 2 members and 1 member, which is Michael Sussman from SC16. So we met 4 times in 2023 and 2024. And the outcome was that we decided, I wanted to mention, one of the members, so because I think maybe some are interested, I don't know everyone in my head, but it is part NCBI, Michael Feldgarden from AMR Finder Plus. We do have the Denmark for REST Finder on it, and also René Henriksen from Denmark, who does a lot of AMR surveillance work. Anyway, so the ISO standards, and obviously from NAMS, CDC, NAMS is also on it. So it was discussed that it's very important to have it. It was discussed how we're going to do it, right? It's used in metagenomics and amplicon sequencing and whole genome sequencing. And finally, we decided to keep it simple with the first one. So the idea is to have a working group
and then have a part 1, and then have more parts developed afterwards. And the simplest one is the one we are all using, right? We all use surveillance, molecular typing, as whole genome sequencing for AMR. And especially for surveillance studies. And it has been, from the NAMs, as well as a part of the Europeans, the Rennie Kendrickson with their team, EFSA, that they are having used it, right? They all have a pipeline for AMR. So we were thinking we're going to go from the standard which we used for WGS, the 238 watch I mentioned earlier, and then have this as how we're going to start it, and then just have a pipeline for AMR detection using bioinformatic pipeline. So we have to make sure that it is findability, accessibility, and interoperability, also using the FAIR across platforms and technologies. It's not a replacement for susceptibility testing, right? AMR is just like an addition to it, which can be used. It's not seen as a replacement. Unfortunately, we only had 2 experts from the MITITOF approach, so we decided to put this to the side. We start with whole genome sequencing, and if we do get more experts from MITITOF and if there's an interest, we are going to do it. And again, it was seen that we want to collaborate with SC16 and TC212 to make it really a standard which can be set in different settings, because we have an isolated bacteria, so the sequencing is the same, the pipelines might be the same, but the interpretation might be different from different experts. And then we met again from July 2024 to 2025, 3 times. And during that course, a new work item proposal was developed and written. And it was submitted to TC34 SC9 for approval. And so it was sent out to all the member states, and they read it, and they came back. Sorry. First, so you can see, I wanted to keep it shorter, what is included in this. So we were talking about what we want to do, like I mentioned earlier, AMR detection via whole genome sequencing. We want to do the genes and also mutations. We have different platforms, like the CATS, ResFinder, and CBI. And again, with the One Heights perspective and alignment. And so it was sent out and conducted between February and May, all the comments from the different member states. And all the member states who were part of it actually agreed to it, besides, which is funny, the Germans. And I'm German, if you can't hear. So they actually disagreed with it. However, when we talked at the plenary meeting, we decided, and we heard everything, it was then decided to do something different. That is why with ISO standards, sometimes it's really complicated. So the first plenary meeting, we thought we're going to make the working group under TC34 SC9, and then call for experts from the other, the clinical section as well as the animal section. During this plenary meeting, and based on the German comments, it came to a new vote between the member states, and it was voted to not have the working group under TC34 SC9 alone, but actually do a real joint working group. So SC16 already agreed to it, and then I have written, which is here in the resolution, a document and send it to TC212 to ask them if they would also be part of the working group. And that would mean we're going to have 3 conveners from each ISO group, 1 convener. It's going to take a little bit longer, but now all the different sectors are part to vote, and actually really part and included, and can reach out to more experts, right, in their sections. The TC212 meeting is in September, and they're going to meet and then hopefully vote that we're going to have a joint working group between all of us. If they should not vote for it, the plan B is to make it out of SC9 and just move forward until, like we did right now. But hopefully they're going to vote yes, so that we can have then a real joint working group. And one of the alignments the TC212 was really asking us to do is to be in alignment with WHO, FAO, and the World Organization for Animal Health for their AMR framework, to have this incongruent, because it is really important to have that standard being used and inclusive, and we don't want to, do a mistake. So all together. Thank you. And again, we do look for really experts and members, and we are meeting, and it's a lot of work, but hopefully we're going to get there. And again, it's very important to have the One Health perspective in it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Emma, yes, I can see your hand first.
So thank you so much for that presentation. It was really, really fabulous. And I'm really excited about this expansion into AMR. My question to you is, are you including a metadata section in your standard? And I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay. It was discussed. So far, we have, please, go with it. We wanted to reach out to you, so that was part of it in the discussion, and we wanted to go back to the one we already did, right? And
perfect.
Yes.
Yes, because when we were doing 23418, we were struggling with the scope. And we initially had information to be able to, like fields and terms to capture information about hosts, which would be the animals and the clinical side. But it was decided to take that out because it would be less controversial. And we just stick to like food chain. And so we do already have structures that are ready to go if you are interested. So
yes, very interested. So so maybe you want to join too.
We can chat about that. Thank you.
You're on a recruiting drive, yes. Okay, any other questions?
The more, the less work for each individual person.
Can I just clarify one point? Will the standard be applied for clinical reporting? Yes, as well as surveillance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're right on time, so thank you very much for that last talk. And you do get released for a break now, and I think you've got 30 minutes, so we're going to start right back on 4 o'clock exactly so that we can finish on time. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and be a good chair and get going on time and make sure we finish on time. So, welcome back, everyone. So we've got 3 more talks. So it's the same topic, and we've got 3 more additional talks, and I think it's been interesting so far, so I look forward to the rest of the presentations. So the next one is on the HSC perspective on data platforms and standards, challenges and considerations for aligning with international standards. Julie Haendiges is a research biologist with the FDA's Division of Food Safety Genomics, and we'll look forward to your presentation. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I am giving this talk in place of Dr. Ruth Timmey. She couldn't make it, but she really sends her regards, and she really loves this meeting. But I'm really excited to be here for my first GMI. So let's talk about this. One of the things we've all know now is FDA's Genome Tracker program. So for over a decade, we've been sequencing the pathogens from foodborne sequencing the genomes from foodborne pathogens that we find in food, animals, facilities, farm, water sources, all over that spectrum. We collaborate closely with other U.S. Government agencies, CDC, USDA, NOAA, to integrate all of that data into a public database at NCBI. Right now, the database houses over 2 million sequenced genomes, which is amazing. That's so much data. But you can see that Genome Tracker has a small part of that 2 million. We're around 155,000 pathogens. We are not only located in the US with our researchers, but we are global. And we have Australia as part of our Genome Tracker network, and we're also expanding into India and Indonesia. So one of the things we're going to talk about is some updates for you guys. So in 2022, the GenFS group got together and they started coming out with this One Health enteric package for metadata standardization. Sorry, I'm trying to click through this. So some of the highlights, we wanted to really improve metadata, because there is good metadata, there's better metadata, and there's best metadata. If I told you this isolate is from a chicken, what does that mean? Is it a live chicken running around on a farm, or is it the chicken that I bought at a grocery store? And if you're like me and you're doing those comparative genome studies, that's really important when you're looking at environmental swabs. You're looking for where all of these isolates are coming from. So the One Health Enteric package really helps improve the metadata. We have 4 different core sub-packages that the metadata can be addressed to. So for the FDA, we have the wildlife testing, which is mostly the NARMS stuff. So that's the animals that we're sequencing on farms. We have the food testing, which is the food that we were getting from outbreaks. Inspections would be on-site inspections where we're going into facilities. And then the research in the ag areas. We have a lot of longitudinal studies that are ongoing in the US where we're looking at regions that we are having reoccurring outbreaks, and we're trying to determine, what is going on in those areas. So we're out there swabbing a lot of things. It's really hard to see this, but this is where we've highlighted some of the metadata that we try to make mandatory. For the food facilities, it's really important, like what kind of swab was it, where was it? That's all really important stuff. So one of the things we did after we implemented the One Health Enteric package is we wanted to go back in time and kind of clean up all that data. So all of the GenFS groups really took it upon themselves to go back and update 650,000 records. It was an amazing lift by this team working with NCBI, and all of this had to be done with Excel because there's no easy way to update the metadata, unfortunately, with like an API type package. Our partners at CDC uploaded all of the clinical isolation dates. That was one of the things where a lot of times we couldn't see when that sample was collected, and it's very nice that they went back and updated all of those. Every year we have a metadata cleanup challenge where we kind of go through and we say, let's look at everything that we've uploaded for the year and let's just make sure it's correct. So now NCBI is not here, so I'm going to kind of show you the One Health Enteric package in real time. So this is a sample where I have highlighted the updated metadata. One of these is this sample was taken. It was a soybean meal sample. And when we originally look at it, it says geographic location was Delaware. But if we dig into the metadata, it actually originated in Turkey. And now we have the food origin source as a mandatory data requirement. The other thing that is really nice is source type, which I'll show in another slide. We have food, so that if it was chicken, we would now have a better idea of what kind of chicken we're looking at. And we can also see that this was a targeted surveillance sample. Another highlight of another biosample with this package is an environmental swab. So this one I was really excited about because I recently did a study and I had thousands and thousands of environmental swabs, but if you're trying to figure out source attribution and whether a CRVAR correlates with certain things, me saying an environmental swab tells you nothing and you have to delete it from your data set. This, however, tells me that this swab was from a manure belt in an egg product facility, and they even went down to the level of telling me what chicken house it came from, which we are not asking for, but it's pretty cool information. Another update in NCBI is a lot of these new metadata sources are available to add onto your trees. So this is something that I actually just learned about, which I learned something new from the folks at NCBI every year. But you can adjust the tree labels that are in PD. and make them how you like it, and then it will remember your choices. So this one, we put the food origin because, again, we have a sample here from Chile, but we can see that it was sourced in Chile and isolated in the US. So we would know that that was an import sample. The other thing that we have is we have a creation date and a collection date. This is highlighting the clinical updates from CDC. So we can see that it was sequenced in 2022. However, the sample was collected in 2021. So it's really important when you're looking at longitudinal things to see when that sample was actually collected. Another new tree label is that source type I was talking about. So you have 4 choices. You have food, environment, human, and animal. And you can see in this tree we have all 4 represented. And that really kind of brings home that One Health enteric idea, or sorry, that One Health surveillance idea. Some of these attributes are also available in that table. So if you're like me and you go in there and query things and download that giant metadata table, you can have those populated for you. The template is available on NCBI. However, I'm going to give the plug to our GitHub site, which I would suggest you get these from because we quarterly update them. So if you always want the updated package with some of the new standardization, you would want to get it from the GitHub because the NCBI doesn't update as fast as we do. So now the other side of the talk was looking at how high-income country standardization and what we can push out to the rest for globally. So these are some of the challenges that we have. So within a country, it's very complicated. If multiple submitters are submitting data, we kind of need to standardize things within country ourselves. So really kind of trying to figure out, like was talked about earlier, standardizing that metadata, using the same templates, can we all work together and really improve the consistency of the data that's being submitted? The other thing that's really important is curation. As we know, it's very resource intensive. As I spoke of when we did that metadata challenge, it was very intensive on both sides, the submitter and the curators at NCBI. It takes a lot of work to update that data, so it's better to have good data going in instead of trying to go back in time and fix that. And then the other thing that's really important is direct collaboration. So working with NCBI, if you're putting your data there, to find out the easiest ways to get all your data there, to make sure that everything is great going into it. So some of the solutions for that, some of the ways to move forward, is really one of the things that we would like to see is that the submission curation can be automated. So working on creating API tools to really improve metadata cleanup without having to use Excel files. The other thing that really came to a head this past year is really supporting those databases. Funding is very important. So as we all know, things can change very quickly, and we don't want to lose those databases. So really trying to find ways to fund them, working with different governments in unstable environments to really try to find out how we can put the money where it needs to go so that we can create these really great databases and support them in long terms. And then really it's just expanding our engagement globally. So conferences like GMI and PHAGE and IPSN just really all working together to show that this data is not siloed to certain countries. It's really important globally, and then improving those data standards. And I would like to thank all of the team at FDA and Genome Tracker for really supporting this program and this talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, that's very powerful. Has anyone got any questions? Peter.
So just a quickie, the metadata update, were you then able to do this because you were submitters on NCBI? Because one of the problems that I've had as a third-party user is that when I discover incorrect metadata in the INSTC databases like NCBI, because it's owned by the person who submitted it, there's no way to actually do a kind of community curation effort and say, look, no, this origin is clearly wrong and those kind of things. So I'm just wondering that you could do that only because you were the submitter, right?
Yes, so it was everyone working really hard together. All the public health labs were submitting to correct their data. Even though they were under the umbrella project, it was still the individual labs' efforts to fix that data. So it is important when you create submissions, looking at the submission group so that within your facility is the owner of the data and not an individual that may leave and move to another facility.
Love that presentation. Thank you very much. I have a really quick question for you. So love that you're able to separate where geographical locations in terms of like where something was sampled versus where a food originated from. So in Canada, that we are not necessarily allowed to share that kinds of information because we're a little bit nervous about wrecking relationships. So I'm just wondering, how does that work at Genome Tracker? That seems to be fine, being able to say that a food was from a certain place.
I might pass that question to Granddad over there. But I think part of it is most of these are imported samples.
Right.
So we're not really putting the firm on blast. We're just saying this came from a certain country.
Right.
But Mark might have more insights to that.
Yeah, this is why we have something called GenFS, which is Genomics for Food Safety. It's a internal meeting with everyone at the table, FDA, CDC, USDA, and we talk these things out. And we used to just like step on toes. I'm very good at stepping on toes, cause a small problem, and then we sort it out later. But we're trying to do more of this up front. And so I think it's getting the people at the table, having the discussion, walking through what's the barrier, and then reaching a solution for it. So you can work through a lot through communication.
And some countries really like to put us on blast. So,
it's mutual.
If it's an imported from the U.S., they like to be able now
Mexico's been sequencing all of our potato isolates.
So they like to say that potato came from the U.S. and it's not a Mexican potato.
We invite all of this. We invite any concern. These are all on the table. But if we stick to the facts in the records, then the facts are the facts.
Great, thanks.
So kind of to add to this discussion, sometimes from industry's perspective, it's incredibly helpful to have some of the data, especially when it's related to them. When I was at FDA, I was on a call with a firm, and the firm was specifically asking Canada which province the sample came from, because that would help them identify the facility. Right. And Canada said no.
Yep, that sounds like us.
So, but that's part of like a way, right, here's what you can do with the data, right? Like if industry is asking for this, I mean, that is incredibly helpful information.
Thanks.
They also ask for the dates because they know when they shipped lots out. They also ask for all the state location of where clinical cases came from. They didn't get that.
All right,
Very
thank you.
Interesting discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, Peter, you're up next, talking about ISO in a box. So Peter's from the South African National Bioinformatics Institute. I'll just get you to your slides. There we go. It's just the
It's Sanby. Yeah, no, the name quoting is a problem. Yeah. I have Phage stickers, limited supply. But if you want more, come to PhageCon in October in Cape Town. And if you're lucky, you'll go see Sanby, because it's not actually being held at our institute. Just like this is not your institute, you know. But anyway, yeah, ISO in a box. So apparently it's the green button, okay? So yeah, I mean, I can keep this really short because the previous speakers kind of covered like everything that we're doing. But so we're starting from the same place where some other people started, which is that we want accreditable bioinformatics workflows in labs that are already using standards like ISO 15189 for their microbiology workflows. Okay, but most existing labs are not set up to accredit bioinformatics workflows, and the challenges are disproportionately difficult for laboratories in lower resource settings. Okay, so the challenges are things like the difference between the language that we use in bioinformatics compared to those used in the wet lab, different competencies and training requirements. This is a thing that we're seeing pathogen genomics being adopted many, many places, but like the competencies that you need for this, the managers will not necessarily know who it is that they need to recruit, you know, and how to evaluate people. This is also coming up in my other role as co-chair of the phage infrastructure working group. And yeah, the difficulties of validation and verification, the different considerations in terms of update cycles, and the pace of innovation. I mean, especially as was said earlier, the stuff is so often coming from a research space where, you know, move fast and get your PhD is the rule rather than like have a stable, you know, validatable product, okay? But overcoming these challenges is critical to allow research translation and ensure global equity. I think another point that's very important to mention here is that, as was said at ABPHM earlier this year, if we don't come up with community-derived solutions, somebody will come up and try and sell that thing to the lab director because it's too difficult to implement. You know, the kind of 5 shell scripts and 3 GitHub repositories solution that the PhD students were using. Okay. So our project aims are looking at this thing from multiple levels. Okay, so we in the middle we've got like the infrastructure. So we're actually going to be looking at bioinformatics compute solutions and evaluating how we can make how we can lower the burden there. A lot of people, despite the impact of cloud, still want to do on-prem computing, but we can go much further, I believe, in terms of automating the setup of decent bioinformatics computing environments. And then I won't mention the LIM stuff so much, but then we need to engage with other initiatives in terms of building basic QMS capacity around ISO in general. So we're engaging with African Society for Laboratory Medicine in particular on that. And then around the outside, that we want to look for, we want to produce some guidelines for making it easier to develop your bioinformatic workflows in a accreditable by design way. Okay, so what is it? Could we make like a GitHub template, or in general some documentation and training on how to do this? Because most bioinformaticians are not having their training on ISO standards and what they mean in practice. We want a roadmap for labs so towards adoption of these microbial bioinformatics tools, and then a set of modular components that allows labs to kind of take this journey, and then a framework for pathway to accreditation for pathogen genomic services. Now, we're not going to be accrediting anybody, but what we are going to be doing is creating training materials and tools to make it easier for people to embrace, if not full ISO, because ISO itself requires a very expensive accreditation exercises that not everybody may be able to do right now, and then at least to behave in what we call ISO-like fashions, okay? And then a competency system that's already well in development, so that labs can look at what competence they need, and training providers can map their training to a competency matrix, so that we can basically say which competencies at what levels are being provided by the very many trainings that take place. And then very much related to some earlier talks, providing data sets and standards for researchers to be aware of when developing software and producing outputs in a clinical or surveillance setting. And besides the data sets, also just a framework for describing data sets. Can we make some maybe YAML files and things like that so that you don't have to dig 3 levels deep in a GitHub repository to find out what the validation data set was? Or maybe, supplementary table S4 or something like that that I've often had to deal with. So the project kicked off the end of last year, formally, but really the start of this year. It takes time to hire people in universities or labs. And so it's taken a while to actually get the staffing in place, but now we are actually busy working. And work package 1 is one that I'm very deeply involved in, is tools to assist in bioinformatics workflow validation. So that is a framework around running a pipeline in a validatable way. So the test data, but also some kind of generic pipeline runner that can sit in front of a pipeline in Nextflow or Galaxy or Whittle that can then abstract away some of the details of running the pipeline so that there can be a standard kind of formula that you can incorporate into both your validation work and maybe some aspects of your continuous integration for development that can run the validation tests and check the results against a known set of outputs. Starting to work with Phage on recommended QC metrics for bioinformatics workflows. I know that there's already been some work happening within the data structures working group. Finn Maguire, when he's not locked out of his office by his employer, will be working on that. But this is, again, that we have so many excellent pipelines. And what I really feel is that the community is coming together. We've got tools that are being used. The years when it was all like not invented here syndrome in bioinformatics are starting to fade. And we've got amazing tools like Bactopia. We've got TB Profiler that's very, very widely used in the Mycobacterium tuberculosis community. What if there could be an agreement on what are the important QC metrics and how to report them? So the tool authors could be producing a simple set of maybe JSON files or something like that that we know that we can then read out of the pipelines. And then validation data sets and validated workflows for HIV, that's Public Health Wales. Tom Connor's people are handling that one. Mycobacterium tuberculosis is my baby because it's, of course, the king of all pathogens, and Plasmodium falciparum being done by the folks at Sanger's Genomics Surveillance Unit. And we've all of our groups have our workflows for these pathogens, but the aim is to basically move them forward in terms of there's a kind of validation tooling designs and integrate good test sets for this. And sometimes we're thinking about actually generating new ones, like spike in some mouse DNA into your TB sample to see how good you are at removing contaminants, Work package 2 is working on SOP templates to help people see what's involved in putting together a SOP for bioinformatics and guidance for that. So that because SOPs by design are private documents, we need something that is shareable between labs so that they can have some guidance as to developing this thing. What documentation could you expect to be collecting? What does a sample SOP for a bioinformatics process look like? And then work package 3, which I mentioned just now, the competency framework for ISO-ready public health bioinformatics is being developed by Public Health Wales together with Wellcome Connecting Science. And our group at Sunby is doing a systematic review of training initiatives in public health bioinformatics and quality management systems in Africa. Okay, so anything that's been published on this from all the various people who have done training over the years to just try and understand what has been done, what are the gaps. I mean, one of the ones that I know of right now is that those two things have extremely small overlap. There has been some training in QMS, there has been some training in bioinformatics in the public health space, much more training in the research space. but there's been almost no training on thinking about the two things at the same time. Where are we going in the future? So we will pilot the implementation of the entire package, SOPs, bioinformatic workflows, and the recommended computational environment setup. So we will identify some partners within African public health space to pilot at least the Plasmodium and the Mycobacterium work. And then we will develop a dossier on like what we learn from implementing this use case. What are the challenges? And then work package 6, we're going to work quite closely with African Society for Laboratory Medicine to develop a roadmap to ISO guide and an online certification tool to guide laboratories into implementations of these accreditation processes. Okay, don't ask me too much about details of that because ISO is not my core competency, but my colleagues tell me that this will be done, so I trust them. Okay, and I managed to get through all of that without being dinged by a bell. Thanks as well to the people who presented before me, covered a lot of the detail. Who's involved? Cardiff University, where Tom Connor is. He's also sharing a hat with Public Health Wales, the kind that is in the United Kingdom, not that is in the sea. And with some people over there, Sally Corden, Annie Campbell, and some new members coming on board soon. Sanby, myself, Prof. Alan Christoffels, that some of you might have met, and Dr. Dominique Anderson, and then myself. Yeah, so we don't have a project email address at the moment, but if you want to find out more about the project, contact me. You can find me here, or at the PhageCon, or on Google, and all those kind of things. Dr. Alice Matimba from Welcome Connecting Science, that's really been driving a lot of the training in African labs implementing, genomic sequencing for surveillance and those kind of things from the Welcome side. And then from the genomic surveillance unit of the Welcome Sanger Institute, Dr. Kevin Howe, this is leading their sequencing core team. Yeah. And of course, I have to acknowledge our funders, the people who are making me relearn how to spell welcome. But yeah, this is funded by the Wellcome Trust.
Great, thanks, Peter. Questions? Norelle, yes.
Thanks, Peter. That was a great talk, and I think it's really exciting to see this, that you're working on implementing this in LMICs. So one of the questions I have is that it looks like a lot of the work is focused on validating and getting accreditation for individual tests. But as we know, like the full ISO accreditation is really that whole of lab approach. And in some of the regional work that we've done with training in labs, it's really hard to approach, to kind of balance the whole of lab quality system versus the individual tests. How are you going to think about that or address that?
Well, honestly, hopefully together with partners in ASLM that can handle because I mean, the first thing that needs to happen is that people need to be aware of the QMS process and be implementing it in general, right? And that's a big thing, and we're hoping to collaborate on reusing some of those components. I actually realized that I forgot to mention why LMICs particularly are a challenge here. I think that the issue that we've been facing in a lot of places is that and it's true all over the place, but it's particularly true in LMICs, is that the approach to, when it comes to bioinformatics, even if you've got some idea of QMS in general, is basically trust me, bro. Or like, I mean, if Torsten wrote it, I'm sure it works, I mean, so we have to work stage-wise with labs that are already having some exposure to QMS and having some system to work within, and then hopefully give people a way to do their evaluation of bioinformatics within that, because I think the whole picture is a bit much. But we are aiming to at least have some notional ideas of how to translate what's already known from other QMS processes to the bioinformatics space by the end of this.
Makes sense. Yes, Adriano.
Hi, thanks for your talk. And I would like just to mention our experience that I'm not fully agree that for bioinformatics is more complicated than the wet labs the certification, because we have some difference. We have some SOP for Listeria and Campylobacter and Brucella. I found, okay, I'm computer science, so it was absolutely new for me, the accreditation and so on. But at the end of the story, I found that a software is a software that is intrinsically deterministic sometimes. So it's easier than the wet lab procedure in itself. And I agree with you that there are something that bioinformatics or software developer in general has to take into account, like version systems. And some automatic procedure when you have to retest the things when the software is changing. And just an additional comment, sometimes we have to take into account in the version the database contents. Many softwares are based on the database that they are querying. So a change in that database sometimes is not recognized as a change of version, while in our SOP we have to do that. We had to do that. So just a comments on this.
Yeah, and by the way, on the database thing, it's a sort of open question. I was actually asked by Jody Phelan about TB Profiler. What does versioning mean for a database? And now, obviously for validation, basically, a change means a revalidation exercise in general. But we have semantic versioning for software. We know what that means. Okay, if you're using that, what is the equivalent for databases? I think it's still an open question.
Last question, thank you.
Hi, Peter. Fantastic talk. I had a question. Do you think bioinformatic tools should have like a bioinformatics SEMVer specifically that outlines what happens when, say, a database changes? Should that bump the version? I've only ever seen 2 tools that actually have a specific bioinformatic semantic versioning outlined. Do you think that should be standard? The audience might not know what a semantic version is.
Sorry, a semantic version is basically a hierarchical version, you know, major version, minor, and the one at the end, I forget what that stands for, but basically where you just bump the patch. So the patch is only for if it's a bug fix, which doesn't change the functionality, and then the other versions change based on you know, non-breaking or breaking changes to the actual functionality of the tool. I mean, backwards compatibility breaking. I think that what we need to look at, and I really like the concept that was said earlier by Norelle, was what do modules look like? So I think we should think about like what does a module look like, and what and we need to experiment a bit more with like what to have a language for changes and what is a safe and not safe change. But I think that we've got a journey ahead of us because I don't have an answer to that right now.
Thank you. Yeah, great discussion. Thanks, Peter. Take your stickers. Okay, we're on to the last speaker for today before we have a wrap up. Celeste Donato, who is local and a postdoc researcher and virologist in the enteric, and also enteric virus team leader within the enteric divisions group at MCRI. And Celeste is going to talk on integrating genomics into existing surveillance systems using lessons from the global rotavirus surveillance program. So over to you, and that's the forward button. Thanks, Celeste.
Okay, thank you, Ben. So as a virologist, I sort of sit in meetings like this and kind of get blown away by the tools that exist for bacterial genomics, because for most viruses, we can't even imagine of having most of these tools that currently exist in the bacterial space. And so I'm very fortunate. I sit in the Centre for Pathogen Genomics with Ben, and we're developing OzTracker and so many incredible tools. But then I also sit within the Rotavirus Regional Reference Lab for the Wipro region, where we desperately need these genomics tools to help pathogen surveillance within our network. So rotavirus is still the leading cause of gastroenteritis in children under 5 years of age worldwide, and it has an immense burden primarily in LMICs. And like all viruses, it's incredibly diverse because rotavirus not only infects humans, but many different mammalian species. And this immense diversity complicates attempts at classification because the virus undergoes genomic drift, it reassorts, it has genomic recombination, and in humans, the rotavirus diversity is driven via zoonotic transmission, where strains from porcine, bovine, canine, and feline origins cross the species barrier into humans and then become endemic in the human population over many years. And so in rotavirus, we've started off with this dual classification system, which is similar to the HA and NA typing for influenza based on the 2 outer capsid proteins. And there's over 42 G types and 58 P types. That's like saying there's 42 HA types and 58 NA types if you're using influenza as the comparator. And whilst there's a small number of genotypes that are primarily circulating in the human population, there's an immense combination of variants that can spill over and transmit. And in LMICs, we see much more diversity of genotypes than we do in high-income settings. So there are rotavirus vaccines that are available, and in preparation for the global introduction of rotavirus vaccines in 2001, the WHO and partners established regional laboratory surveillance networks for rotavirus. There are over 55 countries that participate in rotavirus surveillance worldwide and 186 laboratories, including 8 regional reference laboratories. And I'm based at the Regional Reference Laboratory for Wipro here in Melbourne. And there's been a large number of offshoots of the WHO surveillance program, with the African rotavirus surveillance program, Euronet, which is across 13 countries in Europe, the National Surveillance Program in the US, the Australian Rotavirus Surveillance Program, and many, many more that have all adopted the WHO framework for rotavirus surveillance. And because this surveillance has been going on for so long, we've had many iterations of how it's been done. It started off with serotyping using monoclonal antibodies in the 1980s to 2006, and then this was replaced by hemi-nested multiplex RT-PCR. And this remains the gold standard for rotavirus surveillance. All of the labs in the WHO reference network use this approach because it's very implementable. And as we move towards genomics, we're seeing huge amounts of data that it's being generated, but we still require it to be consistent with the PCR-based approaches that are primarily used. And this is where we're running into major problems with implementing genomic surveillance to be consistent with the PCR-based surveillance that's been ongoing for so long. So we did have a rotavirus classification working group as genomic surveillance was being implemented in many parts of the world. Between sort of 2010 and 2018, there was a massive amount of commitment to rotavirus genomic surveillance worldwide. We had lots of tools, and we had a working group where any group that was generating data would submit their data to this working group. It would be typed for all 11 gene segments of rotavirus. There was a genotype system for each of the 11 genes. We could describe genome constellations. We had suggestions around metadata. Everything was going great. Until 2018, that group lost funding and just everything disappeared overnight. And since 2018, no new data that's being generated is being adequately typed by the existing system that existed for all of this time. And lots of data is being added to GenBank without being typed or being typed incorrectly. And whilst there are some other groups that have typing systems, they aren't based on the framework that was adopted by the classification working group. So there's a lot of mistyping that's occurring and a lot of genotypes being incorrectly assigned. And when you have this immense amount of diversity and there are mistakes and they're getting perpetuated in databases, everything becomes a mess really, really quickly. So there's an obvious need for whole genome sequencing for rotavirus because of the inherent diversity of this pathogen. And with vaccine introduction, we're seeing really dramatic shifts in the epidemiology of the virus, and we need to understand what are the characteristics of the virus that are driving these changes, and without genome sequencing, we can't do that. So an example is prior to vaccines being made widely available, G1P8s had this pretty consistent genotype 1 backbone. And there's been a global selective sweep now where G1P8 strains have a completely different backbone. If we're just looking at the genotyping data and we call something a G1P8, we have no understanding that this global change has occurred. And the reason it matters is that most of the vaccines that are used have this type 1 backbone. So this emergence in regions where the vaccines are being used are actually indicative of vaccine escape. But we just have no clue this is happening because we don't have the tools to adequately characterise the circulating variants. So we're not tracking variants as they're emerging, we're not understanding lineage replacement, we're not understanding co-circulation of variants, and we're also not understanding these zoonotic strains that are really contributing to high levels of disease in certain settings. Another example is right now, globally, the dominant G3P8 variant is actually a variant that has been transmitted from horses, reassorted with human strains, and now that VP7 gene is equine, the rest of the backbone is a human variant. If we're not sequencing, we don't know that this is happening. We don't know that these outbreaks are being caused by unique variants. So we had all these tools and then they disappeared. And another tool that disappeared was NCBI virus variation. Rotavirus isn't in GISAID. We don't have any curated databases. The best we had was NCBI virus, where we could at least curate data sets by genes or by genotype. That's now gone. In NCBI virus, we can't filter by genotype. We can't even filter by gene. We can't filter by critical metadata that is very relevant to our field. And so this is really hampering efforts to try and implement more widespread genomic surveillance for rotavirus across the surveillance networks. There are very well-meaning groups that are establishing, Pango-esque lineage classification tools for rotavirus without understanding the historical classification that has always existed. They're calling existing genotypes brand new things that mean absolutely nothing to the field and can't be integrated with the PCR-based typing that is still being used in many parts of the world. And a lot of these lineage classification attempts kind of stick to the easy genotypes that are endemic in humans and are circulating in high-income settings. It's not remotely trying to address describing the diversity that is circulating in LMICs. So, rotavirus is a democratic pathogen. It's something that we say quite often in the field. Every child will have a rotavirus infection before their 5th birthday, but global surveillance isn't really democratic. We see gaps in surveillance capacity across the world, and these gaps widen when we try and implement pathogen genomics without addressing the lack of these basic tools. And when surveillance is primarily occurring in LMICs, if you take away these critical tools or you don't invest in their maintenance and upkeep, it really creates absolute chaos. And now, in the rotavirus field, we are trying to address almost 10 years of poor data curation and go back to databases and fix things and try and create our own databases, but it's a real struggle without all of these kind of basic things in place. So it's really helpful for me to come to these meetings and hear all of the data frameworks that are being established and try and think about how I can implement this within my field. So, thank you.
Thanks, Celeste. Bit of work to do by the sound. Right. Any comments, advice, questions? Danielle got a solution. There we go. Just hang on.
Hi, Celeste. Given that it's so broken, do you think it should just be like a burn it down and start completely afresh? And I said I had no solutions, but like, is that where you're at now in this space, or is it worth still trying to link back to things from 2018?
I mean, I think we can burn it down and start again to an extent, but when you do like genomic classification, you still have to call a G1 what a G1 is on a gel. If that no longer makes sense, it means all the groups that solely rely on that laboratory-based surveillance are no longer able to compare their data elsewhere. And that creates even more barriers to surveillance in really like resource-poor settings.
Hi. What has been the role of the vaccine companies in supporting this work?
Initially, there was some support, but most of that has ended. So obviously, I mean, a lot of resource reallocation happened during the pandemic, and it just never came back.
I think there's a question, yeah, just over here.
Just asking, have you tried to do in silico PCR from the genomes? Does that work? Because then it might be that it is a match by PCR, but different because of the sequence. And so this could help or you have to do some for a little while that are both.
Yeah.
And then match it.
Absolutely. And I think for some variants that will work really well, but for the really diverse ones, probably not. And the thing is, we have replacement of like variants over time. So even what is kind of, a G1 in Australia, which is primarily endemic human variant, looks very different to a G1 in Africa, which is probably a more recent spillover from an animal host. And so it's quite difficult to make sure you're still thinking about the same thing.
Okay, we'll get you back in a few years for an update, Celeste. Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of the talks. Thanks everyone for those really great presentations and the great discussion that we're associated with. I'm just going to hand over to Tuit just to close the day. So over to you, Tuit.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone. That was an incredible first day. If I haven't met you all already, I feel like I've said hi to every single person individually at least once. But if I have not, I am the Governance and Advocacy Lead at the Centre for Pathogen Genomics and co-convener of this week's conference together with Heusden. And while we've heard a lot about the grandfather of GMI and everyone that's known each other for 11 years, I got dragged into this 2 years ago. And Heusden came up, we were actually invited as part of PulseNet Asia Pacific, and it was the first time we had Asia Pacific representatives come to GMI, and I was like, yes, this is amazing, and we're gonna change everything, and we're gonna make it, south-to-south exchange information sharing, and the whole world's gonna be there. And I obviously said too much, because then we got dubbed with this year's hosting, and we're very excited too. So we're very, very pleased to have so many people from so many continents here today, and we hope that this continues over the next few GMIs that are going to happen. I'm not going to spend too much on this. I had a whole bunch of notes, and I think what we'll do is send around a really kind of a high-level meeting report, because I think a lot of the outcomes that have come out of this meeting have been quite impactful, and they drive a lot of calls to action. Things that have been explicitly called out, for example, by Emma, saying that GMI, phage, and IPSN need to work together, and we have been in the planning of this meeting, which is something that's new, and I think that we will continue to do that. But also there's a lot of learnings that have been shared by real demonstrations of data platforms in country, but also not only talking about certification and accreditation as this is what we want to do and this would be amazing, but countries that have actually done that and now are developing ISO in a box or are developing roadmaps for how other countries can do that. So there is so much more movement in the last couple of years, or 5 years since the pandemic, than we have seen in decades in genomics. So what are we doing tomorrow? I'm going to hand over very quickly to Masami first to do a shout out for tomorrow's morning session, and then I will wrap up with what we're doing. So over to you, Masami.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Masami Takeuchi. I am from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, based in Rome, Italy. And this is my pleasure to host tomorrow morning, very early morning session. If you have this, that on page 8, that you see this ECR networking breakfast session. ECR, I think that it stands for Early Career Researchers, but then it's not only for researchers. We are inviting anyone. I did similar thing in Rome a few months ago, and then I ended up having more experienced people getting so excited talking about the future. So I think that this may happen again tomorrow. I hope that the breakfast will be ready, and then I think that we can have more informal conversation, and I'm very honored to have two highly reputed professors here. Professor Ben and Professor Adrian will be here for the whole time. And then also that we have mentors from US FDA, Julia, and then the Maria, and then also the Mark. 3 of them will be here, and then any of them, you guys are very much welcome to become either mentor or mentee. I think that we have some students here, correct? Or early career. Okay, great, excellent. So we'll be talking about this new career path for the young generations. We may be asking some questions, key questions like, what would be the new career that we don't have right now in the future? So, for example, bioinformaticians, did it exist when we were young? And then computer science, it was such a cool thing when I was studying, but now that it sounds like a little bit past thing. So we are really thinking that what could be the new thing. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And then the day after tomorrow, sorry, I'm just running fast, but then the last day that we will have the similar breakfast session, but then that's where we'll be talking about future GMI, what kind of thing that the young people, young career researchers would like to hear from GMI. So please look forward to it, and then please come, and then you're more than welcome at 8 a.m. here, same room. Thank you. Thank you, Tyler.
All right, so if you are interested in attending that, please do be here at 8 a.m. Now, what are we actually going to do tomorrow? You would think that's not a loaded question, but it is such a loaded question for 2 key reasons. People ask me, oh, were you stressed for this, this conference? Were you really, really busy? Surprisingly not. It wasn't the visas. It wasn't whether or not we were going to get speakers, because we like to think that we know a lot of people and everybody would like to come to Australia. It wasn't even that we were unsure about the registrations. It was 2 things. One, it was the weather. Is it going to rain? Are we going to be able to have our barbecue? What's the temperature? Do we need to buy ponchos? The amount of times that we spoke about the weather was unreal. Then the second thing was, are we going to have our animal wildlife experience? This is only 5 days ago where we're like, okay, guess there's no animals, that's fine. And I was all sad and mopey. And then we're like, okay, why don't we just take everyone to the zoo? We'll organize a bus. And so the team went to go organize a bus, and we thought, okay, everyone's going to go to the zoo for 2 hours. How are we going to get to the zoo and back into... No, that's not going to make sense. Someone said, oh, wow, it's not going to rain anymore. Okay, the animals are back on. And we were all freaking out and we were all excited. So these were the actual stresses of hosting a conference. It's because we like to pack too much into it. So what are we doing tomorrow? This is what we're doing. 8 till 9 is the breakfast session. If you can make it here at 8 o'clock, that would be amazing. If you're interested in talking about the future of GMI and the future of just all of these new disciplines that we're talking about now, looks like, please be here at 8 a.m. Then from 9 till 1:30, it is a half day. You guys will probably hit jet lag tonight. That's okay. We're going to pummel you up with some nice drinks outside and you can go straight to sleep. So we'll finish at 1:30. Then we'll go across this nice park here and have an Australian barbecue. All the beef and all the chicken will be halal if that is a question to be raised. And this is a very traditional, this is how we eat. We did it for Adrian when he came. Nice snags, just very, very casual barbecue. And we will have animals. Yes. Hopefully the rain stays away. Apparently it's not raining. If it is, everyone's putting on your ponchos because we can't cut it now. It's in the agenda. So we're very excited to see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for today. Your longest day is over. And please join us now for welcome drinks in the foyer. Thank you.